Martial Peak, Chapter 53-59, The Power of the Evil Purging Divine Spears. On the battlefield, the area shrouded by the light became a large empty vacuum. All the black ink strength in that area was completely purified in an instant. Moreover, the light did not just appear at the two spots around Su Ling Gong, but at countless places across the battlefield. These lights illuminated the entire battlefield like the endless stars in the sky. The sudden turn of events caused the Black Ink clansmen suffering from the effects to panic. In all the years that they fought the humans, they had never seen such an occurrence or experienced such strange power before. It was a power that was opposite to their Black Ink strength, one that could restrain and even eliminate it. While the Black Ink clan was in a state of panic and terror, the humans did not remain idle. The power of the evil purging divine spears erupted, causing the energy within the Black Ink clansmen to become disordered. At the same time, the human race masters charged towards their enemies. The original stalemate across the battlefield was instantly broken. One after another, the aura of the feudal lords began to vanish. Those who were eligible to utilize the evil purging divine spears on the battlefield were the 7th and 8th order masters. Thus, their opponents were mainly feudal lords and territory lords. As soon as the loud whistle rang out, the 7th order masters unleashed their attacks upon the feudal lords. Purifying light was indeed the nemesis of Black Ink's strength. When the balls of light that resembled great suns burst forth, the Black Ink strength surrounding them was fully dispelled. Furthermore, the energy within the Black Ink clansmen either dissipated or became disrupted. The secret weapon that had been hidden for so many years finally blazed brightly at this moment, and achieved brilliant results. Somewhere on the battlefield, Su Ling Gong disregarded the wounds on his body even though he was coughing up blood violently. After pulling out the two evil purging divine spears, he raised his blade and charged towards the nearest territory lord. The sword light on his blade gleamed with absolute murderous intent. The nearest territory lord who had been affected by the purifying light sealed within the evil purging divine spear was completely distracted at the moment. Most of his strength had been diverted to mitigate the threat of the purifying light. Hence, the most he could do was hastily punch at Su Ling Gong when the sword light came slashing down on him. The world force of an 8th order open heaven realm master and the Black Ink strength of a territory lord collided and intertwined with each other on this small battlefield. During the brief confrontation, Su Ling Gong's chest caved inward, and what came out of his mouth was no longer just blood but also bits and pieces of his organs. After he passed by his enemy though, the body of the territory lord behind him split into two halves. Pitch-black blood sprayed everywhere like a fountain. At the moment of death, both halves of the territory lord's face were filled with complete disbelief. He seemed surprised that he had died, killed in one move by a seemingly weak 8th order master. Su Ling Gong, who had just advanced into the 8th order open heaven realm 200 years ago, had slain a territory lord in his first 2-against-1 battle. He burst into maniacal laughter, feeling as though he had never been happier in his life. There was no denying that he had killed many Black Ink clansmen in the past, including several feudal lords. However, how could killing those feudal lords compare to the satisfaction of killing a territory lord? He was under a lot of pressure. His youngest disciple was married to Yang Kai. In the past, Su Ling Gong could rely on his higher cultivation and take advantage of his status as an elder to discipline this son-in-law of his. Unfortunately, that advantage disappeared when Yang Kai advanced to the 7th order. Even Su Ling Gong had to admit that he was lacking when compared to Yang Kai's overwhelming strength against peers of the same realm. Not to mention, there were quite a few territory lords who had died at Yang Kai's hands over the years. On the contrary, he had not killed a single territory lord even though he was the elder. How could he hold his head high in front of Yang Kai? How could he seek justice on behalf of his beloved disciple if Yang Kai were to bully her? Fortunately, things were different now. He had killed a territory lord. And this was just the beginning. He was going to kill even more territory lords in the future. His gaze shifted and landed on the other territory lord. Then he rushed at the enemy with his blade flashing brilliantly. The remaining territory lord had been stunned by the sudden death of his companion. At the same time, he was also distracted by his efforts to resist the purifying light that was eroding his body. When he saw Su Linggong rushing at him like a vengeful ghost, a sense of fear flooded his heart. He did not dare to fight Su Linggong any longer. Thus he quickly turned around and fled for his life. "Where are you trying to run?" Su Linggong roared furiously. Raising his blade, he tried to pursue his enemy, but he only managed to take a few steps before he coughed up blood, as though he was trying to purge all the organs from his body. At the same time, the imposing aura around him weakened rapidly. When he brought out the evil purging divine spears, he had used his body as bait and forcefully withstood the pincer attack from both his opponents. Therefore, he was heavily injured. Killing one of the territory lords in one blow was his limit. He no longer had the strength to pursue the second. If his opponent had stood his ground and fought, the territory lord would most likely have succeeded at killing Su Linggong on the spot despite the effects of the purifying light. It was just that the territory lord had been thoroughly frightened by the purifying light that invaded his body. Not to mention, he did not know whether this eighth-order human was truly exhausted or simply feigning weakness. His priority was to escape alive, so he did not even dare to pause for a single moment. In the end, Su Linggong could only watch helplessly as the territory lord slipped into the midst of the Black Ink clan army, and used the numerous Black Ink clansmen to conceal his whereabouts. "Waste!" he cursed furiously. "I'm already in such dire straits. How can you flee in fright instead of trying to kill me? How can such a shameless Black Ink clansman be a worthy opponent for the humans who willingly lay down their lives to achieve victory in this battle?" It wasn't just Su Linggong who managed to kill a territory lord. Across the battlefield, more than a dozen territory lords lost their lives in that brief moment of confusion. Several Eighth-Order Black Ink disciples also lost their lives in that encounter. The Black Ink clan lost nearly 20 of their top masters in a matter of breaths. How many combat forces comparable to an Eighth-Order master in strength did the Black Ink clan gather? It was not an exaggeration to say that 30% of the Black Ink clan's combat forces were eliminated just moments after the evil purging divine spear made its debut. Most of the remaining territory lords had also been heavily wounded by the evil purging divine spear. The rich purifying light had invaded their bodies, causing them unbearable pain. In the direction of the ruined royal city, the Black Ink nests suddenly began to rumble loudly. The rumbling sounds were followed by extremely thick black ink strength that gushed out from them. After becoming affected by the corrosion of the purifying light, the territory lords no longer had regard for anything else. They drew upon the power of their respective black ink nests in desperation, and used their power to repel the human masters and resist the corrosion of the purifying light. Although doing so allowed them to reduce some of their declining momentum, it was not enough to block the violent offensive of the Eighth Order masters. Many of the territory lords remained in jeopardy, seemingly at risk of losing their lives at any moment. What horrified the territory lords even more was that the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm masters, fighting them, would summon more evil purging divine spears from time to time. Hence, they were so terrified that they could not concentrate on fighting their enemies. The Black Ink clan could not understand where the humans obtained such deadly artifacts. Logically speaking, it should be very difficult to refine artifacts that were so lethal to territory lords. There should not be many of these artifacts. Otherwise, the humans would have brought them out a long time ago. Be that as it may, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm masters were not the only ones who could summon these artifacts. Even the Seventh Order humans had a seemingly large supply of these accursed spears. The great suns that were formed from the pure white light could be seen everywhere on the battlefield. Almost every time one of the great suns manifested, another territory lord would fall. In the time it took to boil a cup of tea, the Black Ink clan army, which originally held an obvious advantage, suffered crippling casualties. Unlike the Black Ink clan's terror-stricken panic, the human race army's momentum surged to newfound heights. Everybody knew that the maximum effectiveness of the evil purging divine spear had been brought out at this moment. After keeping the secret for so many years, their trump card specially created to fight the Black Ink clan had finally proven its worth in battle. However, the Black Ink clan's vigilance and wariness were now raised to the limit. The next time the evil purging divine spears were utilized in battle would no longer have such an unprecedented effect. Moreover, The evil purging divine spears were not invincible even though purifying light was the nemesis of Black Ink's strength. The purifying light sealed within the evil purging divine spears was limited after all. Once the Black Ink clansmen used their Black Ink strength to eliminate the purifying light would lose its effect. This was especially obvious when many of the territory lords could borrow the strength of their Black Ink nests around the royal city. As long as they were willing to consume enough Black Ink strength, it would not take long for them to completely remove the purifying light that had invaded their body. At that time, they would no longer be troubled by the purifying light. Their strength would also recover quickly. That was why the human masters wanted to capitalize on their current advantage to the fullest. These few breaths of time were extremely important. For that reason, Su Linggong continued to slaughter nearby enemies with great enthusiasm despite being seriously injured. If he dragged things out for too long, the advantageous situation brought about by the initial appearance of the evil purging divine spears would be lost. This was something the humans knew, and the Black Ink clan would also learn the truth after a short period of panic. Therefore, the surviving Black Ink clan masters were desperately running and hiding from the attacks of the human race masters, while borrowing the power of their Black Ink nest to remove the poison in their body without regard for loss. The moment they recovered would be the moment the Black Ink clan struck back. The experts of both the human race and the Black Ink clan were vying for this slim window of opportunity. Thus, their battle became even fiercer than before. Yang Kai led the members of Dawn across the battlefield. They were practically invincible, plowing through the enemy lines leaving naught but destruction in their wake. Everywhere they went, countless Black Ink clansmen were either killed or critically injured. In one corner of the battlefield, an 8th Order Division commander was vigorously bombarding an 8th Order Black Ink disciple with attacks. The might of his secret techniques and artifacts blasted continuously, causing the 8th Order Black Ink disciple to retreat frantically. The situation was very dangerous, and the 8th Order Black Ink disciple seemed to be at risk of being killed at any moment. However, the 8th Order Division commander did not seem to be happy about holding the upper hand in this battle. On the contrary, he was scowling deeply. That couldn't be helped as the opponent's behavior was giving him a subtle sense that something was wrong. When he first set foot on the battlefield, he had wanted to engage one of the territory lords as his opponent. If possible, it would be best if he could restrain 2 territory lords at the same time. He was a veteran 8th Order Open Heaven Realm master after all. Having immersed himself in this realm for so many years, he had the qualifications for such a feat. Unfortunately, the situation on the battlefield was very fickle, and there were many times when things did not go as planned. As soon as he stepped onto the battlefield, this 8th Order Black Ink disciple had taken the initiative to attack him. There was no reason for him to hold back when his opponent had come looking for him themselves. Thus, he immediately fought against him. He originally believed that the other party was a mere 8th Order Black Ink disciple. Moreover, the other party seemed to be the type to have broken through his limitations to advance into the 8th Order with the help of Black Ink strength. Even if he had cultivated for many years, there was bound to be a gap in his heritage compared to true 8th Order Open Heaven Realm masters. Defeating him or even killing him should not be difficult. However, it was not until they began fighting each other that the 8th Order Division commander noticed that something was wrong. The strength of this 8th Order Black Ink disciple seemed lacking indeed. He was badly beaten and covered in wounds, but he would always avoid all lethal attacks without fail. Even the evil purging divine spear that was activated just now had been avoided completely. It had to be said that the activation speed of the evil purging divine spear was very quick. In an ambush, there was practically no territory lord who could avoid this attack. So many evil purging divine spears had been activated just now, and the number of territory lords who managed to avoid the attack could be counted on one hand. Be that as it may, this 8th Order Black Ink disciple had somehow done just that. Martial Peak, Chapter 5360 Black Ink Disciple. Ever since they began fighting, there was only one word to describe the feeling that the 8th Order Black Ink disciple gave this 8th Order Division commander. Monster. He did not mean the type of monster with monster chi. On the contrary, the 8th Order Black Ink disciples' various behaviors and responses to the crises gave off a feeling of incongruency. In fact, the scene seemed rather familiar. He couldn't help recalling a certain battle he had fought when he was much younger. In that battle, it was obvious that his strength was much greater than his opponent's. Be that as it may, he did not slay his enemy immediately. He took his time and toyed with his enemy instead. By pretending to be weak, he eventually lured his enemy into a fatal opening and killed him in one fell swoop. At this moment, the other party gave him the same, but opposite feeling. It felt exactly like how he had hidden his strength and put on an act in the past. Is this guy hiding his true strength? The division commander could barely believe it. In a comparison of real strength, a true 8th Order master was generally stronger than a territory lord. On the other hand, Black Ink disciples who borrowed the power of Black Ink's strength to surpass their innate limitations were even weaker than territory lords. In other words, an actual 8th Order Open Heaven Realm master should be significantly stronger than an 8th Order Black Ink disciple. During a one-on-one battle, 8th Order Black Ink disciples would usually bring out everything they could, as trying to hide their true strength would put them at risk of dying at any moment. I can't believe this guy can afford to hide his true strength. Just how powerful is he? What are his intentions? The 8th Order Division Commander could not understand. Regardless of what intentions the other party might have though, his goal remained to slaughter the other party. Fighting an 8th Order Black Ink disciple for so long, and failing to harm the other party even after utilizing the evil purging divine spear, was extremely humiliating. Nevertheless, this veteran division commander did not let his guard down. Focusing his attention, his offense suddenly became significantly more violent. To slay his enemy as soon as possible, he even chose to burn a part of his blood essence. The intensity of the assault suddenly increased by a significant margin. The 8th Order Black Ink disciple was caught off guard. Thus his condition gradually worsened. Ha! A sudden sigh sounded in the ears of the 8th Order Division commander. Following that fleeting sound, a sword light flashed towards him. He immediately felt all the hairs on his body standing on end. A terrible sense of crisis enveloped him, making him feel as if he was about to die. Therefore, he hastily retreated without the slightest hesitation, as his field of vision was filled with the glare coming from the sword light before him. 9th Order. His opponent was actually in the 9th Order Open Heaven realm. At that moment, the division commander finally understood the root of the strange feeling he had been having. His speculation was correct. His opponent had indeed hidden his true strength. However, he never imagined that the other party would be a 9th Order Black Ink disciple. The human race had been fighting the Black Ink clan for countless years, and over the millennia, many human cultivators had fallen into the hands of the Black Ink clan and been transformed into Black Ink disciples. Therefore, there would always be Black Ink disciples in every theater. However, most Black Ink disciples did not survive for very long. The Black Ink clansmen would always order the Black Ink disciples under their command to fight desperately, so that they could escape safely whenever their lives were in danger on the battlefield. As a result, 90% of these Black Ink disciples would not have enough time to grow before they lost their lives on the battlefield. Before the appearance of purifying light, the human race had also been merciless in their treatment towards Black Ink disciples. They believed that death was the best extrication for the Black Ink disciples. Under normal circumstances, even a single 8th Order Black Ink disciple would rarely be found. However, Great Evolution Theater was special. During the war 30,000 years ago, many soldiers from Great Evolution Pass had been transformed into Black Ink disciples. Furthermore, this theater did not experience war for a long time. That was why many Black Ink disciples had enough time to grow and develop into 8th Order Black Ink disciples. Be that as it may, a 9th Order Black Ink disciple had never emerged from any of the theaters before. It had to be said that a 9th Order Black Ink disciple was in existence equivalent to an old ancestor, which was the highest combat force among the human race. Unexpectedly, a 9th Order Black Ink disciple had appeared here. The 9th Order Black Ink disciple had used a secret technique to conceal his cultivation. Moreover, he had pulled off this trick without anybody being aware of his actions. Despite exchanging blows for so long, the 8th Order Division commander, had only felt that his opponent was somewhat strange. He subconsciously felt that his opponent might have concealed their strength, but he never imagined that his opponent would turn out to be a 9th Order Black Ink disciple. It turns out that a Black Ink disciple can actually reach the 9th Order Open Heaven realm. This particular thought suddenly crossed his mind at this moment. It was well known that Black Ink disciples could borrow the power of Black Ink strength to break free of the innate shackles of their order, and achieve heights that would never be reachable for them under normal circumstances. Nevertheless, that would only happen under ideal circumstances. The human race had discovered that the process of advancement among the Black Ink disciples that disregarded their actual limitations came with very high risks. Almost every Black Ink disciple who surpassed their limitations had various physical deformities. More importantly, every advancement they experienced was many times more dangerous than a normal advancement experienced by the human race. The probability of death was extremely high. That was why the ideal circumstances would remain as nothing more than ideal circumstances. It should have been near impossible for a Black Ink disciple to advance to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm with the help of Black Ink strength. For a Black Ink disciple, that process was almost guaranteed death. Be that as it may, there were always exceptions. That was why there were so many miracles in this world. A 9th Order Black Ink disciple had suddenly appeared on the battlefield. That was simply shocking. Not to mention, he had hidden his true strength while fighting with an 8th Order Division commander. The fact that he had not killed his opponent after so long clearly indicated that he was harboring evil intentions. He is aiming for the old ancestor. The 8th Order Division commander instantly figured out the other party's aim. Just as he was about to open his mouth to shout out a warning, he abruptly discovered that his strength was draining rapidly, and he could not make a single sound. At the same time, Old Ancestor Xiao Zhao's voice reverberated throughout the universe from a certain corner of the battlefield. I thought it was a second Royal Lord. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a Black Ink disciple. I wouldn't have found you if you remained hidden. But now that you've taken the liberty to show yourself, you shouldn't think of leaving again. After her words rang out, an enormous Inyang fish suddenly appeared, and seemed to cover the entire void. The 9th Order Black Ink disciple, who had merged with a sword light that was slashing towards her, was caught off guard and crashed straight into the Inyang fish, his figure freezing in place for a moment. Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao did not give him any time to recover. Her slender jade palm thrust down on him. Her might as a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was fully revealed as she extinguished the sword light and dragged him into her battle. Meanwhile, the Royal Lord fervently drew upon his strength to attack. It was clear he intended to work together with the 9th Order Black Ink disciple to kill Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao. At this moment, the vast battlefield came to an abrupt halt. All the human soldiers were shocked, as were most of the Black Ink clansmen. Only the territory lords were unmoved by this sudden revelation. They took advantage of the situation to escape from the onslaught of the 8th Order Division commanders, and hurriedly directed their Black Ink strength to eliminate the purifying light in their bodies. There was a 9th Order Black Ink disciple under the command of the Royal Lord. It was evident that they were aware of the fact, but such an important secret was known only to the territory lords. Those below the territory lords were completely oblivious to this fact. These measures were taken to prevent the secret from being revealed. Otherwise, they would not have been able to catch the humans by surprise. Aboard Dawning Light, Yang Kai finally had the answers to his previous doubts amidst his shock. The Snow Wolves squad had gone missing within the inner ring of Black Ink Clan's defense line. It was pretty much confirmed that they had been completely wiped out in one blow. However, the squad leader Yao Kongcheng of the Snow Wolves squad had sent him a message at the very last moment. The message only contained the words Royal Lord. Yang Kai had always assumed that the Royal Lord had taken action, but when he reported the news back to Great Evolution Pass, Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao insisted that the Royal Lord had yet to recover from his wounds. The Royal Lord couldn't leave the Royal City, much less attack the Snow Wolves squad from that position. Likewise, Yao Kongcheng's last message couldn't be fake. They must have encountered an opponent far beyond their capabilities, or their message would not have been sent in such a hurry. The old ancestor's judgment had conflicted with the message from the Snow Wolves squad. Therefore, Yang Kai had always been unable to figure out if there were any faults in the information they provided. The answer was now in front of them. The Snow Wolves squad had not encountered a royal lord, but a Ninth Order Black Ink disciple. A Ninth Order Black Ink disciple and a royal lord were fairly similar in strength, so under such rushed circumstances, Yao Kongcheng had probably mistakenly thought that their opponent was a royal lord and frantically sent a warning containing the words, "Royal Lord." After that, the entire squad had either been eliminated or committed suicide to prevent the secret of Great Evolution Pass' imminent attack from being exposed. Their sacrifice had not been for naught though. Thanks to their brief message, old ancestor Xiao Xiao had been forewarned. From her statement earlier, it could be inferred that she had been guarding against any possible enemies during her battle with the Royal Lord. It was just that she had expected an additional Royal Lord, not a Ninth Order Black Ink disciple. If she had been unprepared, the sword light from earlier would most likely have injured her. Fortunately, she had been warned in advance and could safely resolve any issues that popped up even if the Ninth Order Black Ink disciple had ambushed her out of nowhere. The three top masters immediately engaged in battle, and the fallout from their clash became even more ferocious. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao had held the absolute advantage during the previous one-on-one battle, with the royal lord only able to defend himself but not fight back. Now that there was an additional Ninth Order Black Ink disciple in the fray, the situation became disadvantageous for her instead. Her advantage no longer existed now that she was fighting against two opponents. There was one fortuitous thing. After a brief exchange of blows, she quickly determined that it had not been long since the Ninth Order Black Ink disciple succeeded in his advancement. Only 100 or 200 years at most. He could be considered a newly advanced Ninth Order Black Ink disciple, so his heritage was quite weak. Combined with the fact that Black Ink disciples were already weaker than true human masters in the same order, she managed to protect herself even though she had to face two opponents in the equivalent realm as herself. If her opponents had been Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm masters like herself, she would not have lasted for long. Judging from the timing, the Ninth Order Black Ink disciple had succeeded in his advancement after the Great Evolution Army withdrew from the royal city. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to stay out of the battle 200 years ago. He had most likely been in retreat to advance to the Ninth Order at the time. After the Ninth Order Black Ink disciple stepped forward, old ancestor Xiao Xiao calmed down considerably. It was far more difficult to defend against an arrow in the dark than a spear in the light. Therefore, it was always better to have her enemy in the open than hidden in the shadows. On the contrary, the royal lord was so furious that he nearly went mad with rage. The fact that the Black Ink disciple under his command had advanced to the Ninth Order was extremely confidential. It was also the reason he dared to confront the humans directly in this battle. He had wanted to catch the old ancestor by surprise with the help of his Black Ink disciple. As long as they could severely injure her, the Black Ink clan would be victorious in this battle. Who could have known that the old ancestor would somehow know in advance? His plans had come to nothing as a result. With the situation being what it was now, it would not be easy for him to eliminate the old ancestor. The battle between these three caused space to shatter with every impact. On the other hand, Yang Kai's figure flickered and crossed more than half of the battlefield in an instant. Before he even arrived, he balanced a great sun on the tip of his azure dragon spear, and smashed his way through the densely packed Black Ink clan army. The Black Ink clan retreated hastily wherever the great sun appeared, and countless corpses were left behind in Yang Kai's wake. Yang Kai grabbed hold of a disheveled figure and shouted, "Let's go!" He did not return to the dawning light. Instead, he headed straight in the direction where Great Evolution Pass was located. "Watch out!" The 8th Order Division commander yelled breathlessly in warning. A Black Ink clansman had come from the front to intercept them, evidently targeting the heavily injured 8th Order Division commander. This person was none other than the 8th Order Division commander, who was heavily injured by the 9th Order Black Ink disciple, Division Commander Cha Pu. Although the 9th Order Black Ink disciple had only just broken through, The power of his attacks was not something Chapu could defend against with his strength alone. There was a huge difference in strength between an 8th Order Master and a 9th Order Black Ink Disciple after all. That final sword slash had nearly chopped Chapu in half at the waist. At this moment, there was an enormous gash at his abdomen where one could clearly see wriggling organs. More importantly, there was dense black ink strength and ghastly sword chi lingering around the wound. Martial Peak, Chapter 5361 Situation. The wound could be said to be extremely serious. Even a veteran 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, like Chapu, could not bear such an injury and instantly lost his combat ability. An 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who had lost his combat ability, would naturally catch the attention of countless Black Ink clansmen on this chaotic battlefield where enemies were everywhere. In Chapu's current condition, any random feudal lord would be able to kill him without much effort. If Yang Kai had been one step slower, Chapu would have lost his life to the enemy by now. As soon as the aura of the 9th Order Black Ink Disciple burst out, Yang Kai's attention was focused on Chapu's situation. That was why he immediately rushed over to provide support. Besides, he was the only person who could have achieved such a feat. Nobody else would have been able to arrive in time, even if they wanted to offer assistance. Thanks to a stroke of luck, the 9th Order Black Ink Disciple had focused his attacks on the Old Ancestor when his identity was revealed. He had wanted to catch Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao by surprise. For him, Chapu was merely collateral damage, and thus did not target him deliberately. If the 9th Order Black Ink Disciple had attacked Chapu seriously, the 8th Order Division Commander would not still be breathing. A 9th Order Black Ink Disciple was still in the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm after all. An attack from a 9th Order Black Ink Disciple was not something an 8th Order human could withstand. Move! Yang Kai roared. At the same time, he used the Azure Dragon Spear to sweep away the various obstacles in his path, and forged a bloody path forward as he made his way to Great Evolution Pass. Unfortunately, the Black Ink Clan army was unwilling to watch a heavily injured 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master escape, and quickly gave chase. A large number of Black Ink clansmen instantly gathered to pursue them aggressively from behind. Various secret techniques simultaneously rained down on them. Both Yang Kai and Chapu staggered from the impacts. It was unknown whether it was due to orders from a territory lord or just bad luck, but no matter where Yang Kai went, more and more Black Ink clansmen would appear to block his path. The enemies pursuing him from behind did not lessen in numbers either, seemingly determined to ensure that Chapu did not escape alive. Even with the help from various nearby warships, the situation was getting worse. Yang Kai did not dare to carelessly use instantaneous movement either. Under these circumstances, while he would be fine after using instantaneous movement, Chapu was too heavily wounded to withstand the pressure caused by traversing the void. In the worst case, Chapu could end up dying at his hands instead of the enemies. Brother Yang. A shout suddenly entered Yang Kai's ears. This way. Turning in the direction of the voice, Yang Kai saw a solidly built warship carrying a huge tortoise shell on its back coming towards him. Several 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were standing outside the warship, joining forces to slaughter the surrounding enemies. The person who shouted at him earlier was none other than squad leader Chai Fong. Yang Kai hurriedly sped in that direction while the nearby warships quickly restrained the numerous Black Ink clansmen closing in from all directions. After great effort, both parties finally met up with each other, and Yang Kai arrived on the Old Turtle Squad's warship with some maneuvering. The energy fluctuations rampaged wildly outside. It was a massacre. Meanwhile, the inside of the warship was also very hectic. The Old Turtle Squad's members were fervently channeling the power of their small universes to either maintain the operation of spirit arrays or control artifacts to attack the enemy. Yang Kai placed Chapu down, and finally had the time to stuff some spirit pills into the latter's mouth. Looking down at Chapu, his expression became solemn. In such a short period, Chapu's injuries seemed to have worsened considerably. It could be seen how terrifying the power of the 9th Order Black Ink Disciple was. Even an established 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, like Chapu, could not withstand power from a single sword slash, even if he was not the intended target. Yang Kai swiftly activated purifying light to envelope Cha Pu, trying to eliminate the black ink strength that was invading the latter's body. The black ink strength was a minor issue that the purifying light could dispel easily. However, the horrifying sword chi lingering around the wound was not something Yang Kai could handle. That could only be resolved by the old ancestor or Cha Pu himself. Be careful, Cha Pu warned. Afterwards he was too weak to say anything else. Yang Kai nodded. Slipping out of the warship, he rushed towards Chai Fong and the others. He brushed past them and shouted at Chai Fong, "Escort him back to Great Evolution Pass." Chai Fong did not hesitate to agree and immediately ordered his squad members, "Withdraw." They hurriedly rushed back into the cabin, and under the control of the old turtle squad members, the bulky warship immediately turned around and retreated towards Great Evolution Pass under the indiscriminate bombardment from numerous black ink clansmen. At the same time, Yang Kai's figure flickered about wildly as he unleashed a barrage with the Azure Dragon Spear to stop the black ink clansmen who were chasing from behind. Wielding his supreme limitless spear art without restraint, Yang Kai swept through the enemy ranks like a hurricane. It only took an instant for the black ink clansmen in front of him to vanish like snowflakes melting under the scorching sun. Yang Kai stood in the void by himself, fending off the advance of his enemies with his strength alone. However, he only lasted for 10 breaths of time before his body stiffened. Coughing up a mouthful of golden blood, he staggered backwards. He excelled at wandering around and killing his enemies. Unfortunately, he needed to remain in place if he wanted to create an opportunity for the old turtle squad to retreat. He couldn't last for very long while trying to maintain a stationary position. Not to mention, the overwhelming attacks could not just be dismissed. Every time Yang Kai blocked an attack, he would consume a portion of his strength. There was no saying when the battle would finally end. So even if the heritage of his small universe was impressive and his strength far surpassed his peers in the same realm, he could not afford to squander his power without any inhibitions. Taking a moment to glance behind him, Yang Kai saw that the old turtle squad was still surrounded by the Black Ink clan in all directions. A storm of attacks rained upon the warship like a torrential downpour, causing the light barrier around the huge tortoise shell to flicker wildly. Be that as it may, the old turtle squad's momentum did not reduce in the slightest, and soon they had approached to within 1 million kilometers of Great Evolution Pass. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a sense of relief. The old turtle squad might not have anything else that was special about them, but their entire squad could be described with one word: tough. And it wasn't just their warship that was tough. As far as he knew, Chai Fong and his squad members had all cultivated extremely powerful defensive secret techniques. Even if they met a powerful enemy they could not defeat, they could defend themselves for some time. This particular characteristic of the old turtle squad certainly played a huge role at this moment. If Dawn had been the one to escort Cha Pu instead, things might not have gone so smoothly. Dawn's overall strength was not inferior to the old turtles, but they would have a hard time persisting if they were surrounded and attacked by so many Black Ink clansmen. At 1 million kilometers, they had arrived within the range that Great Evolution Pass's static defenses could assist them. Seeing the large number of Black Ink clansmen chasing after the old turtle squad, the spirit arrays on the walls of Great Evolution Pass began to hum and shine with light. What followed immediately after that was the power of the artifacts shooting across the sky like a hail of meteors. The attacks brushed past the old turtle squad's warship with incredible precision, and slammed straight into the midst of the pursuers. Countless Black Ink clansmen were sent flying by the blasts, and the auras of numerous Black Ink clansmen vanished in large hordes. There were even feudal lords among the lives lost. Upon seeing the ferocious assault coming from the Great Pass, the pursuing Black Ink clansmen did not dare to move forward recklessly. Against such a heavy barrage, they would be blasted to smithereens before they managed to reach Great Evolution Pass. Besides, there was nothing they could do even if they could reach Great Evolution Pass. 28th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were overseeing and protecting Great Evolution Pass. With so few numbers on their side, the Black Ink clan couldn't break through the defenses of Great Evolution Pass. A heavily injured 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who had lost his combat ability, was not worth such a huge sacrifice from the Black Ink clan. At this moment, Yang Kai no longer paid attention to the movements of the pursuers. With a shift of his figure, he began wandering the battlefield again to hunt down his enemies, and did not bother to rejoin the members of Dawn. At present, the situation on the battlefield had become clear. Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao was fighting the Royal Lord and the Ninth Order Black Ink Disciple in a 2-against-1 battle. Meanwhile, the Territory Lords on the battlefield were being restrained by the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Therefore, there was practically nothing that could threaten Yang Kai's safety on this battlefield. Moreover, he did not believe that the Black Ink clan had any more hidden Territory Lords or Eighth Order Black Ink disciples. Now that the battle between the human race and the Black Ink clan had reached this point, both sides had already brought out all the power that they could despite not much time having passed. After all, the human race had taken out the evil purging divine spears that had been kept secret for years. How could the Black Ink clan afford to keep anything else hidden at this point? The vast battlefield could almost be said to be a place where Yang Kai could rampage without restraint. As long as he did not take the initiative to court death, there was practically nothing that could threaten his life. For him, it was simply a matter of how many enemies he could kill. Dawn was not weak, so even without him, they could run rampant across the battlefield without any issues. More importantly, Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of Space, so he would be able to maximize his advantage by fighting alone. From time to time, flashes of pure light that resembled great suns would explode somewhere on the battlefield. Those were the evil purging divine spears that were constantly being activated. For this battle, Great Evolution Pass had distributed all the evil purging divine spears that they had been stockpiling all these years. Almost every Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master had received 2 or 3 evil purging divine spears. When faced with a powerful opponent, the evil purging divine spears would often break the stalemate and allow them to slaughter their enemies. However, now that the existence of the evil purging divine spears had been revealed, their effects were not as impactful as their debut. The Black Ink clan had become vigilant now, and no matter how fast the human race cultivators activated the evil purging divine spears, they would still need to take some time. This was unlike at the beginning when the human masters had activated the evil purging divine spears at the same time, shocking both the Territory Lords and Feudal Lords. The Black Ink clan had never seen such an artifact before, so how could they have known about them having such a great restraining effect on Black Ink's strength? The situation might be favorable, but the battlefield was still tense. There was nothing that needed to be said about the old ancestor's situation. She was powerless to slaughter her enemies even if she could handle them in a 2-against-1 battle. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were also busy fighting the Territory Lords and Eighth Order Black Ink Disciples at the moment. The sudden emergence of the Ninth Order Black Ink Disciple had shocked all the Eighth Order Division commanders. The Territory Lords, who were originally being heavily suppressed, had taken advantage of that momentary shock to break free from the restraint of the human masters, and desperately draw on the power of their black ink nests to remove the purifying light that had invaded their bodies. Although many of them had been killed, even more of them had managed to escape death. To pull off that explosive moment, many Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had gotten severely wounded. Take Su Linggong for example. The newly advanced Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master had fought in a 2-against-1 battle, and for the sake of killing his enemies, he had not hesitated to reveal an opening as bait. He had forcefully withstood a blow from each of his 2 opponents when the evil purging divine spears were activated. It was true that he had indeed killed an enemy, but his strength had been seriously compromised due to his injuries. The assault of another Territory Lord had left him in a miserable state. Similar situations like his could be seen everywhere on the battlefield. The higher-ups of the human race were showing signs of being suppressed even though their numbers were now almost equal to their enemies. The situation might be grim, but that was the price that they had to pay to slay their enemies. Without their previous efforts, it would have been impossible for 20 Territory Lords and Eighth Order Black Ink Disciples to be killed so swiftly. It had to be said that most ordinary wars between the 2 races would last from several decades to over 100 years, but the number of territory lords who fell during that time would never exceed the fingers on one's hand. Be that as it may, nearly 20 territory lord level masters had lost their lives in just a few breaths. The evil purging divine spears were worthy of being the human's trump card. The 8th Order Division commanders might not be in shaky condition, but the warships under the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters command were at peak condition. Although the Great Evolution Army only had 30,000 troops against the Black Ink Clan army of nearly 1 million, the rate at which the humans were killing the Black Ink clansmen was astonishing. In half a day of intense battle, hundreds of thousands of Black Ink clansmen had been killed, their tattered corpses and remnant Black Ink strength scattered across the entire battlefield. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5362, Breaking the Stalemate. The human race also suffered many casualties. In such a huge battle, it was inevitable for losses to occur on both sides. Warships would explode from time to time, but fortunately, the humans had many years to prepare for this clash. The squad leader of every squad had a spare warship in their possession. Every time a warship blew up, they would immediately summon their spare warship and continue their bloody battle with the Black Ink clan. In the past, the human race did not have such means because the refining of each warship required extensive amounts of materials. The human soldiers already lived a frugal life at that time, with even their cultivation resources being used sparingly, so where would they find the extra resources to refine spare warships? However, the lack of resources stopped being an issue that plagued the human race once the void yin-yang mirrors entered circulation throughout the Great Passes. Coupled with their efforts in plundering the Black Ink clan's territory, it stood to reason that the humans would have more resources to go around than before. That was also the reason why the overall strength of the human soldiers had improved significantly over the recent 500 years. With a steady supply of resources, there was no need for them to be stingy in their cultivation. Every squad at Great Evolution Pass had their own spare warship, except for Special Operations squads like Dawn. Special Operations squads did not have spare warships because their primary warships were specially refined and customized by the artifact refining Great Grandmasters themselves. Moreover, the customization of the spirit arrays and artifacts on their warships had cost them countless military merits. In any case, if the situation was so dire that even the warships of the elite squads were destroyed, then the human race would not be far from defeat. At that point, it would no longer make much of a difference whether they had a spare warship or not. The cawing of the golden crow reverberated across the battlefield again, as a great sun leaped out to illuminate the surrounding darkness. Even the Black Ink strength could not block out this brilliant light. When the great sun exploded, countless Black Ink clansmen were vaporized. Yang Kai breathed heavily as he looked around with his spear raised. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters scattered across the battlefield were all locked in desperate battles, while the Black Ink clan army had rallied and was now surrounding the warships that were moving across the battlefield. The situation was extremely dangerous. Before the crusade began, everyone knew that this would be a tough battle, and obtaining victory would not be an easy feat. Tens of thousands of soldiers from Great Evolution Pass were desperately fighting a bloody battle for the very future of the human race. All their efforts were to protect the safety and peace of their future. Hence, they did not hesitate to risk their lives for their cause. It was just that the appearance of the 9th Order Black Ink Disciple was simply too unexpected. If not for the intervention of the 9th Order Black Ink Disciple, the situation might not have been so dire. Although the Royal Lord could borrow the power of his Black Ink nest to hold off the old ancestor, if the 9th Order Black Ink Disciple had not joined forces with the Royal Lord, old ancestor Xiao Xiao would have had more than enough power to fully restrain the Royal Lord and several territory lords at the same time. If the old ancestor had helped to restrain several territory lords, the 8th Order Division commanders could have broken the current stalemate. Unfortunately, that plan was no longer feasible. The joint assault of the Royal Lord and the 9th Order Black Ink Disciple left her powerless to do anything else. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and glanced in the direction of the royal city. He was no match for a 9th Order Black Ink Disciple, but a territory lord was feasible in his current state. Unfortunately, even if he fought at his hardest, He could at most occupy a single territory lord at best, which would be meaningless in the grand scheme of things. Rather than wasting his effort, he might as well utilize his strength to the fullest and hunt down more feudal lords. However, if he could destroy the black ink nests in the royal city and prevent the territory lords from borrowing their power, then the current deadlock would also be broken. Once the black ink nests of the territory lords were destroyed, they would not be able to rely on any other external aids. The situation of the 8th Order Division commanders should improve significantly as a result. It could also be said that if the royal lord's black ink nest was destroyed, then the old ancestor might even have the opportunity to slay the royal lord. However, entering the royal city to destroy the black ink nests would not be an easy feat. Even though Yang Kai was standing on the chaotic battlefield, he could clearly sense the aura of several territory lords stationed at the royal city. The black ink nests were critical to the Black Ink clan, so how could they not assign a few territory lords to protect them? According to the previous estimates of the higher-ups among the human race, before the war began, the Black Ink clan had 70 to 80 territory lords on their side, more or less equal to the number of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Division commanders. In addition, they also had some 28th Order Open Heaven Realm Black Ink disciples under their command. Be that as it may, there were not that many territory lords and 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Black Ink disciples on the battlefield. At least 20 territory lords must have remained in the royal city to guard the black ink nests. That was an extremely powerful force. Judging from the current situation, guarding the black ink nests had been a fail-safe plan. The reason why so many territory lords had stayed behind was to guard against the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Great Evolution Pass. Just as how the human race had analyzed the strength of the Black Ink clan, the Black Ink clan had also made a judgment on the number of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters the humans had. If not all of the human race masters had taken action, then how could the Black Ink clan dare to go all out? In the end, both sides had left a large number of top masters to protect their important locations in order to prevent the other party from causing trouble. Although Yang Kai was tempted to cause a ruckus at the royal city, he did not dare to act rashly with so many territory lords standing guard. Just as he was mulling over these ideas, Xiang Shan's voice suddenly entered his ears. Target the royal city's black ink nests. Yang Kai's eyes immediately lit up at those words. Xiang Shan was asking him to destroy the black ink nests in the royal city. Looks like I was not the only one with this idea. It would seem that Xiang Shan had the same thought regarding the method to break this stalemate, or rather, with his abilities, Xiang Shan probably came up with this plan a long time ago, but had been waiting for the right moment to carry it out. He probably issued the order to Yang Kai now because he had finally figured out the appropriate countermeasures. The 8th Order Army commander, who had fallen to the 7th Order before clawing his way back up after thousands of years, immediately displayed an unparalleled strategic talent as soon as he returned. It could be said that the Great Evolution East-West Army only managed to defeat the Black Ink clan 200 years ago thanks to Xiang Shan's leadership. He had established a huge advantage for the human race in the Great Evolution Theater, and that advantage had continued to this day. That battle also laid the foundation for the Great Evolution Army's current crusade. For that reason, Yang Kai held great respect and admiration for Xiang Shan. Although Yang Kai could not lead an army into battle, he excelled at carrying out individual assaults on his enemies. All the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were being watched closely at the moment, so none of them could extract themselves and head to the royal city. That made a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Yang Kai the best choice for this task. Not to mention, he was different from ordinary 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Yang Kai was confident that he would succeed at the task as long as he could seize the opportunity. The black ink nests had almost no defensive strength at all, so as long as he could find a way to get close, Yang Kai could easily destroy several of them without much effort. Under Xiang Shan's order, Yang Kai did not hesitate to head straight for the royal city while not daring to make too much of a commotion, lest he catch the attention of the Black Ink clan army. At the same time, at a distance 5 million kilometers away from the royal city, Great Evolution Pass continued to rotate slowly under the urging of the 28th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters stationed there. Meanwhile, the spirit arrays and artifacts on the walls of the city constantly shot towards the royal city, forcing the Black Ink clan to assign some of their troops to defend it. Great Evolution Pass had traveled a great distance for this war, so naturally it could do more than simply launch a single ramming attack. Its role was not just to provide a powerful shield for the human race. Its offensive and defensive abilities were absolutely lethal weapons on the battlefield. In fact, the very existence of Great Evolution Pass restrained a large part of the Black Ink clan's power. Yang Kai flew around various battlefields, approaching the royal city without a trace. He did not know what Xiang Shan was planning. However, the latter clearly had an arrangement in place since he had issued such a command. All Yang Kai could do now was trust in Xiang Shan, and act when the opportunity arose. At that moment, a furious roar sliced through the entire battlefield. Go! Kill all the Eighth Order humans. That was the voice of the Royal Lord. It wasn't just the human race that was trying to break the stalemate. The Black Ink clan was also trying to achieve the same. For the human race, destroying the Black Ink nests in the royal city was the key to breaking the stalemate. On the other hand, killing the Eighth Order division commanders was the Black Ink clan's key to victory. The Black Ink clan might not have had such capital in the past, but they did now. They had a Ninth Order Black Ink disciple. At the start of the battle, this Ninth Order Black Ink disciple had remained hidden, disguising himself as an Eighth Order Black Ink disciple during his battle with Cha Pu. He has been looking for an opportunity to attack the old ancestor. It was a pity that old ancestor Xiao Xiao had received a warning in advance, so she was fully prepared. The terrifying sword slash he unleashed at her had not gotten the desired effect. On the contrary, he exposed his whereabouts and was dragged into old ancestor Xiao Xiao's battle, unable to extricate himself. He was now working with the Royal Lord. Although they had managed to suppress old ancestor Xiao Xiao, dragging out the battle in this manner was not going to accomplish anything. Compared to fighting with old ancestor Xiao Xiao, it would be more efficient if he hunted down the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters instead. With his Ninth Order strength, none of the Eighth Order humans engaged in battle with the Territory Lords would be able to defend themselves against him. When the Royal Lord let out that ferocious roar, he also struck out at old ancestor Xiao Xiao with all his strength, so that the Ninth Order Black Ink disciple could escape. The reason for his shout was also to distract and disturb her focus. Contrary to the Royal Lord's expectations, she did not even attempt to stop the Ninth Order Black Ink disciple from leaving, instead increasing the intensity of her attacks on him. The Royal Lords felt his heart clench slightly, vaguely sensing that something was wrong. Logically speaking, old ancestor Xiao Xiao should have been desperate to prevent the Ninth Order Black Ink disciple from leaving. However, she had done the exact opposite. Her seemingly illogical choice made the Royal Lord feel uneasy. Having suffered terrible losses due to her schemes in the past, anything that felt out of place made him wary. Nevertheless, the Royal Lord did not have the time to ponder on the matter as her attacks were so fierce that he had to concentrate on defending himself. How could he dare to be distracted at a time like this? The Royal Lord wasn't the only one who was taken aback. Even the Ninth Order Black Ink disciple was stunned. Be that as it may, his opponent's choice happened to be exactly what he wanted, so he quickly stopped thinking about the issue and spun around to attack the nearest Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The Eighth Order Division Commander was already drenched in blood. His current situation was similar to Su Linggong's. They were both fighting 2-against-1 battles, but as a veteran, his heritage was much stronger than Su Linggong's. That was why he was in better condition despite also fighting 2 opponents at once. After activating the Evil Purging Divine Spear, this division commander had forcefully withstood the attacks from both enemy territory lords and took the opportunity to kill one of them. Unfortunately, he was now severely injured and stuck in a protracted battle with the other territory lord. A sharp aura locked onto him without warning. Before the Ninth Order Black Ink disciple even arrived, a sword slash was unleashed from afar. The terrifying power behind the sword slash even tore space apart in its path. The sword chi not only enveloped the Eighth Order Division commander, but also affected the territory lord who was fighting him. The territory lord's expression changed drastically. and he soundly cursed the Ninth Order Black Ink disciple in his heart. Nevertheless, his movements were quick. All the black ink strength in his body surged, and he quickly retreated to avoid being affected by the sword chi. In the next moment, this territory lord's figure stiffened in shock. That was because many powerful auras suddenly emerged from the surroundings and encircled him from all directions. Eighth Order humans. Why are there so many Eighth Order humans here? The thought had only just passed through his mind when countless fists slammed into his body from all sides. He was beaten to the point where he coughed up blood continuously. Even though he was severely wounded in an instant, his life was not in danger. However, the Ninth Order Black Ink disciple's sword chi fell upon him at that moment. No! He howled, desperately using all his might to defend himself against the sword wave. Be that as it may, how could his severely injured body achieve such a feat? When the sword chi enveloped him, his enormous figure was instantly cut to pieces as the horrifying sword chi sliced off all his vitality. Martial Peak. Chapter 5363, Pinned Down. The territory lord's vitality dissipated quickly. He widened his eyes, as if he couldn't believe that he was dying at the hands of the Ninth Order Black Ink disciple instead of the human race. Just before his death, he saw several Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters charging towards the Ninth Order Black Ink disciple through his blurry vision. Every one of them was incredibly powerful. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who had hidden themselves amid the chaotic army no longer had the intention to conceal themselves at this moment. They quickly drew upon their world force and attacked the Ninth Order Black Ink disciple. Nobody knew when these 5 Eighth Order Masters had entered the fray. It wasn't just the Black Ink clan that had failed to notice their presence, even the human cultivators had not noticed them. It could even be said that these 5 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would not have had the chance to shine if things had gone according to plan. Their original task was to remain at Great Evolution Pass and control its core. While providing the necessary protection for the pass, they were also supposed to guard against any territory lords who dared to attack the pass directly. Unfortunately, the original plans could not keep up with the changes on the battlefield. It was only natural for the humans to adapt the necessary countermeasures following the appearance of a Ninth Order Black Ink disciple among the Black Ink clan's forces. These 5 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were the candidates chosen by the army commanders to deal with the Ninth Order Black Ink disciple. 5 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters might not be enough to confront a master like old ancestor Xiao Xiao. However, it had not been long since the Ninth Order Black Ink disciple broke through to his current realm, so 5 veteran Eighth Order Masters working together should be just enough to restrain him. There was a huge battle between the human race army and the Black Ink clan army. Hence, violent energy fluctuations filled the void. It was not strange for them to be able to sneak out of Great Evolution Pass without anybody noticing. In the next moment, the 5 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters engaged the Ninth Order Black Ink disciple in battle. The Eighth Order Master who had been targeted by the Ninth Order Black Ink disciple's sword chi earlier also joined in the battle, without regard for his injuries even though he was coughing up blood. He drew upon his world force madly as he attacked his imposing opponent. While the 6 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were joining forces to restrain the Ninth Order Black Ink disciple, the aura of several hidden Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters suddenly appeared in the vicinity of the royal city. Every one of their auras shone brilliantly as they openly charged towards the royal city without hiding. Every one of them gave off an imposing momentum, and even on this chaotic battlefield, they were extremely eye-catching. Impudence. Che Kong, who had remained behind in the royal city to oversee the protection of the Black Ink nests, roared furiously. How could he not know what the human race was planning when he saw the Eighth Order Masters charging towards the royal city? The humans clearly intended to destroy the Black Ink nests and weaken the combat power of the territory lords and the royal lord. The reason Che Kong remained behind was precisely to guard against such actions. There was no need for him to issue any commands. Even without a word from Che Kong, several territory lords had already taken to the skies to intercept the incoming Eighth Order humans. Numerous Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had been dispatched here, 10 in total. Counting the 5 who were dispatched to restrain the Ninth Order Black Ink disciple earlier, a total of 15 masters had been deployed at this point. 28th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had initially remained to guard Great Evolution Pass. Now that 15 of them had been dispatched, only 5 remained behind. No matter what happened, those 5 could not be sent out. If they were to leave, they would only be left with the meager deployment on the walls and the current defensive force that remained in Great Evolution Pass. If the Black Ink clan tried to attack Great Evolution Pass at that point, then the humans would not be able to defend it with just those forces alone. 10 territory lords rose to meet the 10 incoming 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Although there were 20 territory lords who stayed behind to guard the royal city, they did not dare to all move rashly under these circumstances. The consequences would be terrible if they fell for the human race's trap to lure them away from their posts. The masters of both sides collided in the void and immediately split into 10 different battlefields. One of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters laughed loudly. "One isn't enough. Bring me another." Despite speaking such arrogant words, rather than fighting, he stubbornly endured the attacks of his territory lord opponent and forced his way towards the royal city. Even if he was horribly beaten, he did not retreat in the slightest. He wasn't the only one. There were 6 of them who echoed his sentiments. The other 4 division commanders were somewhat weaker, so they did not boast arrogantly and simply concentrated on the opponent in front of them. The territory lords fighting those 6 division commanders were infuriated by their words. Although the territory lords were generally weaker than the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, the gap between their strengths was not that big. In a one-on-one battle, an 8th Order Master would have no problem holding the advantage against a territory lord, but killing the latter would be quite difficult. In fact, if they were not careful, the division commanders would instead be injured by the territory lords. That was also why those clansmen weaker than territory lords in the Black Ink clan army would often suffer countless casualties after a huge battle, but most of the territory lords would retreat with their lives. Their strength gave them enough power to protect themselves from deadly harm. It was bad enough that the 8th Order humans were aiming to destroy the Black Ink nests, but on top of that, they not only ignored the retaliation of the territory lords, but also openly taunted them. Their behavior was simply outrageous. In such a situation, it was only natural that the territory lords would not show mercy. Out of the 6 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters with such thoughts, one of them was beaten so soundly that he could barely continue forward. Thus he could only turn around to concentrate on his opponent, and give up on the idea of trying to restrain another territory lord. The other 5 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters continued charging towards the royal city. Che Kong was absolutely furious. The actions of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters clearly indicated that they were aiming to draw out and pin down the territory lords. It would seem that they were determined to destroy the Black Ink nests. If the protection around the Black Ink nests weakened, then the risk of them being damaged or destroyed would increase significantly. Unfortunately, the territory lords did not have control of the situation. Seeing the 5 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters getting closer and closer to the Black Ink nests, 5 more territory lords beside Che Kong prepared themselves to move out at any given moment. All of a sudden, the sound of laughter rang out. "Old Lu, you're getting old. You shouldn't act like us youngsters. Be careful not to get your old bones broken by the enemy." One of the older 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters seemed to be having trouble advancing. Although he wanted to slip past the defenses of his opponent and attack the royal city, he evidently could not handle taking on a second territory lord. In such a short time, he had been struck numerous times by his territory lord opponent, and although his injuries were nothing serious, it would be risky if things were to continue at this rate. Not to mention, the situation would only worsen if anything were to happen to him. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master called Old Lu seemed to have realized that he had bitten off more than he could chew. After considering the situation at hand, he stopped pushing himself so hard and laughed self-deprecatingly. "You're right. These old bones can't take such a beating. It must be nice to be young and strong like you little ones. Good, I'll leave it to you." Out of the little ones he mentioned, who among them were not at least a few thousand years old, It was just that he was even older than them. After saying that, Old Lu immediately retreated to focus on his opponent, and instantly reversed his declining momentum as a result. 6 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had charged into the royal city, but 2 were forced to drop out along the way. Therefore, only 4 were left. The remaining 4 were evidently the elite among the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even though their opponents were attacking them ferociously, they easily continued to lead the battle towards the royal city. If the Black Ink clan were to ignore these 8th Order Masters, then the Black Ink nests would be in danger once the fallout of their battle swept across the royal city. For that reason, no matter what, the Black Ink clan could not sit around and do nothing. There were many Black Ink nests in the vicinity of the royal city, so when Che Kong saw that Old Lu had voluntarily retreated, he couldn't help feeling slightly relieved. The Black Ink clan had no trouble dealing with the 4 incoming 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Che Kong glanced to the left and right before 4 territory lords soared up and joined their companions to engage the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Likewise, the 4 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were not careless. Seeing that another 4 territory lords were joining the battle, they knew that they had reached their goal. Not only did they stop trying to approach the royal city, but they also gradually moved the battle away from it. In reality, they could no longer control the situation as it was a 2-against-1 battle. If the territory lords wanted to lure their battle out of the royal city to prevent the fallout from damaging the Black Ink nest, then they could only follow along. On a battlefield not far away from the royal city, Yang Kai suppressed his strength as he fought with the Black Ink clan while keeping watch on the movements of the royal city. 10 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had taken action to lure 14 territory lords away from the royal city. Although the results were not ideal, they had barely managed to achieve their goal. It had to be said that these territory lords could borrow the power of their Black Ink nests too, so if they were not so wary of the evil purging divine spears, they might not be in such miserable conditions. Under the premise that the territory lords could borrow the power of their Black Ink nests, in a 2-against-1 battle, they could threaten the life of any 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. There were now 6 territory lords remaining. Among them was the exceptionally powerful Che Kong. What was Xiangshan planning? There were not many people left among the human race who could be dispatched. Were they planning to abandon the protection of Great Evolution Pass and send out the remaining 5 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters? Just as Yang Kai was mulling over these matters, Che Kong was also pondering over the same question. The Black Ink clan had a record of the number and identity of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters after they fought each other so many times. All but one of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters active on the battlefield were known to the Black Ink clan. The unfamiliar face had most likely advanced to become an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the recent 200 years. However, that particular 8th Order Master was out on the battlefield. Not to mention he was heavily wounded, so there was no need to worry about him. There were 5 other known 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who had yet to reveal themselves. Che Kong shifted his gaze to look at Great Evolution Pass. The defenses around Great Evolution Pass seemed sturdy, and the entire Great Pass was slowly rotating on the spot. That clearly indicated that there were still 8th Order humans overseeing Great Evolution Pass and controlling the enormous artifact. Were all 5 of the known 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Great Evolution Pass? Even if not all of them were there, at least 3 had to have remained behind. Otherwise, the defenses of Great Evolution Pass would not be so sturdy. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, Che Kong calmed down. It didn't matter whether those 5 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had remained in Great Evolution Pass. Even if all 5 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had been dispatched, the Black Ink clan had 6 territory lords remaining. After sending out 5 territory lords to restrain their enemies, he would be the only one left in the royal city. Be that as it may, he alone was enough to ensure the safety of the royal city. The human race has run out of tricks. Just as that thought crossed Che Kong's mind, a sudden commotion came from a certain corner of the chaotic battlefield. Countless streams of lights shot out in all directions as 3 warships emerged from that direction and charged towards the royal city. There was a large number of Black Ink clansmen pursuing them from the rear. However, the pursuers were intercepted by other warships. Flashes of light blazed across the sky as the soldiers on both sides fought ferociously. The three warships were clearly different from ordinary warships. They were larger and sturdier. Moreover, the spirit arrays and artifacts on these warships were much more powerful than usual. In particular, the warship in the lead carried a huge shield that resembled a tortoise shell on its back. Countless attacks from the Black Ink clan smashed into the shield and created bright sparks, but those attacks caused almost no damage at all. The three special operations squads had arrived. Yang Kai's eyes lit up at the sight. He had neither contacted these elite squads nor asked them to come and provide support. Therefore, their timely arrival clearly indicated that they were part of Xiang Shan's plan. If an ordinary squad were to face a territory lord, they would have a hard time fighting back or even escaping. However, each special operations squad could hold off a territory lord for some time. It was obvious that Che Kong knew about these elite squads among the human race. A month ago, the Ninth Order Black Ink disciple had eliminated one of them that had infiltrated their defense line. Therefore, Che Kong immediately understood the intentions of the human race when he saw the three distinctive warships. They were planning to continue their efforts to tie down the territory lords. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5364, Destroying the Black Ink Nests. There were no pursuers behind them, and there were no obstacles in front of them. With Old Turtle's squad leading the way, these three special operations squads rushed towards the royal city at maximum speed. Before the warships even arrived, lights from the arrays and artifacts started flickering. Chai Fong's laugh reverberated across the universe. All of you can go to hell. The instant he finished speaking, over 50 attacks were shot out from the three warships towards the royal city. The royal city was located on a universe world. Previously, Great Evolution Pass crashed into it and smashed it into several fragments. Although these fragments had hastily been drawn together again, the city no longer looked as magnificent as it used to. The attacks from the warships of these three special operations squads rained on the Black Ink nests in the royal city. Every attack was equivalent to an all-out strike of a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. One or two such attacks might not bother the territory lords, but 50 all at once was intimidating enough. With Che Kong leading the way, all 6 remaining territory lords made a move at the same time. As thick Black Ink strength burst forth, they managed to intercept all the attacks. However, the people on the warships didn't stop at one volley. Although several dozen mid-rank Black Ink nests and one high-rank Black Ink nest were located in the same city, due to their enormous size they were spread somewhat far apart from each other. Therefore, these 6 territory lords had to protect a vast area. The humans took full advantage of this and dispersed their attacks over the widest range possible, forcing the territory lords to move around different parts of the royal city to defend against them. A while after the battle started, Che Kong turned furious and roared, "Impudent!" Although these territory lords managed to work together and intercept all the attacks from the warships to ensure that the royal city remained unharmed, they couldn't keep doing this forever. Now it seemed as though they were the puppets being pulled around by these warships. The humans could dictate which direction they had to go, and any slight negligence might cause a Black Ink nest or 2 to be destroyed. There wasn't even a single 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master on these warships, but the humans had the nerve to be so reckless. That was why Che Kong was infuriated. Staring at the warships, he squinted his eyes and ordered, "Kill them." All of these territory lords were equally vexed, so the instant Che Kong gave the order, 3 territory lords charged towards the warships while withstanding the attacks. Seeing that, Chai Fong, who was aboard the Old Turtle's warship, roared, "Scatter!" Their main objective was to draw out and pin down the defending territory lords, not engaging in a life-and-death battle with them. On any other battlefield, these special operations squads might be able to put up a good fight against these territory lords. However, this place was too close to the Black Ink nests which the territory lords could draw strength from, leaving these elite squads at a serious disadvantage. They could only try to persevere for as long as possible while withstanding the territory lords' attacks. Following Chai Fong's order, the warships dispersed in 3 different directions. Without any need for discussion, the 3 territory lords respectively selected a warship and gave chase. As Black Ink's strength undulated, powerful secret techniques were cast at the warships. Only 3 territory lords left. Yang Kai had been paying close attention to the royal city. Seeing what was going on, he knew this was the best chance for him to make a move. Unless the Black Ink clansmen had gone mad, there would always be some territory lords left to protect the royal city, no matter how they were baited and taunted. In other words, Yang Kai had to break through their interception to destroy the Black Ink nests. It was just a matter of how many Black Ink nests he could destroy. There was no denying that he wasn't a match for these 3 territory lords. However, the special operations squads might not be able to persevere for long. Once that happened, all their efforts so far would go to waste. There were still 5 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Great Evolution Pass, but they most likely couldn't leave. If they could make a move, they would have done so instead of letting these special operations squads launch an assault on the royal city. Although it would be difficult to achieve his goal, things had come to the point where Yang Kai had no other choice but to act. He just hoped that Xiang Shan had other arrangements to follow up. Upon making up his mind, Yang Kai stopped hiding strength as he swept his Azure Dragon spear across his opponents. Half of the Black Ink clansmen that had been dealing with him were instantly slaughtered. Yang Kai didn't bother to kill the rest, and instead, he manipulated space principles to arrive at the royal city in the blink of an eye. Presently, he was hovering somewhere near 3 gigantic mid-rank Black Ink nests. He didn't head straight to the high-rank Black Ink nest, even though that would be the ideal target. If he could destroy the high-rank Black Ink nest first, old ancestor Xiao Xiao would be able to kill the royal lord given their current conditions. However, Che Kong was stubbornly protecting the high-rank Black Ink nest, and had not moved away from it from the beginning of the battle. Therefore, Yang Kai might not be able to achieve his goal by targeting the high-rank Black Ink nest. On the other hand, there were quite a number of mid-rank Black Ink nests that were left unprotected. He planned to take advantage of the fact that the territory lords were spread too thin at this moment. The instant Yang Kai appeared, Che Kong and the other 2 territory lords were stunned. None of them could have expected that a human was able to enter the royal city with such ease. More importantly, they had not sensed this human's presence before his appearance. The territory lord nearest to Yang Kai immediately pounced on him and barked, "Don't you dare!" Certainly, there was nothing in the world that Yang Kai wouldn't dare to do. The blood feud between the 2 races was irresolvable. The humans had been preparing for years, and they were determined to achieve their goal. Yang Kai definitely wouldn't go easy on his opponents at this point. The next moment, he swept out his Azure Dragon spear as his world force surged through it. As he wielded the weapon, 3 Black Ink nests were cut in half and collapsed to the ground. The territory lord charging at Yang Kai widened his eyes in disbelief, and before the human could make another move, he pushed out his palm. His Black Ink strength formed into a colossal palm that engulfed Yang Kai. On the other hand, somewhere on the battlefield, the moment the Black Ink nests collapsed, a territory lord who had been dealing with an 8th Order Division commander realized that his aura had plunged. With his heart pounding against his chest, he turned to look at the royal city, and saw his Black Ink nest falling to the ground. His heart sank. With the Black Ink nest's help, he could deal with this 8th Order master, and neither side could gain the decisive edge. If anything, he was in a slightly more advantageous position. Now that his Black Ink nest had been destroyed though, his strength plunged to his usual level. This wouldn't have mattered usually as it didn't impact him profoundly. Nevertheless, he was in a life-and-death battle, and the sudden drop in power could cost him his life. This 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was an experienced warrior, so he certainly wouldn't let such a chance slip through his fingers. He instantly summoned and hurled an evil purging divine spear at his opponent. As the purifying light exploded, the territory lord was sent into a panic. Fortunately, he had been vigilant against this artifact, so the moment the other party summoned it, he rapidly retreated. Even so, the purifying light seemed to be burning his body, which caused a lot of his Black Ink strength to dissipate. Although the evil purging divine spear couldn't cripple the territory lord, It affected his strength and mobility significantly. The relentless Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master summoned his divine manifestation at that moment, and engulfed the Territory Lord in it, causing the latter to howl in pain as blood spurted from his wounds. What's more, on the vast battlefield, a similar scene was playing out in 2 other locations. After the 3 mid-rank Black Ink nests were destroyed, the strength of the corresponding Territory Lords was impacted. The Eighth Order Masters that had been dealing with them seized the chance to suppress their opponents. In the royal city, Chaekong still steadfastly guarded the high-rank Black Ink nest, not daring to move away from it. As he watched Yang Kai being suppressed by a Territory Lord, he breathed a sigh of relief. This 7th Order human's movements were too elusive. However, it was just the humans' wishful thinking that they could rely on this single person to destroy their Black Ink nests. How was a weak 7th Order cultivator supposed to make a scene in front of 3 Territory Lords? Although he's clever not to target the high-rank Black Ink nest, there's nothing much more he can do. While Chaekong was still thinking so, he suddenly felt a powerful aura coming from the place where the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had disappeared, along with an immense pressure. The other 2 Territory Lords noticed this as well, and turned their gazes in that direction with solemn expressions. The next moment, a high-pitched dragon roar reverberated across the void. From the thick cloud of darkness, a golden light burst forth. A gigantic dragon head rose up, its golden eyes blazing like 2 great suns, giving off an imposing aura. "A dragon!" Chaekong exclaimed. On the Black Ink battlefield, most of the Black Ink clansmen in the various theaters had never seen a member of the Dragon Clan before. However, it was a different case in the Great Evolution Theater. Sometime after they first occupied Great Evolution Pass, they had launched an attack on the No Return Pass. Therefore, the veteran Black Ink clan masters in the Great Evolution Theater were familiar with the Dragon Clan. They had even exchanged moves with the dragons and phoenixes outside of the No Return Pass. Without any surprise, they were soundly routed and forced to flee for their lives. There were not a lot of dragons and phoenixes in the No Return Pass, but each one of them was incredibly powerful. The Black Ink clansmen even felt that it was harder to deal with those creatures than the humans. Chaekong had engaged in an intense battle with an ancient dragon back then, and was impressed by the other party's power as well as the other side's resistance to Black Ink's strength. The dragon head that had risen out of the darkness was huge. Chaekong speculated that the dragon was just as enormous as the ancient dragon he had fought in the past. Moreover, the dragon pressure emanating from this being was far too intense to be that of a mere grand dragon. There was no doubt that this individual was an ancient dragon. Upon realizing the other party's true strength, Chaekong's expression warped as he roared, "Stop him!" The other 2 Territory Lords realized that they were in a critical situation as well. They initially thought that the attacker was just a 7th Order human, so they were caught completely off guard when he transformed into an ancient dragon. As the dragon pressure permeated the air, darkness scattered and a colossal figure came into the Territory Lord's sight. It was a magnificent creature, even with its long body coiled up onto itself. The 2 Territory Lords charged towards the ancient dragon as they cast their secret techniques. Yang Kai lifted his head and roared to the heavens. The golden dragon scales on his dragon form gave off a dazzling radiance as a torrent of dragon breath was released from his giant maw to stop the Territory Lords from moving closer. At the same time, he swept his dragon tail out. Hong long long. With one great sweep, over 10 Black Ink nests around Yang Kai's enormous figure were smashed like straw amidst a storm. And that was just the beginning. Wielding the outrageously massive azure dragon spear in his dragon claws, Yang Kai unleashed another sweep in front of himself, cutting down even more Black Ink nests. The royal city was instantly thrown into turmoil, as the already damaged universe world it sat upon was at risk of collapsing at any moment. The 3 Territory Lords widened their eyes in fury. Regardless, Chaekong still refused to move away from the high-rank Black Ink nest. He could only cast powerful secret techniques from afar. Upon impact, Yang Kai staggered as his dragon scales were smashed in and his dragon blood scattered. Even though his enormous dragon form was menacing and intimidating, it had its shortcomings. For one, Dodging attacks was almost impossible. The other two territory lords endured the dragon breath and appeared at both sides of Yang Kai. They roared as their figures expanded. Using their black ink strength, they respectively transformed into 10,000-meter-tall figures and grabbed hold of Yang Kai's dragon horns. By exerting all their strength, they somehow managed to force Yang Kai's 70,000-meter-long dragon form back. Martial Peak, Chapter 5365, Foaming Exits Seclusion. As the two territory lords were doing their best to repel Yang Kai was repeatedly slashing at them with his dragon claws. However, the two territory lords didn't dare to release him and were determined to drag him out of the royal city. After all, if they engaged in a battle here, many more black ink nests would be destroyed regardless of the outcome. If they accidentally let this human damage or even destroy the royal lord's black ink nest, they would be condemned as the greatest sinners in the annals of the Black Ink clan's history. The moment Yang Kai was hurled away, the two territory lords, who had transformed into 10,000 meters tall figures using their black ink strength, shrunk significantly as countless wounds appeared on their bodies. Nevertheless, they didn't back down. Surging their black ink strength to expand their bodies again, they pursued Yang Kai. They couldn't give this dragon clan member a chance to breathe, otherwise, even more black ink nests would be destroyed. In just one breath, this dragon had managed to destroy nearly 20 mid-rank black ink nests, but that wasn't even the most significant loss. Without their black ink nests to empower them, some 20 territory lords would see a drastic drop in strength, which was enough to affect the outcome of the entire war. The two territory lords were still reeling from the shock, but they were determined to kill Yang Kai at any cost. Meanwhile, Chaekong still steadfastly guarded the high-rank black ink nest. While glaring at Yang Kai with resentment, he paid close attention to the surroundings. Did the humans have other hidden hands to play? He had no idea. A dragon had never appeared in any theater before, but there was one who had joined the battle now. Given the unprecedented situation, it wouldn't be surprising if the humans still had other arrangements. At this moment, Chaekong felt like he was on pins and needles. He was the only territory lord left guarding the royal city now, while 5 known 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters still hadn't shown themselves. It could be said that the Black Ink clan was in a perilous situation. The royal lord and the 9th Order Black Ink disciple noticed the anomaly in the royal city, and were now doing their best to shake off their opponents and return. Nevertheless, the Old Ancestor and the 6th 8th Order Division commanders were determined to hold these two back, so for the moment, the Royal Lord and 9th Order Black Ink disciple were unable to get rid of the humans. After waiting for a while, Chaekong realized there wasn't any anomaly in Great Evolution Pass posture, allowing him to slightly set his mind at ease. It seemed that those 5 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were unable to leave Great Evolution Pass. Otherwise, they would have made a move a long time ago given the current state of the war. On the other hand, even though Yang Kai's power increased significantly after he transformed into his ancient dragon form, he still found it difficult to deal with two territory lords. Moreover, these territory lords had abandoned all thoughts of retreat, and were determined to kill him as quickly as they could, so they went all out while also madly drawing energy from their black ink nests, granting them a sharp boost in strength. Being a 70,000-meter-long ancient dragon, Yang Kai could wield power on par with a veteran 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but he still found it difficult to fight two territory lords at once. His dragon scales were constantly blasted off, and his dragon blood gushed from his wounds. He was in so much pain that he roared continuously. Despite looking battered, Yang Kai had not suffered any critical wounds yet. Dragon clan members had thick skin and strong flesh, and Yang Kai was no exception. As time passed though, he became increasingly anxious. If he couldn't break through these territory lords' blockade, he wouldn't be able to raise chaos in the royal city. If he couldn't destroy those black ink nests, he couldn't cut off the sources of those territory lords' powers. That would put the humans in a disadvantageous position on the battlefield. Furthermore, he could already sense that there was more than one 8th Order Division commander who had lost their lives. It was extremely dangerous on this battlefield, and with a number of territory lords already having fallen, There was no way the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could remain unharmed. There was still no movement from Great Evolution Pass. Just like what Yang Kai had expected, the remaining 5 Eighth Order Masters didn't seem to show signs of making a move. It seemed that they were unable to leave the pass. In fact, the 5 Eighth Order Masters who had stayed back in the pass had been paying close attention to the battle. It wasn't that they were not willing to lend a hand, but they were simply unable to do so. Great Evolution Pass was an enormous mobile palace artifact. Previously, it took the combined power of the Old Ancestor and 38th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters just to move this artifact to this place. Only with so many powerful masters could they provide the necessary world force to effectively drive Great Evolution Pass. Now the Old Ancestor and most of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had joined the battle, leaving just 5 8th Order Masters to control the core. It could be said that these 5 had become one with this core. Unless the Old Ancestor returned to take over, they were unable to leave. If they made a rash move now, not only would their lives be at risk, but the core might also explode. If that happened, the entire Great Evolution Pass would collapse, and the thousands of soldiers who stayed behind to man the walls would die. Given the circumstances, these 5 8th Order Masters wouldn't dare to be impetuous. Therefore, they were unable to directly take part in the battle. Locked in an intense fight, Yang Kai stowed away his Azure Dragon Spear. Although the gigantic Azure Dragon Spear was immensely destructive, he was a colossal ancient dragon now, so he felt clumsy using such a weapon. In fact, it was easier for him to just use his dragon claws instead. These Territory Lords' 10,000 meters figures were covered in wounds, and they would shrink from time to time. However, they could always draw more energy from their black ink nests to ensure they remained at peak strength. Yang Kai had made several attempts to break their siege and charge towards the royal city, but these Territory Lords would always stop him. They were practically in a deadlock now. In such a situation, Yang Kai wasn't without a trump card. Nevertheless, even if he used it, he wasn't certain if it would allow him to reach the royal city. Therefore, he had been hesitating. The 3 Territory Lords who had been lured away by the Special Operations Squads now showed the intention of returning to the royal city. Although they were powerful enough to suppress these elite squads, it was hard for them to kill Chai Fong and the others in short order. Realizing the Territory Lords' intentions, Chai Fong and the others certainly wouldn't let them go. They were initially trying to draw the Territory Lords away, but at this moment, they took the initiative to provoke them and stop them from returning to the royal city. With that said, they were unable to hold them for long. If these Territory Lords were determined to leave, Chai Fong and the others wouldn't be able to stop them as they were not powerful enough. As such, Yang Kai decided that he couldn't keep waiting. There was still some hope if he made a move now, but if this situation dragged on, everyone's efforts would go to waste when the 3 Territory Lords returned to the royal city. At the thought of this, Yang Kai prepared to use his trump card. Just then, a faint dragon roar was heard coming from Great Evolution Pass. Yang Kai became startled and turned back to look at Great Evolution Pass, only to see a ray of light charging forward from that direction. The ray of light was able to move across 1,000,000 kilometers in the blink of an eye. Detecting the familiar aura, Yang Kai was elated. What he heard wasn't a real dragon roar, but a sword roar. A slender figure was seen shooting out of Great Evolution Pass, with a sword in hand. As sword lights undulated, innumerable sword waves formed into a tremendous sword dragon. The magnificent sword dragon shot across the void and swiftly arrived near Yang Kai the next instant. It was the Myriad Swords Dragon, which was Feng Ying's divine manifestation. When Yang Kai first encountered Feng Ying all those years ago, she had used this divine manifestation to slaughter a small army of enemies. It was a divine manifestation that she had cultivated for thousands of years, and was more destructive than most high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters' divine manifestations. At that time, Feng Ying was just a 7th Order Master, but now, she had broken through to the 8th Order. Apparently, she had just exited seclusion. Yang Kai had no idea when she stopped cultivating in retreat, or when she ascended to the 8th Order, but she had come at the right time. Back when they were stationed in Blue Sky Pass, Feng Ying was already incredibly strong. This was only natural though, as she was the closest to breaking through to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm in the entire Blue Sky Pass at the time. Although there were a lot of 7th Order Open Heaven realm masters in every Great Pass, rarely would any of them hold the title of strongest below the 8th Order. Before Yang Kai's arrival, Fengming was undoubtedly the most powerful 7th Order Open Heaven realm master in Blue Sky Pass. Of course, Xiangshan wasn't included in these rankings as he was initially an 8th Order master, who had his cultivation regress after being plotted against by the Black Ink clan. The 8th Order division commanders in Blue Sky Pass had high hopes for Fengming, but it wasn't smooth sailing when it came to her ascension. It had been 200 years since she started cultivating in seclusion. Before Great Evolution Pass set out, Yang Kai had checked in with her and realized that Fengming still hadn't shown signs of breaking through. She had cultivated hard for the past 200 years, and at this moment, she was like a butterfly that had broken free from its chrysalis. The myriad swords dragon was like an impenetrable grand dragon. The splendid sword dragon widened its jaws and directly devoured a territory lord. As sword chi permeated the void, the sword dragon swayed about wildly. Violent exchanges of moves could be felt coming from inside the sword dragon. But the divine manifestation remained intact and ensured that the territory lord couldn't break free. Yang Kai was thrilled upon seeing that. Fengming was still as powerful as ever. Not long after she ascended to the 8th Order, she was already able to restrain a territory lord who was drawing strength from his black ink nest. Yang Kai had no idea what the outcome of the battle would be, but the most pressing issue for him had been resolved. Since one of the 2 territory lords blocking him had been restrained, there was only one left now. Yang Kai widened his maw and let out a deafening roar before clawing at the territory lord before him. As his immense physical strength burst out, the territory lord's 10,000-meter figure, which was formed from black ink strength, was wounded. The other party's life or death didn't concern Yang Kai as he directly returned to his human form. Then he attempted to skirt past the territory lord and head to the royal city. The territory lord had a robust physique though, and although he was injured, he was still combat capable. Realizing Yang Kai's intention, he roared and threw his fist towards the human. Yang Kai, who was ready to manipulate space principles and leave, staggered slightly. The void had been disturbed by the territory lord's blow, so he was unable to use instantaneous movement for the time being. A furious Yang Kai turned around as a great sun and full moon leapt from behind him. The sun and the moon glowed brilliantly as time principles and space principles undulated. The sun and the moon swirled around and formed into a kaleidoscope which then shot towards the territory lord. An amazing power seemed to disturb both time and space in the surrounding region. It was the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. The Sun and Moon Divine Wheel was a secret technique that Yang Kai had developed. However, compared with his relatively simple Golden Crow cast the Sun Divine Manifestation, profound space-time strength formed the basis of the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, making it even more powerful. When Yang Kai was still in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, he used this secret technique to seriously wound a 7th Order Open Heaven realm master. And in the 7th Order, he had already used this attack to damage more than one territory lord. It was an intimidating secret technique that could be used against masters who were more powerful than Yang Kai because the space-time strength which radiated from it could influence the enemy's senses and perception. In fact, Yang Kai hadn't used this secret technique for some time. As his strength increased, there was rarely any opponent that could force him to bring out this trump card. When he activated the Sun and Moon Divine Will this time though, he realized it was different from before. The main difference was that this secret technique had become even more powerful, and the space-time strength which pulsed from it seemed more complete somehow. Martial Peak, Chapter 5366, Summoning Huang Xinyang. At that instant, a realization dawned upon Yang Kai. So, this is what the real space-time strength is supposed to look like. The reason for such a change was largely due to his experience at the No-Return Pass. During his trip to the No-Return Pass, his dragon vein had improved tremendously. From a grand dragon, he grew to a 70,000 meters ancient dragon, which was a shocking increase. With the refinement in his bloodline came the improvement in his bloodline talent, and the Dragon Clan's bloodline talent was the Tao of Time. Before Yang Kai entered the Dragon Pool, he had refined a lot of Space Tao essence in Su Yan's Phoenix Nest, which enhanced his mastery over the Tao of Space. His comprehension of the Tao of Time and Tao of Space had grown significantly, which was why his space-time strength, which evolved from the two Grand Taos, had become even more powerful. He even had a feeling that if he could improve his mastery over the Tao of Time to be on par with his mastery of the Tao of Space, his space-time strength would reach a whole new level. As for what the changes would be, he wasn't sure. Regardless, this allowed him to see a path forward. However, it wasn't easy to bring his Tao of Time up to the same level as that of the Tao of Space. Yang Kai had been cultivating the Tao of Space for centuries, and he was quite gifted in it. However, according to his own classification, he had only reached the 8th level, transcending the mundane. His Tao of Time was initially stuck at the 6th level, exceeding the ordinary to reach the extraordinary. Nevertheless, his experience in the Dragon Pool helped him reach the 7th level, standing above all others within sight. In other words, his mastery over the Tao of Time was still one level below his Tao of Space. If he did not encounter some special opportunity, he would need to work harder to improve his dragon vein to strengthen his mastery over the Tao of Time. All these thoughts only stayed in his mind for a short while. For now, was not the time to ponder on them. In such a situation, he had to enter the royal city as quickly as possible and destroy the black ink nests. The Sun and Moon Divine will charge towards the Territory Lord, causing the latter's mind and body to become sluggish. When he finally came to his senses, it was already too late for him to dodge. The Territory Lord roared as thick black ink strength condensed around his body. His figure expanded significantly as his muscles swelled. Instead of backing down, he actually crashed into the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. Heaven and earth seemed to collapse at that moment as countless cracks formed in the void. The Territory Lord's aura plunged sharply, but he still survived. Although the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel was extremely powerful, it wasn't enough to kill a Territory Lord. Surrounded by innumerable void cracks, the Territory Lord was enraged. With blood still dripping from his body, he changed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai, who was flying towards the royal city, instantly noticed the other party's imposing aura and black ink strength closing in on him. It was apparent that the Territory Lord was preparing to use a deadly secret technique. Without hesitation, Yang Kai took out a glowing feather from his space ring and tossed it at the opponent behind him. At the same time he shouted, "Lend me a hand, Xin Yang." The feather shot towards the Territory Lord, and on its way, it flashed and transformed into a beautiful and majestic bird. A furious Huang Xinyang ground her teeth as she snapped, "Smelly brat." Life had been boring for her stuck at the no-return pass. Although a lot of humans would pass through the no-return pass and head to the different great passes, the Phoenix clan was aloof and therefore wouldn't easily come into contact with them. Furthermore, their ancestors had made a bloodline great oath in the past that unless their race was at risk of extinction, they could not leave the no-return pass. Therefore, Huang Xinyang had stayed in the no-return pass since birth. Although the Great Pass was vast, it was still like a cage to her. She was fed up with her unchanging life and longed to go out and have a look at the beauty of the 3,000 worlds. When Yang Kai arrived at the no-return pass back then, she saw a chance. This human had the aura of a dragon, so she didn't mind interacting with him. By using a bet as an excuse, she gave him one of her feathers. In reality, the feather contained a type of soul clone. Restricted by the Great Oath, Huang Xinyang was unable to leave the no-return pass, but that restriction didn't apply to her soul clone. Previously, when Yang Kai entered the void to look for Great Evolution Pass core, Huang Xinyang detected the unusual movements of space and took the initiative to reveal herself. It was with her help that Yang Kai managed to find Great Evolution Pass core. However, Huang Xinyang didn't intend to appear this time, but Yang Kai forcibly summoned her in such a perilous situation. Her real strength was equivalent to that of an ancient dragon. Nevertheless, this was just a soul clone, so her power now was no different from that of a grand dragon. A grand dragon was roughly on par with a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. With that said, a grand dragon would be slightly stronger. Still, her soul clone couldn't possibly be a match for a territory lord. Faced with the territory lord, her soul clone would most likely end up in a horrible state or even be destroyed. Regardless, she didn't have a choice. The territory lord was hurtling towards her, but the instant he saw an enormous, dazzling bird in front of him, he exclaimed in shock, "A phoenix!" Not only had a dragon clan member appeared, but there was also a phoenix clan member now. Had the masters from the No Return Pass made a move? When that thought crossed his mind, this territory lord was naturally flustered, for the dragons and the phoenixes were extremely difficult to deal with. Many territory lords still remembered the debacle they experienced when they launched an attack on the No Return Pass in the past. They had a million-strong Black Ink clan army and several dozen territory lords, but in a single engagement, the dragon and phoenix clans tore them apart, and even slaughtered several territory lords. Therefore, the territory lords in Great Evolution Theater were extremely wary of the dragons and phoenixes. It didn't matter that a single dragon clan member had appeared on the battlefield, but with a phoenix clan member also now revealing herself, it was expected that he started getting worried. However, he soon realized that this phoenix clan member before him wasn't very powerful. At the very least, she was much weaker than he was. Gritting his teeth, he thrust his palm towards Huang Xinyang. Seeing this, a cold glint flashed across Huang Xinyang's eyes. Her wings were so big that they seemed to cover the entire sky, and as she flapped them, flashes of light swirled around her body and warped the local space. Then, her wings fluttered as her figure distorted. The next instant, the territory lord crashed into an invisible wall, and a deep gash from which black blood gushed out appeared on his chest. Horrified, the territory lord swiftly retreated. He realized he had been attacked by the opponent just now, but he didn't even see her movements clearly. In other words, she must have gotten close to him in the blink of an eye and slashed at him before she returned to her original position the next instant, making it seem as though she had not moved at all. There was no denying that she had used a Phoenix Clan secret technique powered by her bloodline talent in the Tao of Space. The Black Ink clan from the Great Evolution Theater had dealt with the dragons and phoenixes before, so they knew about these innate secret techniques. Many of them had suffered serious setbacks when they fought Phoenix clan members in the past. Yang Kai was concentrating on reaching the royal city, so he didn't see what had happened, but if he had, he would have been amazed by Huang Xinyang's methods. His mastery of the Tao of Space was greater than that of Huang Xinyang, but when it came to their utilization of space principles, he was no match for her. Although her move earlier appeared ordinary, it was the manifestation of extremely precise control of space principles, something Yang Kai wasn't capable of. After all, this was the Phoenix clan's bloodline talent. Using space principles was as natural as breathing to her. Following the attack, Huang Xinyang was momentarily surprised as well. The power of her soul clone was only equivalent to that of a peak grand dragon, so she knew she was not a match for a territory lord. Therefore, she was surprised that her move had actually forced the other party back. After some observation though, she finally realized the reason behind it. This territory lord was heavily injured, and a shocking space-time strength was still swirling around his wounds, causing his strength to plunge. It was obviously Yang Kai's doing. At least that brat has some conscience left, not leaving his great-aunt a completely healthy territory lord to deal with. Given this territory lord's condition, Huang Xinyang figured she could stall him for some time even if she couldn't defeat him. Only a moment had passed since Yang Kai summoned Huang Xinyang's soul clone, who then blocked the pursuing territory lord, but with that brief opening, Yang Kai manipulated space principles and returned to the royal city. Seeing this, Che Kong directly threw an attack at him from a distance. Yang Kai sneered and disappeared from the spot, causing Che Kong to miss his target. When he reappeared, he was already hovering in front of a black ink nest. Yang Kai wasn't certain whose black ink nest it was because there were many nests scattered around the ruins of the royal city. Yang Kai summoned his azure dragon spear again and struck the black ink nest, cutting it in half. Without stopping, he charged towards the next black ink nest. Che Kong widened his eyes in fury and bellowed, "You court death." As he spoke, he surged his black ink strength and cast a profound secret technique at Yang Kai. Unfortunately for Che Kong, he couldn't fully unleash his power, for that would cause too much damage and potentially destroy more black ink nests. On the other hand, Yang Kai had no such concerns, as he agilely moved around the black ink nests, using them as cover to dodge Che Kong's attacks, fully taking advantage of the latter's restraints. Barely a moment later, 5 black ink nests had been destroyed. One party had no constraints while the other had to act cautiously. The royal city was in a perilous situation. In fact, Che Kong wasn't the only one in the royal city. There were still quite a number of black ink clansmen around. However, he was the only territory lord left. Even though there were a lot of black ink clansmen, none of them were capable of stopping Yang Kai. As he wielded his Azure Dragon Spear, he killed black ink clansmen and destroyed black ink nests all at the same time. Seeing this, Che Kong was infuriated. Given his passive position, he was unable to protect those mid-rank black ink nests. He couldn't pin his hopes on the other territory lords either. It had come to a point where all the territory lords were dealing with their own opponents, so they were unable to return to the royal city to help. Che Kong could still protect the royal lord's black ink nest and ensure it wouldn't be impacted. However, if all the mid-rank black ink nests were destroyed, the war would still be lost. Without the support from their black ink nests, the territory lords would be no match for the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and their new weapon. Now, Che Kong was the only one who could deal with Yang Kai. As he gritted his teeth, he leaped into the air and pounced at him. Che Kong was one of the top 3 territory lords in the Great Evolution Theater, stronger than even many 8th Order Masters. Although it was a risk leaving the high-rank black ink nest at this point, the only way for Che Kong to resolve the current crisis was by killing this human quickly, so he decided to proactively make a move instead of waiting for death. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5367, The Collapse. As a veteran territory lord, Che Kong had good judgment in the face of a crisis, and he had made the right choice. It was also the outcome that Yang Kai wanted to see, though. This territory lord had been guarding the high-rank black ink nest doggedly, a problem to which Yang Kai didn't have a good solution. Now the chance presented itself as Che Kong had pounced at him. In truth, regardless of what choice that Che Kong had made, it wouldn't affect Yang Kai one bit. If this territory lord never stayed away from the high-rank black ink nest, Yang Kai could just go around the royal city and destroy the mid-rank black ink nests. As long as he could smash enough of them, the 8th Order Division commanders would be able to gain a decisive advantage. Although there was a huge gap between their strengths, Che Kong wouldn't be able to stop Yang Kai if the latter transformed into an ancient dragon and raised chaos in the royal city. Now that Che Kong had decided to temporarily abandon the high-rank black ink nest and chase after his opponent, though, Yang Kai felt that it was the best chance for him to deal a fatal blow to the high-rank black ink nest. There was an unbreakable bond between black ink nests. Higher-rank black ink nests were the source of the lower-rank black ink nests. For example, a mid-rank black ink nest could breed dozens to over 100 low-rank subnests. Even if all of these subnests were destroyed, though, the mid-rank black ink nest wouldn't be affected. However, if the mid-rank black ink nest was destroyed, all the low-rank black ink nests would wither as well. The subnests could not untether themselves from the higher-rank black ink nest they were bred from and survive on their own. The humans had repeatedly verified this fact. Although Yang Kai had been kicking up a storm in the royal city for quite a while, he had only managed to destroy half of the mid-rank black ink nests. In other words, there were still half of them that remained standing, and it would take him some effort to destroy all of them. However, if he could directly destroy the high-rank black ink nest, all the mid-rank black ink nests would fall with it. Only by destroying the high-rank black ink nest could he deal a fatal blow to the Black Ink clan once and for all. Therefore, the moment he saw Che Kong charging towards him, Yang Kai took the initiative to approach him instead of backing down. Seeing that, Che Kong was enraged. He extended his hands into the void and summoned out a spear. As he surged his black ink strength, he pushed the weapon towards Yang Kai. This artifact was apparently made for him by one of the artifact refiners who had become a black ink disciple. Although it wasn't a very high-grade artifact, Che Kong was the one using it after all. Even Xiang Shan wouldn't be able to ignore an attack cast by a top territory lord like Che Kong. However, an unfazed Yang Kai continued flying forward, as though he didn't see the attack coming. While mid-flight, he roared and turned into a 70,000-meter ancient dragon again. He had no choice but to assume his dragon form. Despite being the strongest 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master among all the humans, Yang Kai was still no match for his opponent. Only by turning into an ancient dragon could he deal with a territory lord. He stared fixedly at Che Kong with eyes as bright as two great suns. The next instant, the authoritative-looking eyes reflected Che Kong's figure, and the reflection contorted all of a sudden. Che Kong, who was shooting towards Yang Kai, felt a mysterious force flooding through him, causing him to become sluggish. Still, he was a powerful territory lord, and with a surge of his power, he easily shook of the influence of Yang Kai's eye secret technique. After the eye secret technique was broken through, golden dragon blood started streaming from Yang Kai's eyes. Nevertheless, that brief moment of sluggishness was all Yang Kai needed. Space trembled as Yang Kai roared. At this moment, he seemed to be enduring some unbearable pain as his dragon roar sounded heart-wrenching and could make anyone weep for him. At the same time as the dragon roar sounded, Yang Kai's aura plunged tremendously. However, instead of becoming excited, Che Kong was shocked, for he had a bad premonition all of a sudden. Before he could figure out the reason behind this ominous feeling, he felt a sharp pain in his head. It was as though an invisible force had penetrated his defense and torn into his soul, disorienting him greatly. At that instant, his mind turned blank as he couldn't think straight. Still, he thrust out the spear in his hands instinctually. A dragon roar sounded again, but this time it was because Yang Kai's belly had been wounded by Che Kong's spear, which resulted in his dragon blood gushing out. Despite having robust dragon scales all over his body, they couldn't stop Che Kong's attack. Certainly, it also had something to do with the fact that Yang Kai's mind was in a mess. Just now he had sacrificed a large piece of his soul to power his last soul-rending thorn. Back then, after old ancestor Xiao Xiao taught him how to refine and use the soul-rending thorns, Yang Kai had looked for Grandmaster Ma Fan to create some for him. Even with Grandmaster Ma Fan's mastery in artifact refining, it still took him a year to 12 soul-rending thorns. After that, Yang Kai entered the Black Ink Nest space with his soul, and dealt with the territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples lying in ambush there. All in all, he had used 11 soul-rending thorns to injure or kill that number of territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples. It was only then that the humans managed to completely take over the mid-rank Black Ink Nest near Great Evolution Pass. Yang Kai had kept the last soul-rending thorn on him since then, and he finally found a chance to use it now. Soul-rending thorns were extremely powerful artifacts that specifically targeted the soul, and coupled with the special method to use them, Yang Kai managed to single-handedly destroy several formidable enemies inside the Black Ink Nest space. The masters who had been wounded by his soul-rending thorns all ended up in a horrible state. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao had said that it was an artifact and secret technique that seemed to have been specially invented for Yang Kai. Every time Yang Kai used this artifact, he had to sacrifice a part of his soul to power it. Even the strongest cultivators, including the old ancestors, couldn't repeatedly discard pieces of their soul. Perhaps they could do it 1 or 2 times, but if they did it frequently, even the old ancestors wouldn't be capable of bearing the consequences. Once their soul was too badly damaged, their consciousness would become muddled or even worse, collapse. By then, they would be no different from a living corpse. However, Yang Kai was different. With the nourishment and protection of the soul-warming lotus, his soul would always recover as long as it wasn't instantly destroyed. Despite that, he could only use the soul-rending thorn once in this situation. This place was different from the Black Ink Nest space where he could summon his soul-warming lotus and hide inside it after using several soul-rending thorns. The soul-warming lotus was the strongest shield when it came to spiritual energy, but this place was a chaotic battlefield and Yang Kai was surrounded by enemies, so what did it matter if his soul survived while his body was destroyed? Furthermore, the feeling of getting one's soul torn apart was simply unbearable. Even someone like Yang Kai would become paralyzed on the battlefield if he had to go through this multiple times in short order. As the user of the soul-rending thorn, Yang Kai was enduring immense pain. However, Che Kong, who had been struck by the soul-rending thorn, was suffering from excruciating pain. The moment his soul was pierced, his facial features contorted, and his eyes lost focus as he howled like a wild beast. As these two figures, one small and the other large, clashed, they both became sluggish for a moment and roared in agony. Yang Kai had quite a lot of experience dealing with this kind of pain though, so he managed to steady himself faster, and viciously swiped Che Kong away with his claw. The violent force of a 70,000-meter ancient dragon burst forth, and even a territory lord as strong as Che Kong was unable to withstand it when he was not protecting himself. With numerous bones cracking, and his black ink strength becoming a mess, his gigantic figure was sent flying away like an arrow as he sprayed out black blood while tumbling through the void. Yang Kai ignored his own injuries and continued forward. Even though Che Kong's spear was still stuck in his belly, and he couldn't move around agilely being a 70,000-meter dragon, he still manipulated space principles, and appeared right in front of the high-rank black ink nest the moment he sent Che Kong flying. This black ink nest was much larger than any of the mid-rank black ink nests Yang Kai had seen, and it had been in the royal city for countless years. Over the years it continuously produced black ink strength and nurtured innumerable black ink clansmen. It was the very foundation of the Black Ink clan in the Great Evolution Theater. Without delay, Yang Kai swept his dragon tail across the high-rank Black Ink nest, causing it to be smashed to the ground. All the Black Ink clansmen within the Black Ink nest turned to mist following Yang Kai's powerful attack. These Black Ink clansmen were not powerful to begin with. The reason they even stayed inside the Black Ink nest was to feed resources into the Black Ink pool, so that the royal lord would always have enough Black Ink strength to draw from. How were they supposed to block Yang Kai's attack? It wasn't until this moment that Che Kong stabilized himself. Enduring the sharp pain in his head, he lifted his gaze just in time to see the high-rank Black Ink nest collapsing to the ground. He was dumbfounded. The high-rank Black Ink nest had been destroyed. He couldn't believe his own eyes. Only 3 breaths of time had passed from the time he struck out at Yang Kai to the destruction of the high-rank Black Ink nest. Despite the short amount of time, it was enough to undermine the very survival of the entire Black Ink clan in this theater. Che Kong's heart sank. It was not an exaggeration to say this was the end of the world for them. When Yang Kai was destroying the mid-rank Black Ink nests earlier, even though Che Kong was furious, he wasn't in a state of despair. That was because the royal lord was still fighting against the old ancestor, and they also had the new Ninth Order Black Ink disciple. They still had a chance to repel the humans. But now the high-rank Black Ink nest had been destroyed. All their hopes were shattered following the destruction of this Black Ink nest, and Che Kong felt cold all over his body. At this moment he regretted his decision. He shouldn't have moved away from the high-rank Black Ink nest no matter what. Somewhere on the battlefield, the royal lord could be heard roaring in a heart-wrenching voice. Che Kong. His Black Ink nest had been destroyed. Although there were 20 territory lords who stayed back in the royal city, they were unable to protect his Black Ink nest. Wastes. Every last one of them. At that instant, the royal lord had the urge to leave the battlefield and kill Che Kong and the other territory lords who stayed back in the royal city to vent his fury. However, he was unable to do so. The moment his Black Ink nest was smashed to the ground, he was no longer able to draw energy from it. Although he wasn't in peak condition from the start, he could still fight against old ancestor Xiao Xiao with the help of his Black Ink nest. Now that his Black Ink nest was gone for good though, how was he supposed to deal with old ancestor Xiao Xiao? Upon realizing that her opponent's aura had plunged, old ancestor Xiao Xiao knew that it was a chance she couldn't afford to miss. She exerted more force with her attacks and bellowed, "Suffer death, Emo Zhao." Emo Zhao was the name of this royal lord. Those from the Great Evolution Army were not aware of this royal lord's name, but having fought against this opponent for so many years, old ancestor Xiao Xiao certainly knew his name. During their exchanges of moves in the past, they occasionally engaged in some small talk, and that was when they learned each other's names. It seemed that a lot of royal lords had the surname Mo. So far, around 70% of the royal lords' names that the humans were aware of shared the same surname. On the other hand, the territory lords had all sorts of strange names. The humans had always wondered if those territory lords would change their names once they became royal lords one day. Martial Peak. Chapter 5368, Fighting Che Kong. As old ancestor Xiao Xiao bellowed, she cast several divine abilities at Mo Zhao, causing his huge figure to stagger and bleed. In just a few breaths, Mo Zhao's aura plunged again, as though all his injuries accumulated over the years broke out at the same time. He no longer looked as majestic as a royal lord should be. Initially, he could still fight back against old ancestor Xiao Xiao, but barely 10 breaths after the destruction of his black ink nest, he fell into a complete disadvantage. On the other hand, old ancestor Xiao Xiao was increasingly assertive. It seemed that she was determined to destroy her opponent. No longer a match for the human woman, Mo Zhao roared, "Save me." If no one could lend him a hand, he would most probably be killed by this old ancestor. There was only one person he could seek help from, the Ninth Order Black Ink disciple who was still dealing with the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Presently, only this Ninth Order Black Ink disciple was able to interfere in the battle between the old ancestor and the Royal Lord. The Ninth Order Black Ink disciple was indeed powerful. Although 6 Eighth Order Masters had joined forces to fight him, they still couldn't gain the upper hand, and instead, they had been suppressed by this Black Ink disciple. 3 of them were seriously injured as blood spurted out of their wounds. Hearing Mo Zhao's call for help, the Ninth Order Black Ink disciple wielded his sword as his sword chi exploded and drove the 6 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters away before he turned and raced towards Mo Zhao. Certainly, he had noticed that the Royal Lord's Black Ink nest had collapsed, so he knew that the Black Ink clan had lost the battle, and they couldn't stay there any longer. Under such circumstances, the only chance to flee from here was for him to join forces with Mo Zhao. But how could the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters simply stand by and watch? These 6 division commanders were all experienced warriors, so there was no way they would let their opponent just go at this point. They soon charged forward again and unleashed secret techniques, and even summoned their divine manifestations to pin down this Black Ink disciple. These Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were determined to make their opponents stay, and didn't even care if they were heavily wounded in the process. Hence, 2 groups of the most powerful masters entered into an even more intense struggle. On the other hand, after Yang Kai accomplished his task in the royal city, he shouted, "The Royal Lord's Black Ink nest has been destroyed. Death to the Black Ink clan." His loud voice reverberated across the void. A hush fell on the clamorous battlefield as both the humans and the Black Ink clansmen seemed to be digesting this shocking news. The next instant, countless humans chanted at the same time as their voices shook the void. "Death to the Black Ink clan! Death to the Black Ink clan! Death to the Black Ink clan!" The human soldiers felt their morale soar while the Black Ink clan became anxious and confused. The battlefield had been chaotic as the soldiers of the 2 races clashed, so none of them paid any attention to the happenings in the royal city. Therefore, both the humans and the Black Ink clansmen were not aware that the Royal Lord's Black Ink nest had been destroyed until Yang Kai's announcement. Certainly, the Black Ink clansmen wouldn't believe Yang Kai, but within moments, the Royal Lord cried out for help. That was when all the Black Ink clansmen fell into a state of fear and depression. It seemed that the Royal Lord's Black Ink nest had really been destroyed. Otherwise, the Royal Lord wouldn't have called for help all of a sudden. At that instant, the morale of the Black Ink clan plunged into the abyss. It had been quite a while since the war started, and both races had suffered immense losses. With that said, the Black Ink clansmen were not unable to fight. If they remained united, the humans might not be able to wipe them out. The humans might win the battle, but the losses they suffered would also be unbearable. However, at this moment, all the Black Ink clan soldiers were flustered and many lost all will to fight. Forget the weaker Black Ink clansmen, even the territory lords felt the urge to throw down their weapons and run for their lives. Most of the mid-rank Black Ink nests had been destroyed even before the Royal Lord Black Ink nest fell, so the territory lords could no longer draw energy from them. On the battlefield, more and more territory lords were killed in rapid succession. Although some of the Eighth Order masters had lost their lives as well, the Black Ink clan suffered far more significant casualties. It seemed that the Royal Lord was no longer able to persevere, and once he was killed, the territory lords would certainly die as well. Both races had been fighting for millennia, and the blood feud between them was irresolvable. The Black Ink clansmen didn't think that the humans would be magnanimous enough to spare them when the war ended. At the thought of this, the surviving territory lords lost the determination to fight on. Nevertheless, it was because of this that they fell into an even more perilous situation. The destruction of the Royal Lord's Black Ink nest seemed to be a catalyst that propelled the humans to an absolute advantage on the battlefield. The Special Operations Squads, who had been suppressed by the 3 territory lords, finally had a chance to catch their breath. The 3 elite squads, led by the Old Turtles, respectively held up 1 territory lord each. They were initially on the losing side, and their warships had all taken significant damage. They would have to retreat soon. Otherwise, fatalities would soon begin to appear among them. Once their warships were shattered, many, if not all of them, would lose their lives. However, at this moment, these 3 territory lords were no longer determined to kill, and instead began focusing on fleeing. Certainly, Chai Fong and the others wouldn't grant their wish. They did everything they could to tie down their opponents, and as expected, the territory lords were enraged. On the battlefield, the humans fought on while the Black Ink clansmen were routed and attempted to flee. On the other hand, Yang Kai was having a hard time in the royal city. Right after he announced the destruction of the Royal Lord's Black Ink nest, he felt that all his fury accumulated over the years had been vented. However, his thrill was short-lived as Che Kong soon charged at him with a dark expression. This time, Che Kong no longer held back any of his strength. Being one of the top territory lords, his full power was quite intense. Although Yang Kai was now a 70,000-meter ancient dragon, his dragon scales were still blasted off by his opponent. His bones cracked, and one of his eyes was almost blinded. The power that Che Kong showcased at this moment was even greater than that of even Xiang Shan. After just 30 breaths of time, Yang Kai knew that he was no match for the other party. If not for the fact that the Tao of space was abstruse and elusive and his dragon form was incredibly sturdy, he would have been beaten to death by now. There was no denying that he was in a perilous situation. Yang Kai wasn't born as a member of the Dragon Clan, and had only grown into a 70,000-meter ancient dragon because of an opportunity in the dragon pool. It wasn't a result of his own hard work in terms of training and gradual growth. Therefore, he didn't have enough control over his dragon form's power yet. In other words, he wasn't able to fully bring out the strength of his ancient dragon form at this moment. If he had grown into a 70,000-meter ancient dragon through hard work over many millennia, he wouldn't have looked so battered despite not being a match for Che Kong. When his opponent's fist struck his head, Yang Kai started seeing stars, and he felt as if his skull had cracked. Infuriated, he snarled, "Che Kong, the Royal Lord will die soon, and then you'll be next." Since he couldn't defeat Che Kong, Yang Kai could only threaten him, hoping to intimidate the other party into escaping. Although letting Che Kong off would be potentially problematic in the future, Yang Kai didn't want to be entangled in this life-and-death battle any longer. However, Che Kong was unfazed as he refuted coldly, "Don't worry. I'll make sure to kill you first." He was truly resentful of Yang Kai. He was responsible for protecting the royal city, but Yang Kai still had the nerve to destroy so many territory Lord Black Ink nests in front of him. In the end, Yang Kai had even smashed the Royal Lord's Black Ink nest. Now Che Kong wasn't sure if the other party was a human or a Dragon Clan member. When Yang Kai was a human, it was apparent that he was just a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but when he transformed into a dragon, he was a 70,000-meter-long ancient dragon, which was odd. Regardless of Yang Kai's real identity, Che Kong could only vent his anger by killing him. Che Kong had considered running away, but he didn't think he could succeed. The other territory lords might be able to flee, but he didn't have a chance to do so because he was one of the most powerful territory lords, so the humans would undoubtedly prioritize killing him. Che Kong's stubbornness was giving Yang Kai a headache as it seemed the former was determined to drag him down to the Yellow Springs. The humans had gone through lots of hardships since the crusade started, and they finally saw hope of victory. Perhaps after this war, they would be able to destroy all the enemies on the black ink battlefield once and for all, and then return to the 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai's friends and family members were still waiting for him, so he didn't want to lose his life here. It was vexing that he had used up all the soul-rending thorns. If he could cast a second soul-rending thorn at Che Kong at this time, he could significantly weaken him despite not being able to kill him. His black ink nest might still be around. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly remain so powerful. I have to find his black ink nest and destroy it. All of a sudden, Yang Kai felt his chest tightening. Wait, what am I thinking? His black ink nest is still around? How could that be? Supposedly, since the Royal Lord's black ink nest had been destroyed, all the mid-rank black ink nests should have started withering as well. After all, those Territory Lord black ink nests were bred from the Royal Lord black ink nest, and they couldn't survive on their own. However, at this moment, there were still about a dozen Territory Lord black ink nests standing in the royal city. What's going on? A lot of ideas flashed across Yang Kai's mind, and he soon took a glance at the Royal Lord's black ink nest, and formed a speculation. The Royal Lord black ink nest had been smashed to the ground by his tail sweep earlier, but it hadn't been completely destroyed. In its current state, it had affected the Royal Lord's ability to draw energy from it, which was proven by the fact that the Royal Lord now appeared weak and feeble while fighting against old ancestor Xiao Xiao. However, it wasn't dead yet. Since the Royal Lord's black ink nest hadn't been fully destroyed, it certainly didn't have a huge impact on the surviving Territory Lord black ink nests. Realizing Yang Kai's intentions, Che Kong exerted more force with his attacks, giving the opponent no chance to approach the Royal Lord's black ink nest again. I can't drag this out any longer. Yang Kai looked around and saw that in different parts of the battlefield, the Eighth Order Masters were locked in intense battles with the Territory Lords. There was no denying that the humans had gained the upper hand. However, if Yang Kai lured Che Kong to those Eighth Order Masters, their efforts so far might go down the drain. In that case, there was only one place he could go. Having made up his mind, he braced himself to endure one of Che Kong's blows, which caused his dragon form to stagger before he charged towards Great Evolution Pass while calling out, "Help!" Great Evolution Pass was hovering 5 million kilometers away from the royal city. While it was rotating slowly, the arrays and artifacts installed on the walls continuously shot at the Black Ink clan soldiers. It had been a while since the war started, and the arrangements around Great Evolution Pass had killed a lot of enemies. Certainly, the soldiers in Great Evolution Pass could see the golden 70,000-meter ancient dragon fleeing in their direction. Hearing Yang Kai's call for help, they activated the power of the arrays and artifacts and rained down attacks on the enemy behind him without hesitation. At that instant, countless flashes of light cut across the void and reached for Che Kong. However, Yang Kai's figure was colossal and Che Kong was following behind him, so the attacks from Great Evolution Pass couldn't directly strike him. Upon that realization, Yang Kai quickly returned to his human form. While spraying out a mouthful of blood, he flew towards Great Evolution Pass. As a result, Che Kong fell into a dangerous situation. Although most of the attacks missed their target, dozens of them rained down on him in a constant barrage. So many of them still hit their mark. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5369, Open Your Dog Eyes. Yang Kai crossed 1,000,000 kilometers in the blink of an eye. When Che Kong endured the storm of attacks and reached somewhere near Great Evolution Pass, Yang Kai was nowhere to be found. While he was on the way earlier, he was faced with the powers of the arrays and artifacts from Great Evolution Pass, which disturbed the space around him and caused him to lose track of his enemy. Where is he? Soon, Che Kong detected Yang Kai's aura. He was strong, so it was expected that his divine sense wasn't weak either. Unless Yang Kai had already left this battlefield, Che Kong would definitely find him if he was determined to do so. When Che Kong found Yang Kai though, his expression turned livid. That was because after Yang Kai lured him to this place, he wheeled around and returned to the chaotic battlefield. At this moment, he didn't intend to hide his whereabouts at all. He transformed into his 70,000-meter ancient dragon form again, and charged around the battlefield. Now essentially all of the territory lords were occupied with their own battles, so a 70,000-meter ancient dragon like Yang Kai was like a tiger barging into a flock of sheep. No one was a match for him. Every time Yang Kai let out his dragon breath and wielded his dragon claws, hundreds of black ink clansmen exploded into blood mist. While he was at it, he kept looking in Great Evolution Pass direction. Despite being majestic, he appeared as though he was ready to flee at any moment. Che Kong was enraged as the fury stuck in his chest was like a volcano that was about to erupt. That brat has gone too far. An incensed Che Kong directly turned around and charged towards the battlefield. The attacks from Great Evolution Pass rained down on him from behind, causing his black ink strength to undulate and his figure to shake. Seeing that his opponent was chasing after him again, Yang Kai was vexed. Left with no choice, he returned to human form and darted in a particular direction on the battlefield. While on his way, he avoided passing through places where the humans gathered and instead stuck closer to the Black Ink clan forces. Che Kong had apparently gone insane, so Yang Kai wouldn't dare to lure him to the human soldiers lest they be implicated. The opponent's powerful aura locked onto him like an anchor, causing his brow to twitch. It was a sign that he was constantly in danger. Given such a situation, Che Kong was still determined to kill Yang Kai, which went to show how angered he was. Although Yang Kai was a master of the Tao of space, Che Kong was swift as he relentlessly pursued his target. Wherever they went, the Black Ink clan soldiers, who had lost their morale, suffered miserably. They were either killed by Yang Kai or lost their lives after getting hit by the fallout of Che Kong's attacks. It had come to a point where Che Kong couldn't be bothered with accidentally killing his own clansmen. To him, Yang Kai was the culprit who had destroyed all their Black Ink nests, so even though the Black Ink clan had lost the war, he was determined to end Yang Kai's life. As the chase dragged on, the gap between them shortened. All of a sudden, Yang Kai turned around and dashed towards the royal city. He hadn't forgotten that there were still a couple dozen Black Ink nests that were still standing. Moreover, the reason Che Kong was still so powerful must have something to do with the fact that his Black Ink nest was still around. To get rid of his pursuer, Yang Kai had to destroy Che Kong's Black Ink nest first. Courting death. Che Kong instantly figured out Yang Kai's intention. However, he was unable to stop him on his own. Seeing that Yang Kai was getting closer to the royal city, Che Kong roared, "Bo Jen, kill him!" Somewhere in front of Yang Kai, a territory lord was tangled up in a fight against the Old Turtle Squad. Since he started battling against this Special Operations Squad, Bo Jen had managed to injure Chai Fong and the others. While there were 10 Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Old Turtle Squad, none of them was in good shape now. Previously, Bo Jen had drawn energy from his Black Ink nest, allowing him to use a power that exceeded his own limits. However, when Yang Kai kicked up a storm in the royal city, his Black Ink nest was among those destroyed. Without the Black Ink nest's assistance, Bo Jen's power returned to normal, which was why the old turtles were able to deal with him. Nevertheless, they were all wounded. Even though they had given their all, the old turtles could only ensure that they wouldn't lose. They couldn't kill this territory lord named Bo Jen. Even if all the Seventh Order Masters of the Old Turtle Squad were still at peak strength, they couldn't kill a territory lord, not to mention that they were all injured now. Similarly, it was difficult for Bo Jen to destroy them. The Old Turtle Squad's defense was impenetrable, and all the members specifically cultivated defensive secret arts. As such, they all had thick skin and strong flesh. Hearing Che Kong's roar, Bo Jen used a powerful secret technique without hesitation. As his Black Ink strength undulated, he cast this secret technique at the Old Turtle Squad. At the same time, he whirled around and pounced towards Yang Kai. Seeing that, Chai Fong, who was leading his team members to deal with the territory lord, bellowed, "Stop him! Activate the sealing array!" The moment he finished speaking, the Old Turtle Squad's warship started shining brightly. Something that looked like a tortoise shell expanded rapidly and occupied a large area in the void. Bo Jen, who was trying to leave, was suddenly rooted to the spot. The moment of delay cost him the chance to extricate himself. The gigantic tortoise shell soon folded and entrapped everyone inside. After that, Bo Jen and the old turtle squad's warship were nowhere to be found. It was apparent that they had been trapped inside the tortoise shell, and now a fierce struggle where only one party would survive would ensue. That was a dangerous move for the old turtles. If a territory lord decided to go all out, they might not be able to withstand his attacks. Yang Kai skirted past the tortoise shell and roared, "Hang in there, Brother Chai. I'll be back to help you kill the enemy soon." Chai Fong's voice sounded from the shell. "There's no need. I'll kill this territory lord myself." Yang Kai fell silent. "Fine. Since you want to act tough, I'll let you be. Let's see if you ask for my help later." While he was distracted by this thought, someone warned him from afar, "Brother Yang, watch out." Instantly, Yang Kai was alarmed as he lifted his azure dragon spear and thrust it to the side without hesitation. Struck by an immense force, he was sent flying away while spraying out a mouthful of blood. Another territory lord, who was previously dealing with the Profound Wind Squad, had arrived. On the battlefield, every territory lord had their own opponents, who were mostly 8th Order Division commanders. Those territory lords who were dealing with the 8th Order masters could naturally not shake off their opponents. Therefore, it was the 3 territory lords who were battling against the special operations squads that were able to help out. The old turtle squad's opponent had been trapped inside a giant tortoise shell, while the one facing Dawn wasn't strong enough, so he was unable to shake off his opponents. Unfortunately, the Profound Wind Squad's enemy escaped from Ma Gao's suppression and launched a sneak attack on Yang Kai, causing the latter to suffer a setback. Seeing that, a relentless Che Kong roared, "Well done!" He also seized this chance to push out his palm at Yang Kai. Yang Kai hadn't stabilized himself when Che Kong's attack arrived. Flustered, he raised his spear to defend himself, but his actions were futile. His arms shook and as his body cracked. Even his chest was indented, and the blood he sprayed out was mixed with pieces of his organs. Nevertheless, Yang Kai borrowed the momentum of this blow to continue charging towards the royal city, coughing up blood the whole time. Meanwhile, Che Kong's expression was extremely dark. He and the other territory lord had successfully attacked, but they were still unable to kill Yang Kai. There was no denying that it was hard to deal with this brat. If an average 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was struck with their attacks, they would be badly wounded if not killed outright. However, even though Yang Kai was injured, his mobility wasn't affected one bit. Che Kong had a feeling that it had something to do with the fact that Yang Kai was a member of the Dragon Clan. A dragon's defense and physique far surpassed that of a human's. After all, every Dragon Clan member was covered with dragon scales. Although their dragon scales were not visible when they were in human form, their defense remained strong. The territory lord's attacks might have been offset by Yang Kai's hidden dragon scales. Many ideas flashed across Che Kong's mind, but it didn't slow him down. The other territory lord intended to chase after Yang Kai as well, but the Profound Wind Squad pounced on him. Ma Gao was so furious that his face contorted. The illusory phantom of his small universe flashed across his back, as he led his squad members to cast a barrage at this territory lord. They blamed themselves for failing in their duty to prevent Yang Kai from being ambushed, so they were naturally enraged. The old turtle squad and Dawn squad had managed to pin down their opponents. Was the Profound Wind Squad any weaker? At that instant, all the Profound Wind Squad members exerted themselves to attack this territory lord. They had mainly been trying to stall for time while defending themselves earlier, but they had given up on that now. They were determined to make sure this territory lord wouldn't shake them off again, even if they had to suffer casualties along the way. On the other hand, Yang Kai arrived at the royal city and bolted towards a black ink nest. While on his way he roared, "Che Kong, open your dog eyes wide and watch." He swept his azure dragon spear across a mid-rank black ink nest, causing it to collapse to the ground. Without stopping, he continued dashing forward. Soon enough, another black ink nest collapsed. A moment later, another black ink nest was destroyed. In the blink of an eye, 3 black ink nests had been shattered. When Yang Kai flew out the other side of the royal city, he felt his face twitching wildly. Che Kong was just too lucky. There were only a couple dozen black ink nests left in the royal city, and he had destroyed 3 of them. However, none of them belonged to Che Kong as his aura remained powerful. The success rate was neither high nor low as he had cut 3 out of some 20 black ink nests. Furthermore, he had demolished several black ink nests a while ago, but Che Kong still hadn't been affected one bit. Yang Kai couldn't help but acknowledge that Che Kong was a lucky person. He didn't intend to completely destroy the high-rank black ink nest as it had already fallen to the ground, and the royal lord was no longer able to draw energy from it, which was enough. Since the royal lord's black ink nest had survived his attack, Yang Kai decided to let it be for now. The humans possessed a mid-rank black ink nest, and after years of research, they found out a lot of the black ink nest's secrets. If they could obtain this half-dead high-rank black ink nest, they might be able to learn even more. Things were looking up in the Great Evolution Theater, causing Yang Kai to wonder how the humans in the other theaters were doing. Therefore, he reckoned that he should keep this high-rank black ink nest. Perhaps it would prove to be useful in the future. 2 figures subsequently left the royal city and darted towards Great Evolution Pass again. While running away, Yang Kai bellowed, "Shoot him!" Soon innumerable flashes of light shot out from Great Evolution Pass, as if history was repeating itself. However, with his previous experience, Che Kong figured out that Yang Kai wanted to use the attacks from Great Evolution Pass as a screen to shake him off, so he could make a fuss on the battlefield again. Therefore, he quickly locked his aura onto Yang Kai, ensuring that the latter wouldn't be able to flee. Martial Peak, Chapter 5370, Too Brutal. The aura was like a needle as well as a lock. While Yang Kai felt a threat behind him, he was also unable to activate instantaneous movement. The instant space principles undulated. Che Kong's aura would flare up and destabilize the void, ensuring that Yang Kai was unable to flee. Over the years, even though Yang Kai had repeatedly made use of space principles to escape opponents, there were distressing moments when he was faced with much stronger enemies. After all, instantaneous movement wasn't invincible. As long as the void around Yang Kai was sufficiently turbulent, he wouldn't be able to teleport away. 2 figures circled around Great Evolution Pass at a great speed. While spitting blood, Yang Kai grinned. "Let's see how much longer you can persevere." This kind of action put Che Kong in a disadvantageous position. There were all sorts of arrangements on the walls of Great Evolution Pass, which could be used to rain down a constant stream of attacks on Che Kong while Yang Kai, who was at the front, was unaffected. They repeatedly circled Great Evolution Pass. During the 3rd round, Che Kong started finding it unbearable. His gigantic figure trembled as he was struck by the attacks from Great Evolution Pass over and over again. Soon he realized that he couldn't just keep getting hit without counterattacking. Infuriated, he threw out his fist at Great Evolution Pass. Upon impact, the light barrier around the pass shook, but it remained undamaged. Seeing that, Yang Kai snorted. Now 5 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were controlling the core and sustaining the defenses around the Great Pass. There was no way Che Kong could damage the Great Pass on his own. Che Kong was distracted when he made a move earlier. Seizing the chance, Yang Kai activated his power and shook off the aura locked onto his figure. The next instant he activated space principles and disappeared. Detecting something, Che Kong turned around and saw Yang Kai hovering above an enormous black ink nest in the royal city. A distance of 5 million kilometers was short for a powerful cultivator, especially one skilled in the Tao of space. An unrestrained Yang Kai could cross such a distance in a flash. However, he didn't immediately destroy the black ink nest beneath him. Instead, he eyed Che Kong from a distance and sneered. Che Kong barked, "Don't you dare." Yang Kai scoffed. "Your expression tells me that this is indeed your black ink nest." He had gained some useful information after being tangled up with Che Kong for such a long time. At the very least, he had faintly detected the direction where his opponent drew more black ink strength from. By tracing this trail, he soon found Che Kong's black ink nest. Che Kong was lucky earlier as he wasn't affected one bit after Yang Kai destroyed 3 out of more than 20 or so remaining black ink nests. Now that his black ink nest had been found though, it seemed that he had run out of luck. While roaring, Che Kong charged towards the royal city in an attempt to stop Yang Kai. Nevertheless, it was too late. For a master of the Tao of space like Yang Kai, he could move across hundreds of thousands of kilometers in the blink of an eye, so regardless of how fast Che Kong was, it would take him at least a few breaths to reach his enemy. He was unable to stop Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised his hand as world force swirled around his palm. The next moment he pushed his palm out. Under the influence of an immense force, the black ink nest trembled before being ground to paste. All the black ink strength within the black ink nest formed into a gigantic black ink cloud, shadowing a large area of the royal city. With the previous experience where the royal lord's black ink nest wasn't completely shattered, Yang Kai realized that his move at that time wasn't ruthless enough. Therefore, he made sure to completely vaporize this black ink nest, leaving no trace of it behind. The moment the black ink nest was destroyed, Che Kong's imposing aura plunged and his figure became sluggish. The destruction of the black ink nest did not only make him lose the source where he could draw energy from, but it also caused some backlash to him. Usually this kind of impact was negligible and it wouldn't harm him one bit. However, at this moment, there was a pair of eyes that sensitively caught this momentary weakness. Right after Yang Kai destroyed the black ink nest and Che Kong's aura plunged, a figure shot out of Great Evolution Pass and launched an attack. He had been waiting for quite a while. A ferocious aura locked onto Che Kong and the attack from behind was like an ominous wind from hell, causing him to nearly jump out of his skin. It was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. At this critical moment, an 8th Order Master launched a sneak attack on him. Is it one of the 8th Order Masters who was staying in Great Evolution Pass? Che Kong was unable to figure it out. He chased after Yang Kai to Great Evolution Pass twice, and during the second time, he circled around the pass 3 times. However, those 8th Order Masters didn't seem to have the intention of making a move even then. Che Kong had a feeling that they were unable to make a move for some reason. That was why he had the guts to stick so close to Great Evolution Pass. It never crossed his mind that an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would assault him at this moment. His fury over the destruction of his black ink nest was replaced by extreme fear. At this critical moment, he had to save himself instead of chasing after Yang Kai. He hurriedly turned around and surged his black ink strength before casting a secret technique. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's World Force and the Territory Lord's black ink strength clashed as their figures trembled. The figure from Great Evolution Pass left just as quick as he came. The moment he came into contact with Che Kong, he was sent flying away and spraying out a mouthful of blood. On the other hand, even though Che Kong was forced backwards, he wasn't as battered as his opponent. There was no denying that Che Kong had gained the upper hand during this exchange. Despite the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's majestic attack, he seemed as frail as a piece of paper. Finally, Che Kong identified the 8th Order Master who launched an attack on him. He was none other than Cha Pu. The weaker Black Ink clansman knew little about the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but a territory lord like Che Kong was well aware of the enemy's information. Therefore, he could instantly recognize this 8th Order Master. I see. I'm surprised that it's him. Cha Pu was previously injured when the 9th Order Black Ink disciple revealed himself. If not for the fact that the Black Ink disciple's target was the old ancestor, Cha Pu would have been killed by the surprise attack. Despite that, Cha Pu was still badly wounded in that clash. After that, Yang Kai came over in a hurry and saved him before bringing him back to Great Evolution Pass. In fact, as a veteran 8th Order Master, Cha Pu was fairly strong. However, he had lost the ability to fight after being wounded by the Black Ink disciple. Therefore, he could only recuperate in Great Evolution Pass. Che Kong had almost forgotten about him. Who could have thought that a wounded 8th Order Master would launch a sneak attack on him at that instant? That was the reason Cha Pu was easily driven off after being struck, for the Black Ink disciple had severely wounded him. There was no way he could suppress such a serious injury in such a short time. Although he had made a rash move, the fact that he wasn't killed by Che Kong's all-out counterattack showed the depths of his heritage. Wounded for a second time, Cha Pu was unable to make a second move. Presently, he was sent flying away towards Great Evolution Pass with a livid expression. Without hesitation, Che Kong chased after the man. Although Yang Kai was despicable, Che Kong had realized it was difficult to deal with him after their brief clash. Yang Kai wasn't powerful in his human form, but he could make use of space principles and the Great Pass to deal with his opponent. Now that Che Kong's black ink nest was destroyed, he might not be able to kill him. On the other hand, Cha Pu was different, for Che Kong had the confidence to kill him. Ending an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's life was tempting to Che Kong. Since the black ink nests were now all dying, he had to take any chance he could get to weaken the humans' collective power. However, before Che Kong could make a move, a figure appeared in front of him suddenly and almost stood face to face with him. Che Kong widened his eyes in disbelief and roared, "You dare provoke me still?" Yang Kai should consider himself lucky that Che Kong didn't find fault with him. Nevertheless, after he destroyed the black ink nest, he didn't immediately run away. Instead, he had the nerve to get in Che Kong's way. "Does he think I'm a pushover?" Che Kong was infuriated. He was one of the most powerful territory lords in the Great Evolution Theater. Even some of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were no match for him. Even though he was no longer able to draw energy from his black ink nest, there was no way a 7th Order human was a match for him. While roaring, he extended his hand and grasped Yang Kai. Just as he was ready to exert more force with his hand and squeeze Yang Kai to death, the latter also extended his hands and turned them into dragon claws before gripping Che Kong's shoulders. With a hideous expression he roared, "Die, die, die." Every time he cursed at Che Kong, his divine sense flared as pure spiritual energy burst forth like a tsunami. Che Kong became rooted to the spot as his facial features warped in agony. He was going through so much pain that he couldn't stop howling. Yang Kai wasn't feeling any better. All his bones cracked as Che Kong tightened his grip, however he was still laughing like a madman. Their faces were in such close proximity that they almost came into contact with each other, and both of them appeared deranged. Seeing that, the soldiers in Great Evolution Pass felt a crawling sensation on their scalps. Despite the distance between them, they could clearly feel the violent fluctuations of spiritual energy bursting out of Yang Kai. At this moment he was engaging in a soul battle with Che Kong. This was a fight without any technique, simply a brutal clash that might lead to mutual destruction. It was dangerous for two divine senses to clash, as even if one party was stronger, their soul would inevitably be weakened and damaged by the other party. If there was serious damage to one's soul, that person would become a living corpse. He's putting his life in danger. It's too brutal. All the soldiers in Great Evolution Pass widened their eyes in disbelief. They were shocked by Yang Kai's savage move that was akin to mutual suicide, fearful of what might happen to him. On the other hand, Yang Kai was not worried about his safety at all. The higher-ups also knew that he had the soul-warming lotus, and with it, there was no need to worry about this kind of damage to his soul. However, it was a different story for Che Kong. He was previously struck by a soul-rending thorn, so his soul had already suffered a serious injury. Now that he was faced with Yang Kai's all-out spiritual energy attack, he started seeing stars and feeling dizzy. Back when Yang Kai was in Royal Lord Black Ink Nest space, he had used 11 soul-rending thorns and killed and crippled a lot of territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples. Although some of them ultimately survived, they were badly wounded and might not have recovered to this day. This went to show how powerful the soul-rending thorns were. With that said, everyone in the Black Ink Nest space was a soul avatar, which magnified the effectiveness of soul-rending thorns. Although a soul-rending thorn was still extremely powerful in the outside world, it wasn't as fatal as in a Black Ink Nest space where one lacked a physical body to help protect themselves. Despite that, Che Kong couldn't have possibly remained unharmed after getting struck by a soul-rending thorn. Martial Peak, Chapter 5371, Emo Zhao's death. However, after Yang Kai cast the soul-rending thorn earlier, Che Kong was only momentarily affected and soon regained his composure. Yang Kai didn't think the other party was powerful enough to ignore the soul-rending thorn's impact. After all, he had sacrificed quite a bit of his soul to power that soul-rending thorn. Since it was also damaging to him, there was no way it wasn't harmful to a territory lord. Even though the soul-rending thorn wasn't as effective in the outside world as it was inside the Black Ink Nest space, it couldn't be completely ineffective. The only explanation was that Che Kong had used a secret technique to suppress the damage to his soul. The Black Ink clan had suffered a huge setback because of the soul-rending thorns a while back, so they must have been vigilant against these strange artifacts now. Since it was just a suppressed injury, it was easy for Yang Kai to target this weakness. In the battle against Che Kong earlier, Yang Kai didn't target his soul at all. He hadn't forgotten about it, but instead wanted to numb the other party's sense of wariness. When they were circling around Great Evolution Pass earlier, Cha Pu had sent a divine sense transmission and said that he could help, but Yang Kai had told him to wait. Cha Pu was badly wounded, so even if he made a move at that point, it wouldn't have been impactful. Only after Yang Kai destroyed Che Kong's Black Ink Nest would there be an opening for Cha Pu to make a move. A sneak attack from a heavily wounded 8th Order Master might not be enough to kill Che Kong, but what about a series of attacks on his soul? At this moment, Yang Kai could clearly feel that Che Kong's soul was being shredded. The soul of a top territory lord was just as powerful as any 8th Order Master. Although Yang Kai's soul was essentially on par with an 8th Order Master's, his current actions would only lead to mutually assured death under normal circumstances. No one could gain the upper hand in such a fight. Nevertheless, it was different now. After their divine senses clashed several times, Che Kong was clearly in a disadvantageous position. He kept roaring in pain while his gigantic body trembled. He could no longer even exert enough force with his hand to hold Yang Kai in place. It was apparent that the damage to his soul that he had been suppressing finally broke out, and the soul-rending thorn was madly digging in. Yang Kai didn't bother to shake off the other party's grasp as he just continued to pummel Che Kong with his spiritual energy. The invisible force exploded in Che Kong's head, causing his 7 orifices to bleed. Just die already. Yang Kai roared and exerted more force with his dragon claws before pulling Che Kong's arms off, causing blood to spurt out from the fresh wounds. Che Kong howled and staggered backwards. While his vision had turned blurred, he saw Yang Kai charging towards him and was consumed with fear. He didn't panic when the Royal Lord Black Ink Nest was destroyed, but now that his life was at risk, he could no longer keep his cool. The instant he felt the murderous intent flooding through him, his mind became a mess and he couldn't summon his strength at all. He turned around and attempted to flee. The void around Che Kong became viscous all of a sudden as Yang Kai raised his hands and 2 marks appeared. The powers of blue and yellow crystals were drawn from his small universe, as they gathered together between his palms, and turned into the purest white light. All the surrounding darkness was driven off. Before the war began, all of the 7th Order Masters had received a certain amount of evil-purging divine spears, including those from Dawn. However, Yang Kai received none of those. Evil-purging divine spears damaged and killed Black Ink clansmen with purifying light, but Yang Kai was the one who sealed all the purifying light inside the evil-purging divine spears, which was why he didn't need any for himself. If he wanted to deal with the Black Ink clan, he could just directly activate purifying light. When he arrived at Blue Sky Pass after escaping from the Black Ink clan's territory back then, he had used purifying light on a wounded territory lord. After that, he had not openly shown the white light in front of any Black Ink clansmen again for the past several hundred years. It wasn't that he did not want to, but that he had been warned not to. A long time ago, Zhongliang had told him not to activate purifying light in public. At that time, Zhongliang explained that this power was the best weapon against the Black Ink clan. However, Yang Kai was still too weak. If this power was revealed too soon, he would surely be targeted by the Black Ink clan. Zhongliang even wanted him to stay in Blue Sky Pass and never enter the battlefield, but Yang Kai soon snuck out of the Great Pass to join the fight. Now, it seemed that those at the top were already getting prepared for the crusade back then. Purifying light was a secret weapon that could catch the Black Ink clan off guard during the crusade. Now that the evil purging divine spears proved to be a great success, Yongkai no longer needed to hide his ability to use purifying light. The bright light soon engulfed Che Kong. If he were still at the peak of his power, he could have dodged it easily. However, his soul had been damaged and he couldn't think straight, so it was too late when he realized he was in danger. The pure white light cast the darkness away and covered a large area in the void, including Che Kong. The thick black ink strength seemed to have come across its arch nemesis, and as it clashed with the pure light, it was rapidly vaporized. On the other hand, Che Kong seemed to be going through the most horrible torture imaginable as he screamed in agony, his facial features contorting uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, this powerful territory lord looked like a dilapidated house as a large amount of purifying light entered his body through his pores and 7 orifices, and eroded the source of his power. Che Kong had never expected that he would one day be invaded by a corrosive power just like the humans had suffered for so long. This was no different from the black ink strength's effects on humans. While Che Kong's energy was in a mess, Yongkai reached him and fiercely thrust his spear through his opponent's head. Yongkai had channeled all his strength into the weapon and, with a clever use of space principles, the spear ignored any form of distance and directly penetrated Che Kong's head. Yongkai's world force exploded, and before Che Kong could even think about defending himself, his head exploded. Swinging his spear down, Yongkai cut the other party's body in half, finally causing the territory lord's aura to dissipate and vanish. He had managed to kill a territory lord. Moreover, Che Kong wasn't just any territory lord. He was one of the most powerful territory lords. The territory lord that Yongkai and Bai Yi had joined forces to kill all those years back wasn't even comparable. Blood mist spread out as thick black ink strength exploded and turned into a sea of darkness. The undulations were more violent than when Yongkai destroyed those mid-rank black ink nests. However, the sea of darkness was soon wiped away by the purifying light. The bright light contracted soon after, and left Yongkai standing in the void all on his own with the spear in hand. His entire figure was soaked in blood, and his murderous intent still hadn't subsided. All the soldiers in Great Evolution Pass stared intently at him. They had watched the life and death battle from start to finish, and although Yongkai had made use of Great Evolution Pass power, and Cha Pu had made a move to shock the enemy, Yongkai still pulled off a stunning feat by killing a powerful territory lord despite being just a 7th-order master. There was never such a brave and fearless Black Ink clansman. Only the humans could succeed at defeating enemies stronger than themselves in one-on-one battles. All the soldiers in Great Evolution Pass broke into a fit of cheers, and even more attacks soon sent out to the rest of the battlefield. Che Kong is dead. Initially, Yongkai wanted to loudly announce Che Kong's death to boost the humans' morale. But right after Che Kong's demise, an even more powerful aura swelled up like a final blaze of glory. Following that, the royal lord roared, "You think you've won just by killing this king? The human race will forever be our slaves. That day will surely come. Black Ink Eternal." On the battlefield, both the humans and the Black Ink clansmen turned to look at the source of the voice. In fact, they couldn't see anything because the battlefield was too chaotic, especially in the region where old ancestor Xiao Xiao and Mo Zhao had fought. The moment these eyes turned to look at the battle, all they could see was an endless region of darkness explode all of a sudden. At the same time, the royal lord's aura vanished. Mo Zhao was dead. It wasn't the first time the humans managed to kill a royal lord in history, but Mo Zhao's death had a profound impact on the Great Evolution Theater. It meant the end of an era, and the arrival of another. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao shot out from the cloud of darkness, and despite her petite figure, she appeared incredibly imposing against the weltering darkness. There were blood stains on her clothes, and her face was slightly pale. Although she had successfully killed the royal lord, she was also wounded. When the royal lord was still able to draw energy from his black ink nest in the beginning, they could be considered equally matched. The reason she could kill Mo Zhao so quickly was that his black ink nest had been smashed. Mo Zhao was badly wounded to begin with, and without his black ink nest support, his strength instantly plummeted. Even in such a condition though, he couldn't be considered a weakling. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao couldn't kill him without suffering wounds in the process. However, she didn't have time to recuperate at this moment. After killing Mo Zhao, she headed straight towards the Ninth Order Black Ink disciple. She had not forgotten that there was still a powerful foe on the battlefield. Only by killing him could the humans seize victory in this war. If such an enemy managed to flee, there wouldn't be any peaceful days for the Great Evolution Army. The Black Ink disciple was initially bogged down by 6 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, after a prolonged fight, only 5 of them remained as one had been killed. The fallen 8th Order Division commander had already been seriously injured to begin with, so when the Royal Lord was in a perilous situation earlier, the Black Ink disciple flared up in an attempt to save Mo Zhao. It was that 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who sacrificed his life to stop him from leaving the fight. Although the 9th Order Black Ink disciple managed to kill the 8th Order Division commander, the latter's sacrifice bought enough time for the other 5 to re-engage. After such a long time, the Black Ink disciple and the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were all exhausted and wounded. With 5 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters joining forces, it wasn't easy for the Black Ink disciple to break through their siege. That was why the deadlock persisted. Nevertheless, the instant Mo Zhao passed away, this Black Ink disciple knew he was doomed. He had just broken through recently, so he was certainly not old ancestor Xiao Zhao's match. Although the old ancestor was wounded and exhausted, he wasn't in any better shape. Therefore, the moment Mo Zhao fell, this Black Ink disciple grit his teeth as a red light radiated from him, and his blood essence surged. He started burning his own blood essence, and the ferocity with which he wielded his sword increased sharply. All 5 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were taken aback. However, one of them charged forward instead of backing down. A red light also shone from his body as it seemed that he was determined to make the enemy remain even at the cost of his life. The Black Ink disciple wasn't the only one who could burn his blood essence. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could also do that. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao knew that they couldn't let this Black Ink disciple flee, and the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were also aware of that. However, there was a huge price to pay to stop a 9th Order Black Ink disciple who was determined to flee. Although 5 of them had joined forces, 4 of them retreated at this moment while the remaining 1 dashed forward. Those who backed down sported sorrowful expressions. Martial Peak, Chapter 5372, Saving Himself. As the sword light subsided, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master lost his life. Bastard! Old ancestor Xiao Xiao roared. The 9th Order Black Ink disciple killed an 8th Order Master right in front of her, so she had a good reason to be enraged. From a distance, she pushed out her palm and struck the Black Ink disciple's back, causing him to cough up blood. At the same time, the surviving 4 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters surged their world force and charged towards the enemy. As the secret techniques landed, the Black Ink disciple was tossed about like a rag before exploding into pieces. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were startled for a moment, but before they could celebrate their victory, the pieces of flesh all turned into sword waves and penetrated their defense before gathering together in a place that was several 100,000 kilometers away. In the blink of an eye, the sword waves condensed into the Black Ink disciple's figure. However, his aura was much weaker than before, and his face was pale. Gathering 10,000 sword body, old ancestor Xiao Xiao sported a solemn expression as she directly identified the Black Ink disciple's secret technique. Great Evolution Paradise was destroyed 30,000 years ago, but just like any of the 72 paradises, they had their unique secret techniques. Gathering 10,000 sword body was one such technique. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters might not be aware of it, but old ancestor Xiao Xiao was someone who had lived long enough to witness what had happened back then. Certainly, she knew of this secret technique. Even in the cave heavens and paradises, not everyone was allowed to cultivate this kind of secret techniques. Only the brightest talents with exceptional aptitudes were able to comprehend and master them. Since this black ink disciple was able to master gathering 10,000 sword body, it showed that he had an outstanding aptitude. If not, he wouldn't have ascended to the 9th order open heaven realm after being corrupted by black ink strength. Gathering 10,000 sword body was an extremely powerful secret technique, and it was rumored that when a person had fully mastered it, they could transform themselves into 10,000 swords waves and slash out at the world around them. The reason the black ink disciple had used this secret technique, however, wasn't to kill, but to escape. Mo Zhao was killed, so old ancestor Xiao Xiao was able to deal with him now. If he did not escape, he would certainly perish as well. After his figure took shape, the black ink disciple turned into a sword light and madly broke through the battlefield with his indestructible sword qi. Wherever the sword light went, the powerless human soldiers directly exploded into blood mists. Even warships were cut in half by the sword light. Although old ancestor Xiao Xiao gave chase, she was unable to catch up quickly. As time passed, the black ink disciple's lead would surely shrink and the old ancestor would be able to pin him down, but for the moment he was unstoppable. Dodge him! Old ancestor Xiao Xiao ordered. However, the humans in the way might not be able to run away. The next instant, the color drained from old ancestor Xiao Xiao's face as she roared. I'll let you off if you spare his life. But if you dare to kill him, I'll hunt you down and rip you to pieces slowly no matter how long it takes. Right after the old ancestor shouted, Yang Kai, who was still ecstatic over having just killed Che Kong, felt his skin tightening and a crawling sensation on his scalp. At this moment, he was planning to lend the old turtles a hand. With the help of their custom warship's power, the old turtle squad had trapped a territory lord. It wasn't clear what was going on inside the barrier, but Yang Kai was still worried. If the territory lord was pushed into a corner, the old turtles might not survive. Nevertheless, before he could move, Yang Kai felt a ferocious aura locking onto him. The owner of the aura was so powerful that even Che Kong paled in comparison. It was the 9th order black ink disciple. Yang Kai had never expected that the black ink disciple would charge towards him after breaking the siege, and judging from the black ink disciple's actions, it was apparent that this was an intentional move. The battlefield was vast, and there were still a lot of 8th order open heaven realm masters who were tangled up in battles against the territory lords. If this black ink disciple wanted to kill some 8th order masters at this point, he could easily do so. Nonetheless, he didn't target any of the 8th order masters and instead set his sights on the 7th order human named Yang Kai. Certainly, Yang Kai wouldn't believe that the other party wasn't doing this intentionally. Had the purifying light caught his attention? The black ink disciple must have realized that Yang Kai was the source of the purifying light. Therefore, even though he was currently running for his life, he was still determined to end Yang Kai's life. The moment the black ink disciple heard old ancestor Xiao Xiao shouting at him from afar, he hesitated for a moment, but soon he became determined and flew at Yang Kai with even greater speed. The old ancestor's action suggested that his judgment was right. This 7th order brat must be important to the human race. This kind of chance was hard to come by, so he had to contribute by killing Yang Kai. Seeing this, old ancestor Xiao Xiao was infuriated and hastened her pace. However, the black ink disciple had turned into a sword light, so he temporarily had the advantage in speed. The old ancestor was unable to catch up in time, so she shouted at Yang Kai, "Run!" In the closest battle against a territory lord to Yang Kai, an 8th order master had gained the upper hand after a prolonged struggle. The territory lord kept coughing up blood, and was almost powerless to counterattack. The 8th order open heaven realm master had the confidence to kill this territory lord within an incense stick. However, at this moment, he directly gave up the military merits he would soon acquire, and darted towards Yang Kai without feeling concerned that he was facing away from the territory lord. Fortunately, the territory lord just wanted to run for his life after escaping from death's door, and didn't have the intention to launch an attack. On this chaotic battlefield, a 9th order black ink disciple's murderous intent was raging while an 8th order open heaven realm master tried to come to the rescue. Kai slowly put away his azure dragon spear. When he was targeted by the Black Ink Disciple's aura earlier, he was flustered at first, but at this moment, he had regained his composure. He didn't intend to run away. Since he had been locked onto by the Black Ink Disciple's aura, there was no way he could use instantaneous movement, as the moment he manipulated space principles, the other party could disturb the void and force him to remain. It was unrealistic to rely on the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to save him either. Even though he was nearest to Kai and he had immediately come to the rescue, he wasn't as fast as the Black Ink Disciple. The Black Ink Disciple would most likely kill Kai before the 8th Order Division Commander arrived. In such a critical situation, Kai could only save himself. The average 7th Order Master would be doomed if he was targeted by such an enemy. However, Kai believed that he could survive. After all, he possessed a powerful dragon vein, so his body was much sturdier than the average 7th Order human. The other party might not achieve his goal if he underestimated Kai. Seeing that Kai didn't move away, old ancestor Xiao Xiao widened her eyes. With that said, she knew that Kai probably wasn't able to escape, so she could only quicken her speed. For that reason, she even started burning her blood essence, so that she could intercept the Black Ink Disciple before he made a move. The Black Ink Disciple had clearly detected the old ancestor's aura surge from behind, but he remained unfazed. The bright sword light left a trail in the void as he crossed 1,000,000 kilometers in the blink of an eye. His speed wasn't any slower than Kai's instantaneous movement. Although Kai didn't seem to move a muscle at all, he activated his dragon vein the instant he felt the sword light prickling his skin. His dragon vein undulated in his body like a surging ocean as thick dragon scales appeared and covered his entire figure, including his face. He was ready to use his ancient dragon form to fend off the attack. By doing so, his defense would be much stronger than in his human form. The other party wasn't at their peak, so he might not be able to kill Kai with one slash. As long as Kai could survive the initial hit, old ancestor Xiao Xiao could intercept the Black Ink Disciple and kill him. Just as Kai was preparing to transform into an ancient dragon, his eyes flashed all of a sudden. He gave up on his original plan and slowly pushed out his fist. The attack was slow and seemingly light. Even a 3-year-old kid could dodge such a blow with ease, but the instant he extended his fist, space principles undulated violently together with his world force. Cow punch! If the other party was a royal lord, Kai might not have had any way to fight back. However, since this person was a Black Ink Disciple, he didn't mind giving him an unpleasant surprise. Since he developed his cow punch secret technique, it had helped Kai against many opponents in higher realms, allowing him to defeat enemies who were much stronger than he was. When he was still a 6th Order Master back then, he was able to deal with Blood Crow in the Shattered Heaven. Outside of Great Evolution Pass a while back, he was even able to defeat an 8th Order Black Ink Disciple. It was all thanks to his cow punch secret technique. Although cow punch was incredibly effective, it had a serious constraint. It would take Kai a long time to trace the other party's aura back to its source, and the length of time was uncertain, depending on the integrity of the enemy's small universe. If their small universe was sturdy and well-guarded, Kai would probably die before he had a chance to use this secret technique. With that said, he hadn't come across an opponent with a small universe who could make him unable to use cow punch so far. Regardless of how robust an Open Heaven Realm Master's small universe was, they had to draw out world force in order to attack, defend, or even move. For that reason, Kai would always have a chance to trace the opponent's power back to its source. When the Black Ink Disciple made a move just now, Kai instantly realized he was able to trace the opponent's world force back to his small universe with ease. This came as a shock to him, and was the reason he gave up on his original plan, and decided to use cow punch instead. He wasn't sure if this secret technique was effective on a 9th Order Black Ink Disciple, but he wasn't willing to just wait for death or bet everything on not dying to the other party's attack. It wouldn't have mattered if there wasn't a chance, but since the chance had presented itself, he had to fight back even if he might lose his life. Since time immemorial, Countless humans on the black ink battlefield had sacrificed their lives to prevent the 3,000 worlds from being destroyed. That was also the reason Yang Kai didn't immediately turn into an ancient dragon. Although his defense would be stronger being an ancient dragon, it would be harder for him to use his cow punch. Only in his familiar human form could he fully unleash this secret technique's power. The next instant, Yang Kai's entire figure shook as all his dragon scales fell apart, and half of his body turned numb. Following that, he felt a sharp pain in his knowledge sea. At the same time, his small universe was cut across by an immense force. A huge crack instantly appeared above the sky in his small universe. At that instant, Yang Kai's body, soul, and small universe were struck at the same time. There was no denying that the Black Ink Disciple's attack was horrifying. Yang Kai really felt like he was dying. His mind was a mess, his vision had turned dark, and he couldn't even support his own weight. He was no longer able to perceive the outside world, or even his small universe's condition. This was a terrible feeling he had gone through before. He couldn't help but recall the moment when his body was destroyed by great demon god Emoshing back in the star boundary. That was the exact feeling that he was going through at that moment. Martial Peak, Chapter 53-73 Death. Yang Kai was killed in the final battle against the great demon god Emoshing. It was thanks to the immortal tree that he was able to rebuild his body and return from the dead. If he was killed this time though, there wouldn't be another immortal tree for him to refine. He would be gone for good. Right after he sent out his cow punch secret technique, the sword light that had slashed across him started shaking violently, as though it had been struck by an immense force. Following that, the Ninth Order Black Ink Disciple separated from the sword light and collapsed. At this moment, he sported a horrified expression. His world force and his black ink strength had become incredibly unstable. Even the sarcomas on his body started swelling and exploded, causing the black pus to scatter everywhere. His robust restorative power quickly healed the sarcomas, but they soon exploded again, creating a kind of gruesome cycle. The Black Ink Disciple seemed to be going through excruciating pain. A dark illusory phantom of his small universe appeared behind the Black Ink Disciple. As someone in the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm, there was no denying that his small universe was vast and magnificent. His ample world force suggested that he indeed had the heritage of the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. However, his small universe seemed to be in chaos right now. The entire small universe seemed to be enduring a violent storm and on the verge of collapse, with the balance of the 7 elements in a complete mess. Seeing that, old ancestor Xiao Xiao and the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who was rushing over to save Yang Kai, became startled. The humans and the Black Ink clansmen around them were perplexed as well. Soon, the cycle of the 5 elements in the Black Ink Disciple's small universe broke with yin and yang descending into chaos. No, the sarcomas on the Black Ink Disciple's body continued to explode, and his expression twisted in disbelief and despair. He couldn't believe that instead of being killed by the old ancestor, or even an 8th Order powerhouse, his life was ended by a mere 7th Order brat's punch. If he knew this would be the outcome, he wouldn't have sent himself to hell. If he had run away the moment Emo Zhao passed away, he would have stood a chance to escape. He blamed himself for being too greedy as he wanted to kill Yang Kai before he left. While he roared in agony, the illusory phantom behind him could no longer remain stable. The entire small universe looked like a weathered shack with holes in the walls and roof out of which his abundant world force and rich black ink strength leaked. As his strength dissipated and his aura plunged rapidly, in the blink of an eye, his aura dropped to the 8th Order. Following that, he plunged to the 7th Order, and then he was dead. This person had made use of black ink strength to break through his own innate limits and ascend to the 9th Order. Therefore, his small universe couldn't actually bear 9th Order might. Once punctured, his small universe could not maintain integrity, which caused his aura to drop to the 7th Order before the extreme stress finally caused a complete collapse. The Black Ink Disciple's face withered all of a sudden, and his originally black hair turned gray. As a violent force swept across him, all his hair fell off. His body dried up, and all his vitality faded. He was originally a powerful Ninth Order Black Ink disciple, but he had turned into a desiccated corpse in a short moment. His dead body was not even able to bear Seventh Order world force, and under the eyes of the humans and the Black Ink clansmen alike, he exploded into dust. The Ninth Order Black Ink disciple could not be more dead. A tremendous force swept across the place as old ancestor Xiao Xiao swiftly arrived in front of the dazed Yang Kai. She waved her hand and fended off all the repercussions for him. The 8th Order Division commander, who was ready to assist, was still dumbstruck, unable to believe his eyes. What did I just see? Did Yang Kai casually throw out his fist and kill a Ninth Order Black Ink disciple? Although the person was a Black Ink disciple, he was still a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, not a First Order or Second Order one. Even if the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had been the target of such a master instead, he wouldn't have been able to counterattack. How did Yang Kai, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, achieve this? Was it because the Black Ink disciple was on his last legs? It didn't seem like that was the case, as his imposing attack earlier suggested that he still had the strength to fight. Although the Black Ink disciple was clearly badly wounded, no one could underestimate his power, so how did Yang Kai manage to kill him? Unable to figure out the reason behind it, this 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master fell into a daze. On the other hand, after giving it some thought, old ancestor Xiao Xiao soon realized what had happened. In fact, she too was astonished to see Yang Kai killing a Ninth Order Black Ink disciple with just a light punch. Nevertheless, she soon understood the whole chain of events. Previously, the Black Ink disciple made a move to kill some 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters following Mo Zhao's order. Unfortunately, the humans already had some arrangements. 5 8th Order Masters appeared from their hiding place and joined forces with an injured 8th Order Division commander to engage in a life-and-death battle with the Black Ink disciple. During the intense battle, the Black Ink disciple managed to kill an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and after Mo Zhao's death, he killed another one while attempting to flee. In other words, 2 8th Order Masters had lost their lives because of him. Despite just breaking through to the 9th Order, this Black Ink disciple was able to fight with 6 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on his own, and even killed 2 of them in a short time, which went to show how powerful he was. With that said, he had to pay a huge price for these results and was badly wounded during the fight. The 2nd 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who passed away, had even burned his blood essence to stop him from fleeing. Even though the Black Ink disciple killed him on the spot, he was still held down for a moment, which gave old ancestor Xiao Xiao a chance to hit him with her palm strike from a distance, causing him to spit blood. That palm strike wasn't just an ordinary attack though. It was a secret technique that targeted an enemy's small universe. All the cave heavens and paradises had at least one such secret technique that had varying degrees of effect. The fundamental source of an Open Heaven Realm Master's power was their small universe. So these sorts of secret techniques were extremely powerful. If one small universe wasn't sturdy enough, it would most likely be shaken if hit by such a technique, not to mention it was old ancestor Xiao Xiao who had acted this time. This kind of secret technique was useless on Mo Zhao, as the Black Ink clan physiology was different from that of humans. They didn't have small universes, so the secret technique was harmless to them. However, when dealing with a Black Ink disciple, this type of secret technique was especially lethal. The old ancestor's attack had caused the Black Ink disciple's small universe to descend into chaos, and brought it to the brink of collapse. While running away, the Black Ink disciple made a move to attack Yang Kai with his sword light, but it never crossed his mind that Yang Kai would seize the chance and use his cow punch. It could be said that without the old ancestor's attack, which broke holes in the Black Ink disciple's small universe, Yang Kai couldn't have immediately found an opening to strike at. It was thanks to the old ancestor's attack from afar that the Black Ink disciple's small universe was exposed. Yang Kai had developed Cow Punch based on his mastery over the Tao of space, and it was the very pinnacle of secret techniques that targeted an enemy's small universe, superior to any technique the cave heavens and paradises possessed. His all-out attack was just enough to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Of course, It also had something to do with the fact that the other party was a Black Ink disciple. If the other party had been a true Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, with a firm and robust small universe, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to kill him even if he managed to land his cow punch. It could be said that many reasons and coincidences came together to allow a Seventh Order Master like Yang Kai to kill a Ninth Order Black Ink disciple. However, at this moment, Yang Kai didn't even know what he had done. His mind was still a mess, and the sword chi was still eating away at his body and soul. It was only a while later that the sword chi was dispersed from his soul, allowing Yang Kai to regain his senses, though his head was in so much pain that he felt like he was dying. At the most critical moment, the soul-warming lotus had once again saved him from certain death. All of a sudden, old ancestor Xiao Xiao was heard announcing, "Yang Kai has killed the Ninth Order Black Ink disciple. The Black Ink clan is destined to die." It wasn't that the old ancestor wanted to give him credit by proclaiming his contribution at this point. She just wanted to shatter what remained of the Black Ink clan's morale. Mo Zhao and the Ninth Order Black Ink disciple were dead, so the Black Ink clan was leaderless and unable to resist the humans any longer. After old ancestor Xiao Xiao made the announcement, she tossed Yang Kai at the 8th Order Division commander and ordered, "Send him back to the pass." The next instant, she charged towards the old turtles. The old turtle squad had sealed off a large area of void through their warship's unique arrays, but given the old ancestor's eyesight, she could clearly see the situation within. At this moment, 10 Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Old Turtles were locked in an intense battle with a Territory Lord with support from the rest of their squad, but all of them were injured. Of course, the Territory Lord wasn't in good shape either. It had come to a point where there was no turning back for both parties, unless the Old Turtles were willing to open up the barrier. Since they had no idea what was going on in the outside world, they wouldn't dare to open up the barrier. There were bound to be some people who would lose their lives soon. The moment old ancestor Xiao Xiao arrived, she extended her hands and tore the barrier apart. As her world force surged, she condensed a giant hand from it and grasped the Territory Lord before clenching her fist. All of the wounded Territory Lord's bones were crushed in an instant, leaving him more than half dead. Having done enough, the old ancestor tossed the barely breathing Territory Lord to the old turtles before flying towards her next target. Now that both the Royal Lord and the Ninth Order Black Ink disciple were dead, there was no one capable of matching her on the battlefield. It was the best time for her to deal the death blow to the remaining Black Ink clansmen. Chai Fong and his squad members were going all out, and were prepared to sacrifice themselves to kill the Territory Lord when their opponent was suddenly crippled by the old ancestor. After a moment of astonishment, they broke into a state of ecstasy. The old ancestor is peerless. The old ancestor is the most powerful. All the old turtle squad members started cheering as their morale soared. Since the old ancestor had arrived to lend them a hand, it was apparent that the Royal Lord was dead. Previously, they had been tangled up in a battle with the Territory Lord within the barrier, so they were unaware of what was going on in the outside world. While they were shouting, Chai Fong pushed out his fist and smashed the Territory Lord to pieces. The opponent's vitality soon dissipated. He was really dead now. Chai Fong guffawed, for he had also killed a Territory Lord now. He had been envious of Yang Kai who had killed Territory Lords before. However, being less powerful, he was unable to replicate this feat. Therefore, he was ecstatic about having his wish granted now. Although it was largely thanks to the old ancestor's help, he was the one who dealt the final blow. All the old turtles were elated as well. On the other hand, Yang Kai was still in a dazed state. First of all, he had become sluggish after he was badly wounded. Secondly, he was astounded by the old ancestor's words earlier. He silently digested it and turned to look at the 8th Order Master, who had been supporting his weight and bringing him to Great Evolution Pass. "Old Lu, what did the old ancestor say just now?" He suspected that he had misheard it. Was he really the one who killed the Ninth Order Black Ink disciple? Marshall Peak, Chapter 5374, A Frustrated Cha Pu. There were only several dozen 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Great Evolution Pass, so Yang Kai could recognize all of them. Therefore, he was grateful that this 8th Order Master had immediately tried to come to his rescue earlier, even though the latter didn't manage to arrive in time. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master surnamed Lu smiled. "Don't you know what you did?" Yang Kai thought that he certainly knew that, but he had no idea what happened after he pushed out his fist. He thought he was dead, so it surprised him that he had survived. Moreover, he was astounded by the old ancestor's words. Both nervous and expectant, he asked, "Old Lu, did I really kill the 9th Order Black Ink disciple?" Old Lu chuckled. "It's a lot of military merits. Why would the old ancestor joke about it? Yes, you killed the 9th Order Black Ink disciple with a punch." Yang Kai gulped. "I've killed someone in the 9th Order with a punch." Even though the 9th Order Master was a Black Ink disciple and severely wounded, he was still an extremely powerful being. Yang Kai still couldn't believe that he had ended the life of someone in the 9th Order. Since his arrival at the Black Ink battlefield, he had killed quite a number of territory lords. However, he didn't even have the qualifications to stand before masters like the Royal Lords or a 9th Order Black Ink disciple. But now he had managed to kill an enemy in the 9th Order. Yang Kai grinned as he wanted to guffaw, but his action irritated his wounds, especially the one on his abdomen, which was caused by the 9th Order Black Ink disciple. Golden blood spurt from various places all over his body. Old Lu took a look at the sword wound and said, "Recuperate with peace of mind when you go back to Great Evolution Pass. It might be difficult to treat your wound." After all, it was an attack from someone in the 9th Order. At this moment, there was a big cut that ran from Yang Kai's shoulder to his abdomen. His flesh had rolled up, which revealed the golden bones in his body. Horrifying sword chi still lingered around the cut and eroded his flesh. Despite having incredible restorative abilities as a 70,000-meter ancient dragon, this wound wouldn't just heal by itself like most others. Beyond just the visible wound, there were a lot of hidden injuries as well. In fact, Old Lu was surprised that Yang Kai had survived the attack at all. As they spoke, they arrived at Great Evolution Pass. The barrier opened up, and Old Lu set him down on the wall as the soldiers in the pass watched them with admiration and respect. Old Lu said with a smile, "Get some rest and watch us kill all those bastards." Young people like Yang Kai had done a lot, so the older generation couldn't fall behind on the battlefield. After finishing his words, Old Lu returned to the fight. Yang Kai didn't protest. In fact, he had lost all combat strength now and would only be a burden if he insisted on returning to the battlefield. It was a shame that he was unable to fight until the end of the war, but the joy of killing a 9th Order Black Ink disciple soothed his dejectedness. Noticing the admiring stares around him, Yang Kai wore a faint smile while warning himself to be low profile instead of showing off. It was pure luck he was able to kill the 9th Order Black Ink disciple, not a result of his own hard work and effort. Nevertheless, he could hardly contain his excitement. Soon, Yang Kai managed to figure out how the Black Ink disciple died. The Black Ink disciple really could only blame himself for being unlucky. He had made the wrong decision by targeting Yang Kai instead of just fleeing. In fact, he would have dealt significant damage had he just set his eyes on the 8th Order Masters instead. Then, Yang Kai turned to look at the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master beside him and smiled modestly. After a nod, he called out, "Senior Cha." The person seated beside him was none other than Cha Pu. When the division commander saw Yang Kai's expression, the corners of his brow twitched as he muttered, "Just laugh to your heart's content if you want." While Yang Kai was still drowned in the joy of killing a 9th Order Black Ink disciple, this division commander was understandably frustrated. This couldn't be helped, as he had hardly participated in this final battle. As a veteran 8th Order Master, he should have been charging around the battlefield and slaughtering the enemy instead of nursing his wounds inside Great Evolution Pass. However, there was nothing he could do. Just like Yang Kai, he had lost the strength to fight. Previously, when the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters simultaneously used the evil purging divine spears, he had done the same. However, he didn't manage to achieve anything because his opponent was the 9th Order Black Ink disciple. At that time, Cha Pu thought that the other party was unusually powerful as the latter was able to dodge the evil purging divine spear, but he didn't read too much into it. It wasn't until the other party revealed his ninth order aura that Cha Pu realized why he felt a sense of incongruity. Fortunately, the black ink disciple's target was the old ancestor, so the moment he flared up, his attack was aimed at the old ancestor. Despite that, Cha Pu was still wounded and almost lost his life. It was thanks to Yang Kai who arrived just in time and saved him from the calamity before sending him back to Great Evolution Pass that he was still alive. After that, to launch a sneak attack on Che Kong, Cha Pu forcefully suppressed his injuries and made a move. Unfortunately, this exasperated his wounds and he was forced to withdraw. After the enemy was killed by Yang Kai, Cha Pu could only drag himself back to Great Evolution Pass and recuperate. In other words, he hadn't killed a single territory lord in the entire battle. He was one of the most powerful and experienced 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who had made tremendous contributions in the previous wars. However, things just didn't go well for him this time. It wouldn't have mattered if there was no comparison, but after Yang Kai made such huge contributions, it was expected that Cha Pu was frustrated. He would rather have been killed on the battlefield than been forced to sit idly here and watch. Senior Cha. Don't. Yang Kai was rendered speechless. It seemed that Cha Pu was in a terrible mood. Yang Kai initially wanted to ask him about his injury, but he could only keep his mouth shut now. Yang Kai then turned his head and saw that the Black Ink clansmen were thoroughly routed now. All the territory lords and feudal lords were running for their lives, and wherever the old ancestor went, she slaughtered all the enemies around her. Even the territory lords were dying at a steady rate. There was no doubt that the humans had won the war. The old ancestor was basically peerless as there were no more powerful enemies on the battlefield. None of the territory lords could survive once she set her eyes on them, and within just a few breaths, she had managed to kill 5 of them. The human race was victorious. Now they just had to mop up the rest. There were still about 300,000 Black Ink clan soldiers, including a number of territory lords and feudal lords. Hence, it wouldn't be easy to wipe them all out, and it was likely that some of them would manage to flee. It was difficult for the humans to chase after them. After such a prolonged fight, while many Black Ink clansmen had lost their lives, the humans had suffered immense losses as well. Those who survived were all soaked in blood and thoroughly exhausted. Now the humans could only seize the chance to kill as many enemies as possible. Yang Kai saw Dawn, the Profound Wind Squad, several powerful army commanders, and a lot of other familiar faces. However, Huang Xinyang was nowhere to be found. The territory lord who had dealt with her was missing as well. It wasn't certain if he had been killed or had run away. Was her soul clone destroyed? Yang Kai couldn't help but feel apologetic. In order to shake off the territory lord a while ago, he summoned Huang Xinyang's soul clone using her feather. However, the soul clone's power was only equivalent to a peak 7th Order master. She had done a great job holding that territory lord back, but it was expected that her soul clone would not have survived. Yang Kai wondered if the destruction of the soul clone would have any impact on Huang Xinyang's true body. It seemed he would have to head to the no-return pass and apologize to her when the dust settled. After letting out a breath, he set himself at ease. It had taken the humans a lot of effort to come to this point. Countless millennia had passed with the humans enduring hardship all this time, devising plans and seeking an opportunity to act. Today, they finally managed to completely uproot the Black Ink clan from an entire theater. After this great war, everything should come to an end on the Black Ink battlefield. The soldiers from the Great Passes could return to the 3,000 worlds. None of them had returned to their homes for far too long. Perhaps many of them had even forgotten about what the 3,000 worlds looked like. After pulling himself together, Yang Kai started examining himself. There was a big cut that ran from his shoulder to his abdomen. Sword chi was seen swirling around the horrifying wound. His soul had been damaged as well. To kill Che Kong, Yang Kai clashed with the other party using his divine sense and injured himself. After that, the Black Ink disciples exacerbated the injury in his soul. His small universe was affected as well. Upon examination, Yang Kai realized there was a terrifying crack above the sky in his small universe. Yang Kai was horrified at the sight. One had to know that there was a World Tree clone, which was more powerful than the 4 universe pillars, in his small universe. With the World Tree clone's protection, his small universe had always remained impenetrable, with even attacks from territory lords not being able to shake it. If not for the fact that he felt assured with the World Tree clone in possession, he wouldn't have dared to raise so many living creatures in his small universe. Nevertheless, one attack from the Black Ink Disciple left a gash running across the entire length of his small universe, manifesting itself as a huge crack in the sky. It went to show how devastating that slash was. Yang Kai reckoned that if not for the World Tree clone's presence, his small universe would have been cleaved in two. The enemy's slash injured Yang Kai's body, soul, and small universe all at once. The average cultivator would have died after suffering such an attack. Even an 8th Order master would have been doomed. However, this kind of injury didn't really matter to Yang Kai. There was no denying that his body was horribly wounded, but as long as he could get rid of the sword chi gnashing at his flesh, his dragon vein would eventually restore the rest of the damage. As for his soul, Yang Kai didn't even bother thinking about it, for the soul-warming lotus was already beginning to ease his pain and mend the damage. As for the huge crack in the small universe, it was already closing slowly. The World Tree clone was extremely powerful. The reason Yang Kai's small universe was broken was that he wasn't strong enough. There was no problem with the clone. With the clone's presence, it was just a matter of time before the crack healed. It could be said that these injuries, which would be fatal to any 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, didn't matter to Yang Kai. After he was done with the examination, he realized that he just had to get rid of the sword chi and the damage would heal on its own. Then he gave it a try and became dejected, for he realized that he was unable to get rid of the powerful sword chi on his own. Now he couldn't even restore his body. Left with no choice, he could only wait for the old ancestor's return so he could ask for her help. At the thought of this, Yang Kai stopped trying and just sat on the wall and watched the unfolding battle. Noticing his movement, Chapu turned around and saw Yang Kai looking all battered. His flesh had rolled up, and his golden blood continued to leak out of his wound. However, he still stared fixedly at the battlefield as though he was just bored. Chapu felt speechless as he wondered why this brat was still in the mood to watch the fight instead of recuperating. Martial Peak, Chapter 5375, Getting His Confidence Shattered. A dilapidated warship moved across the battlefield and entered Great Evolution Pass. A figure jumped out of the warship and directly landed on the wall. Then, he brusquely sat down beside Yang Kai and panted. He looked just as battered as Yang Kai. However, he flashed a smile at Yang Kai and teased, "You look terrible, brother Yang. Are you alright?" Despite his caring tone, Yang Kai could see the smugness behind his gaze. After giving it some thought, Yang Kai soon realized why the other party behaved in such a way, so he replied with a smile, "I'm fine. The injury doesn't matter. You look badly wounded as well, so you'd better focus on recuperating now, brother Chai." The person was none other than Chai Fong, squad leader of the Old Turtles. The warship that had returned from the battlefield belonged to the Old Turtle squad. The Old Turtles warship was extremely robust, and all the members had specially cultivated defensive secret techniques. Usually, they had enough stamina to last for the entire war. However, in order to hold down a territory lord previously, they activated a powerful barrier on the warship and entrapped the enemy. In that area of sealed void, they engaged in a life-and-death battle with the territory lord. By the time that battle ended, the Old Turtles had suffered immense damage. Their warship was almost destroyed, so they had no choice but to leave the battlefield. In fact, many human soldiers had retreated from the battlefield as they were no longer able to fight. If they insisted on staying on the battlefield, they wouldn't be useful at all, and instead would be a burden. Even though Chai Fong was severely wounded, he was energetic. Hearing Yang Kai's words, he waved his hand. "I'm fine. This kind of injury doesn't matter." Perhaps his movement had irritated his wounds though, so blood started leaking out of his wounds again. As a result, his face turned pale and his aura weakened. Yang Kai and Cha Pu glanced at him, speechless. Chai Feng coughed and hurriedly activated his power to seal the wounds. Pretending to be nonchalant, he remarked, "The territory lord was indeed powerful. It's hard to heal these wounds, so I guess it'll take me a long time to recuperate." While Yang Kai remained silent, Cha Pu didn't bother to respond to him. Chai Feng went on to say, "There were originally around 80 territory lords in Great Evolution Theater, but after this war, only a small number of them will be able to escape alive. I hope the old ancestor and the others can kill them all. If any one of them survives, it will be troublesome for us in the future." Yang Kai grunted. "You have a point." Chai Feng added, "However, the 8th Order Division commanders have to be careful when chasing after them. Even though the territory lords are less powerful than our 8th Order masters, they're not easy to deal with. This Chai's squad suffered tremendous losses this time." He sighed. Cha Pu was annoyed at the fact that Chai Feng kept mentioning the territory lords, so he glared at him and snapped, "What do you want to say?" Chai Feng was rendered speechless. The reason he came all the way here despite being injured was that he wanted to hear some compliments. However, Yang Kai and Cha Pu were like two logs and they didn't even bother with him. Therefore, he decided to stop beating around the bush. He winked at Yang Kai and asked, "Did you see me killing a territory lord earlier, Brother Yang?" Cha Pu was growing increasingly frustrated at the fact that Chai Feng was so blatantly fishing for compliments. He knew that there was a reason why this brat came all the way here to have a chat with them instead of recuperating. So he's trying to show off here. Of course, it couldn't really be considered bragging. As a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he had indeed pulled off a magnificent feat by killing a territory lord. Although it was the old ancestor who had crippled the territory lord at the end, Chai Feng was the one who delivered the killing blow. Usually, Cha Pu would have praised him and given him some words of encouragement. Nevertheless, he was in a terrible mood, so he couldn't bear to see anyone bragging in front of him and directly said, "Yang Kai also killed a territory lord. A guy named Che Kong." An unfazed Chai Feng batted his eyes. "Isn't it normal that he managed to kill a territory lord? It's not like it's the first time he did so." All the soldiers in Great Evolution Pass knew that Yang Kai was an anomaly whose power couldn't be gauged by his order. Chai Feng didn't intend to compare himself with Yang Kai. The fact that Yang Kai had killed a territory lord wouldn't water down his joy of pulling off the same feat. Cha Pu let out a grumble. He wasn't willing to shatter the other party's confidence, but he was upset at how smug Chai Feng looked, so in a muffled voice he said, "He also killed the 9th Order Black Ink disciple with one punch." Hearing that, Chai Feng widened his eyes in disbelief and dazedly stared at Cha Pu as though he was trying to find out if the other party was pulling his leg. Chai Feng wasn't aware of this fact. When the Royal Lord and the 9th Order Black Ink disciple were killed, he and the rest of the old turtles were still battling against the territory lord in a sealed space, so he had no idea about what was going on in the outside world. It wasn't until the old ancestor made a move and injured the territory lord that Chai Feng seized the chance to kill the enemy. Only then did the sealed space fully open up. Cha Pu ignored him as he didn't bother to explain anything. Regardless of whether Chai Feng believed him or not, there were a lot of eyewitnesses to prove his claim. It was then that Chai Feng turned to look at Yang Kai and gulped. "Brother Yang, did you really kill the 9th Order Black Ink disciple?" The 9th Order Black Ink disciple's aura could no longer be felt on the battlefield, so Chai Feng thought that the old ancestor had killed him. If Cha Pu wasn't lying though, the truth of the matter was far more shocking. Yang Kai smiled modestly. "I was just lucky. The old ancestor had already brought him up to the gates of death. All I did was push him in." Since Yang Kai had acknowledged it, there was no denying it was indeed the truth. He wouldn't have taken the credit if he hadn't made such a contribution. Chai Feng fell into a dazed state. Was it possible that Yang Kai had killed a 9th Order Black Ink disciple with a punch? Even though Yang Kai was indeed an outlier, and the Black Ink disciple had been wounded by the old ancestor, the enemy was still a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Chai Fong placed his hand on his forehead as he felt dizzy all of a sudden. Beside him, Cha Pu snorted. Chai Fong shouldn't have bragged about his achievement in front of Yang Kai. It was the epitome of showing off meager skill before a master. With that said, he understood Chai Fong's feelings. It wasn't news anymore that Yang Kai had killed quite a number of territory lords despite being a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm master. So it was pointless for him to brag about such achievements. It seemed that Chai Fong just wanted to get Yang Kai to acknowledge his win this time. However, this usually tremendous contribution paled when compared to the fact that Yang Kai had managed to punch a 9th Order Black Ink disciple to death. All of a sudden, Chai Fong turned to look at Cha Pu and asked caringly, "You're badly wounded as well, Senior Cha. How many territory lords did you kill?" He didn't intend to irritate Cha Pu. It was simply meant to be a random question. However, the moment these words were spoken, Cha Pu's eyes went bloodshot as he landed a kick on the braggart and yelled, "Scram!" An unsuspecting Chai Fong was sent flying away. While in mid-air, he groaned in pain as blood spurted from his wounds. Yang Kai almost failed to stifle his laughter. Cha Pu glowered at him before straightening up and turning around. "Damn it! I can't stay in this place anymore. These little brats are just too full of themselves." Both of them had killed territory lords and Yang Boy even executed a 9th Order Black Ink disciple. As an 8th Order master, I haven't made any contributions so far. I can't let this stand. The next moment, he roared and charged towards the battlefield despite being injured while Yang Kai watched him leave in shock. While it was peaceful in Great Evolution Pass, the chaos on the battlefield didn't last long. After Mo Zhao and the 9th Order Black Ink disciple were killed, all the Black Ink clansmen knew that the war was lost. The humans would soon occupy the entire Great Evolution Theater. The surviving territory lords and feudal lords all attempted to run for their lives. Nevertheless, the 8th Order masters and the surviving squads would never let them go. The battlefield, which was already vast to begin with, rapidly expanded. Within just 1 hour, the void around the royal city and Great Evolution Pass was cleared out. Only debris from warships and the corpses of the humans and Black Ink clansmen floated about, an illustration of how brutal the war had been. It would take the human masters some time to hunt down the remaining Black Ink clansmen, so the matter couldn't be resolved quickly. Yang Kai had been recuperating on the wall for the past 2 days, and while the injuries to his soul and small universe were on the mend, his flesh wounds had exacerbated instead of getting better because of the Black Ink disciple's sword chi. This didn't really bother him as he had a dragon vein, so although he wasn't in peak condition, there were no powerful Black Ink clansmen left, so he wasn't required to fight. Gradually more and more squads returned. Despite being soaked in blood, they all appeared energetic. It was apparent that they had made a lot of contributions. When Yang Kai regained some strength 2 days later, he flew out towards the original battlefield and wandered around the wreckage and corpses. Soon he found a dim-looking feather which belonged to Huang Xinyang. As he examined the feather, he let out a sigh. Just like what he had expected, Huang Xinyang's soul clone had been destroyed as this feather had lost all spirituality. The feather now looked tattered and had almost broken in half. The power of Huang Xinyang's soul clone was equivalent to a peak 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Although she could exert more power than others in the same relative realm as a divine spirit, this was just a soul clone after all. Holding back a territory lord was already the best she could achieve. Yang Kai had no idea what happened to the territory lord who dealt with her soul clone as at that time he was focused on fighting with Che Kong, so he couldn't pay attention to other things. After Che Kong was killed, Mo Zhao was subsequently felled. Following that, Yang Kai was attacked by the 9th Order Black Ink disciple, so he didn't have time to find out what happened to the soul clone. Now, the Black Ink clan had lost the war and the 8th Order masters and the old ancestors had left to hunt down the surviving enemies. Even if those territory lords had survived for now, their fate was essentially sealed. Yang Kai stored the feather and decided that he would pass it back to Huang Xinyang when he visited the no-return pass in the future. He wondered if she would reprimand him. The soul clone hadn't stayed with him for long before he summoned it to fight an enemy it couldn't hope to defeat. It indeed wasn't righteous of him to do so. As he recalled Huang Xinyang's temperament, he knew that he would inevitably be given a harsh lecture. As some returned to Great Evolution Pass, others departed. The ones leaving had initially remained in Great Evolution Pass to make use of the emplacements on the walls. Now that the Black Ink clan had fled from the local battlefield, they no longer had to remain here. Therefore, many drove their warships out to hunt down the enemies, leaving only several hundred people behind to guard the Great Pass. Great Evolution Pass still needed to be guarded, so it wasn't like all of them could just leave. After all, many people were still recuperating in the inner sanctum. Many people also silently moved around the battlefield and collected the corpses of their fallen brothers and sisters. Many of the human soldiers who died in the war didn't even leave behind a corpse, so it could be said that other than their names on the Monument of Heroes, there was nothing left to remember them by. It was because of these humans who were willing to sacrifice their lives that the survivors were finally able to occupy the entire Great Evolution Theater. The humans had won this war, and the victory belonged to all the soldiers who had made contributions on the Black Ink battlefield. Yang Kai composed himself before sweeping a glance over this vast battlefield and letting out a sigh. He hoped that there would be no more war on the Black Ink battlefield after this, and the 3,000 worlds would finally be able to enjoy eternal peace. Martial Peak. Chapter 5376, Entering the Royal Lord's Black Ink Nest. After wandering around the battlefield for a while, Yang Kai arrived somewhere near the royal city. The royal city had been around for several hundreds of thousands of years. It could be said to be the foundation of the Black Ink clan in the Great Evolution Theater. But now the universe world where the royal city was located had shattered, and the city itself was ruined. The gigantic Black Ink nests had either fallen to the ground or been destroyed. Only a small number of them were intact. There wasn't a hint of vitality in the universe world where the royal city was located. The Black Ink clan had lost the war, and those who had survived were running for their lives now. The large royal city was completely empty and desolate. Yang Kai didn't even spare a glance at those surviving mid-rank Black Ink nests, and instead headed straight to the high-rank Black Ink nest. He initially thought he had smashed this Black Ink nest with his strike, but the truth was that it wasn't completely destroyed. That was because there were still some remaining mid-rank Black Ink nests. If the high-rank Black Ink nest had been completely destroyed, these mid-rank Black Ink nests would have withered as well. Once the higher-rank Black Ink nest was destroyed, the lower-rank Black Ink nests would die as a chain reaction. Although the high-rank Black Ink nest had collapsed to the floor, it was still a magnificent sight to behold. Yang Kai stared silently at the damaged Black Ink nest for a while. As an idea flashed across his mind, he stepped forward. Soon he found the entrance and entered. Following that, he could feel an immense force surging within the flesh walls of the Black Ink nest. It was imaginable that the Royal Lord must have stored a huge amount of power in this Black Ink nest, so that he could draw energy from it at any moment while dealing with old ancestor Xiao Xiao. If not for the fact that Yang Kai had damaged this Black Ink nest, it wouldn't have been so easy for old ancestor Xiao Xiao to kill the Royal Lord. Now the power stored in this Black Ink nest was no longer useful. Since the Royal Lord was dead, who else could make use of it? It certainly was useless to the humans. How wasteful, Yang Kai thought. He wondered how many resources had the Black Ink clan wasted to build up the energy reserves in this place. Those resources could have greatly benefited the human soldiers. Since the Black Ink nest had collapsed, it wasn't easy to move around the passageways as many places had been blocked. With that said, it took Yang Kai little effort to clear the way forward. Soon he arrived at the Black Ink pool. The internal structures of all Black Ink nests were similar, the only real difference being their size. Yang Kai had seen the Black Ink pools of low-rank and mid-rank Black Ink nests, but in comparison, the Black Ink pool within this high-rank Black Ink nest was undoubtedly larger. If a Black Ink pool inside the low-rank Black Ink nest was like a puddle, then a Black Ink pool inside a mid-rank Black Ink nest was like a pond. On the other hand, the Black Ink pool inside the high-rank Black Ink nest was like a lake. Black Ink's strength could be felt surging in the Black Ink pool. Many sarcomas that nurtured new Black Ink clansmen were squirming on the flesh walls, like they would hatch at any moment. Young Kai wasn't bothered at all. Even if these Black Ink clansmen were born, they would be extremely weak and pose no threat to the humans. Any open heaven realm master could easily kill them. He wanted to look for the Black Ink Nest Center and make use of it to find out what was going on in other theaters. The humans had routed the Black Ink clan in the Great Evolution Theater, but no one knew what was going on in the other theaters. Although the humans had made a lot of preparations for this final battle, and the evil purging divine spears were finally revealed, the battlefield was an ever-changing environment. Before there was any verified news, no one could guarantee the humans had gained the upper hand on every battlefield. Certainly, there was transmission of information between the Great Passes, but that was the communication between the humans. Yang Kai wanted to find out what the Black Ink clansmen were talking about, so that he could have a clearer picture of the situations in the different theaters. Perhaps he could gather some useful information by making use of the Royal Lord's Black Ink nest. At this moment, he was glad that he never decided to completely destroy the Black Ink nest during the battle. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such an opportunity now. Soon he found the Black Ink Nest Center. As the Black Ink's strength undulated, Yang Kai selected a spot and sat down with his legs crossed. Although he had entered the spaces of low-rank and mid-rank Black Ink nests on several occasions, it was the first time he had done such a thing in a high-rank Black Ink nest. In fact, there wasn't any difference. He just had to open his small universe and let the Black Ink nest absorb his world force. With the world force as a bridge, he could connect to the Black Ink nest's consciousness. The next instant, Yang Kai found himself inside a huge space. He didn't reveal his soul avatar. He was a human after all, so his soul avatar would be quite conspicuous. In this place where everyone was a Black Ink clansman, his identity might be exposed. At this moment, his consciousness looked like a kind of cloud. This type of form wasn't peculiar, as many Black Ink clansmen existed in similar shapes in the space that connected the Black Ink nests. The instant Yang Kai entered this space, he felt the chaotic fluctuations of divine senses all around him. At the same time, he could read a lot of messages. The humans have gone all out this time. They have developed an artifact that emits a very pure light that can restrict Black Ink's strength. The territory lords under Mobu Royal Lord have suffered immense losses. We need help in the Xianyuan Theater. Many of the soldiers are dead. Can any Royal Lord lend us assistance? The humans have arrived at the Royal City. We might lose it at this rate. The humans have gone mad. They've even driven their great past to this place. The Azure Nether Theater is at risk of falling. As the divine senses communicated in this space, they revealed the fact that the Black Ink clan was in a state of despair. Most of the divine senses were flustered, and it was apparent that the Black Ink clan were in perilous situations in various different theaters. Numerous royal cities even seemed to be on the verge of destruction. Only a small number of divine senses remained calm and collected. However, affected by the atmosphere, they still appeared a little uneasy. The humans had launched an all-out crusade this time. There were over 100 great passes in an equal number of theaters. Several million human soldiers had made a move, so there was no turning back. The human stance was clear. They would either win this war or die trying. With the help of the great passes and the evil purging divine spears, and coupled with the advantage they had accumulated over the past several hundred years, the humans marched forward in these theaters and rendered the Black Ink clan powerless to counterattack. The evil purging divine spears had been widely employed, causing a large number of feudal lords and territory lords to lose their lives. Without the feudal lords and the territory lords to take charge, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could let loose. As long as they managed to gain the upper hand on the battlefield, they could assist the old ancestors and join forces to deal with other territory lords. They could also try to destroy the high-rank Black Ink nests to cripple the enemy forces. On the battlefield, one party could gain the upper hand by achieving a breakthrough, and the humans had found a way to do that. Therefore, the Black Ink clan was in danger in every theater. In the weaker theaters, the royal cities were on the brink of being occupied, so they had no choice but to ask for help. However, at this point, None of the theaters could lend a hand to other places, for they couldn't even save themselves. Even if they still had the power to offer help, it was unrealistic to do so as there was a long distance between the theaters. These pieces of bad news were like music to Yang Kai's ears. Even though there was some transmission of information between the Great Passes, and the higher-ups in Great Evolution Theater must be aware of what was going on in the other theaters, such information was still restricted for now. Therefore, when Yang Kai found out about such information in this black ink nest space, he was thrilled. The humans were on the winning side. These flustered divine senses continued to share distressing news in this space that connected the black ink nests, filling the atmosphere with a sense of despair. Yang Kai was secretly pleased. The Black Ink clan had suppressed the humans for millennia and repeatedly invaded their Great Passes. Now they finally had a taste of their own medicine. It seemed that the humans were bound for victory. However, there was no news of any royal city being conquered or any royal lord being killed so far. It seemed that the progress in Great Evolution Theater was the quickest. It wasn't hard to figure out the reasons behind this. When the Great Evolution Army retook Great Evolution Pass 200 years ago, they had managed to significantly weaken the Black Ink clan. To achieve that goal, they had lost almost 40% of their forces. At that time, many territory lords had lost their lives, and even the royal lord was severely wounded. 200 years had passed, but the Black Ink clan in Great Evolution Theater still hadn't restored their foundation when the humans arrived with Great Evolution Pass and launched an all-out assault. In such a situation, it was only natural that the Black Ink clan in Great Evolution Theater would be the first to fall. Although the progress was slower in other theaters, it shouldn't be too difficult for them to win. Everything depended on their own powers to make contributions that were similar to those in Great Evolution Theater. Yang Kai wondered how these Black Ink clansmen would react if he shouted that Imo Zhao was dead at this point. While he was pondering on this though, he suddenly noticed something and shifted his attention to another place in the vast space. When he entered this space earlier, he was drawn to those chaotic divine senses, so he never paid attention to the silent side. As he looked intently now, an odd feeling rose within him. There were more than 20 soul avatars that remained completely silent over there. They were not flustered or worried at all. These 20-plus soul avatars were so quiet that it was as though they were sleeping, a stark contrast to the soul avatars who were actively exchanging information with their divine senses. It was because of their silence that Yang Kai didn't immediately notice them. This Black Ink nest space seemed to have been divided into two parts. On one side, there were these anxious soul avatars who were spreading information and asking for help. On the other hand, there were those eerily silent soul avatars. The moment Yang Kai noticed them, he felt his chest tightening as a feeling of incongruity rose within him. The next instant he realized why he had this feeling all of a sudden. The number wasn't right. There were 108 cave heavens and paradises in total. Every cave heaven or paradise corresponded to a theater. However, the actual number was fewer than that because the Dragon Clan's Dragon Pool and the Phoenix Clan's Phoenix Nest had occupied two places that belonged within the cave heavens. Meanwhile, the two clans stayed in the no-return pass. In other words, there should be 106 theaters on the Black Ink battlefield. Although Yang Kai hadn't counted, he believed that there were over 100 soul avatars, whose divine senses were communicating with each other, that had gathered together. Since these soul avatars were able to enter this space, it meant that they had made use of a high-rank Black Ink nest in the respective theaters. The number of the soul avatars and the number of theaters should have matched. However, what about these extra 20 or so soul avatars? Where were they from? Marshall Peak, Chapter 5377, More than 20 Royal Lords. Yang Kai initially thought that those soul avatars came from some other theaters. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao had told him that not every theater only had one old ancestor and one royal lord. In some theaters, there was more than one old ancestor and royal lord. If there were 2 or 3 royal lords in a given theater, then it was reasonable that there were more than 20 extra soul avatars here. However, the moment he realized how formidable those soul avatars were, he knew something was amiss. Despite being restrained, those silent soul avatars were extremely powerful. Even Yang Kai was no match for them. Although he was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, his soul was equivalent to that of an 8th Order Master's. Other than the old ancestors, only the Royal Lords were more powerful than he was when it came to their souls. These more than 20 soul avatars belonged to Royal Lords. Yang Kai was shocked. Why are there so many Royal Lords here? This was quite unusual. One had to know that the humans had launched attacks on all the royal cities with their great passes, so the Royal Lords definitely had to take command of the war. Perhaps they also had to fight with the old ancestors, so why would they even have time to let their soul avatars sit idly here? It might be understandable if there were just 1 to 2 of them, but there were over 20 Royal Lords here now. With the intense battle against the humans raging, even a single territory lord was indispensable on the battlefield, let alone a Royal Lord. There was no way they would just sit back and do nothing in their black ink nests. On the other hand, those over 100 flustered soul avatars were not powerful. All of them were just feudal lords, which was considered normal. What's going on? Yang Kai was unable to figure it out. Regardless, he didn't have time to ponder on it as he must have alerted those royal lords, causing a divine sense to probe him. Faced with immense pressure, Yang Kai's soul avatar trembled and almost dissipated. He still hadn't recovered from the injury caused by the 9th Order Black Ink Disciple, so he was unable to bear such a forceful impact. Fortunately, he pulled his soul together at the most critical moment. There was a new message in his divine sense. Which theater are you from? It was apparently a question from the other party. Without hesitation, Yang Kai replied, I'm from Great Evolution Theater, sir. What is the situation in Great Evolution Theater? Yang Kai lied to him by saying, the situation is dire. Sir Royal Lord is locked in a life and death battle with the human old ancestor, but he's in a disadvantageous position. We need assistance right away. As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, the other party was startled for a moment before asking doubtfully, isn't Mo Zhao supposed to be dead? Damn it! Yang Kai felt his chest tightening. Only then did he realize the information in Great Evolution Theater must have already spread through this space. After giving it some thought, he realized it wasn't so surprising. So many divine senses from different theaters had gathered together in this space, and were constantly communicating with one another. One of them had to have been from Great Evolution Theater. It was pretty violent and showy when Mo Zhao was killed, so the Black Ink clansmen in the Royal Lord Black Ink nest at that time must be able to detect it. A territory lord? No. You're a human. The divine sense suddenly realized Yang Kai's identity. The next instant, a tremendous force surged in this space. In fact, Yang Kai was ready to leave the moment the other party's suspicion was aroused because of what he had said. Since the other party realized he was a human, he definitely couldn't stay in this space any longer. Yang Kai successfully left the space the moment the power of the other party's divine sense burst forth, so he was only lightly impacted. Even so, he still felt an excruciating pain in his head when he regained his senses. It seemed that his soul had been damaged. His soul still hadn't recovered from the injury caused by the 9th Order Black Ink Disciple, when he was attacked by another Royal Lord. If not for the soul-warming lotus protection, he would have lost his life by now. Ignoring his pain, Yang Kai left and shot into the sky in a hurry. As space principles undulated, he arrived at Great Evolution Pass in the blink of an eye and headed straight to the space array. At this moment, it was actually quite busy around the space array. Usually there would only be a few open heaven realm masters in charge of this place, but there were more than 10 of them now. The light of the space array kept flickering, and every time it happened, a jade slip would appear out of thin air, containing reports from another great pass. When Yang Kai arrived, he realized that these open heaven realm masters appeared thrilled. This couldn't be helped, as the information they received indicated that the humans had gained the upper hand in every theater. In some of the theaters, the royal cities would be conquered soon. When a 7th Order master saw Yang Kai rushing over with a worried expression, he quickly greeted him and asked, "What's wrong, junior brother Yang?" Enduring the excruciating pain, Yang Kai clenched his teeth and replied, "Quickly inform the other great passes that apart from the royal lords we already know of, there are still over 20 royal lords hiding somewhere in the dark. Please tell the old ancestors to be on guard." Hearing that, the Seventh Order Master was flabbergasted. "Where did you get the information? Is it accurate?" Yang Kai explained, "Just now, I entered the high-rank Black Ink Nest space and saw over 20 soul avatars that belong to the royal lords there. The reason they haven't participated in the war must be that they're waiting for a chance to deal a fatal blow to the old ancestors." On the battlefield, the threat of hidden royal lords was lethal. The reason Great Evolution Pass was lost 30,000 years ago was that Mo Zhao appeared all of a sudden after hiding in the dark all along. When the old ancestor from Great Evolution Pass was engaged in battle with the veteran royal lord, Mo Zhao suddenly appeared and joined forces with the royal lord to kill the old ancestor. Previously, the Ninth Order Black Ink disciple had wanted to do the same by concealing himself. However, old ancestor Xiao Xiao became vigilant after receiving a warning from the Snow Wolves squad before their demise, which was why the Black Ink disciple failed to achieve his goal. It could be said that the message sent from the Snow Wolves squad in their last moments had been critical to the war. If not for their warning, those from Great Evolution Pass wouldn't have been on guard for a second royal lord, and things wouldn't have gone so smoothly for them. Just one hidden royal lord had caused the loss of Great Evolution Pass 30,000 years ago. Now there were over 20 such royal lords. If the Black Ink clan managed to achieve their goal, many old ancestors would lose their lives. Once some of the old ancestors were dead, the human soldiers would be in danger. Therefore, the expressions of these Open Heaven Realm Masters, who were still elated a moment ago, changed drastically when they heard what Yang Kai had said. The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who spoke to Yang Kai just now, yelled, "Quickly spread this information around." Jade slips were soon engraved with such information, and sent to the other great passes as the light of the space array repeatedly flickered. It wasn't until 1 hour later that all 105 jade slips were sent out. Everyone in the Grand Hall held their breath. They were no longer as joyful as before, and the atmosphere had instead turned solemn. They stared fixedly at the space array as they were worried that they would receive some bad news. However, Yang Kai furrowed his brows at this moment. His head was in pain as his soul had been struck twice, and even his ability to think critically had been affected. When he saw those 20-plus royal lords in the Black Ink Nest space earlier, the first thing that came to his mind was that the Black Ink clan had plotted an ambush, so he hurriedly returned to Great Evolution Pass and informed everyone about it. Nevertheless, after the ache in his head calmed down, and he was able to think more clearly, he realized that something was off. The truth might be different from his speculation. Before he could figure out what was wrong though, a powerful aura approached from a distance and hovered above Great Evolution Pass in the blink of an eye. The aura's owner didn't try to conceal herself, so the soldiers in Great Evolution Pass easily detected her presence. Yang Kai dashed out of the hall and looked up, only to see old ancestor Xiao Xiao hovering in the void with her hair flapping in the non-existent wind. Even though her clothes were stained with blood, she still looked high-spirited. Noticing his stare, old ancestor Xiao Xiao looked down and nodded at Yang Kai, declaring gently, "We have won. We won the war." Behind her brief words were the fierce resistance over the years, the sacrifices of countless lives, and the hard work of the humans over countless generations. The humans had won the war. They had no idea what was going on in the other theaters, but at the very least, the humans in the Great Evolution Theater were the winners. The soldiers were all ecstatic upon learning the news. The humans who gradually returned from the battlefield also roared euphorically, as though they were trying to vent the vexation accumulated over all the years. The entire Great Evolution Pass seemed to shake as the soldiers cheered in ecstasy. Just then, old ancestor Xiao Xiao disappeared from her spot. A moment later, Great Evolution Pass, which had been rotating slowly, finally stopped. Inside the Great Pass core, the last 5 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were exhausted beyond words. Their faces were pale, and their auras were unstable. Just like what Yang Kai had expected, these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were the bare minimum required to keep the core operating. Unless the old ancestor took over the core from them, they were unable to leave. Now that old ancestor Xiao Xiao had returned and given them a hand, they could finally stop letting the core absorb their energy. The cheers in the inner sanctum never stopped. The next instant, old ancestor Xiao Xiao appeared in front of Yang Kai and asked, "What happened?" She immediately noticed there was something off about Yang Kai's expression when she returned earlier, and it wasn't because of his injury, so something must have happened. Yang Kai told her about his discovery in the black ink nest space, and that he had returned in a hurry to ask the ones manning the hyperspace array to spread the news to the other great passes. Hearing this, old ancestor Xiao Xiao frowned. "Do you think those royal lords are trying to ambush the other 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters?" Yang Kai shook his head. "That was what I thought before, but it now seems to me that if they wanted to ambush the 9th Order Masters, they should have hidden themselves on the battlefield instead of staying in their black ink nests." That was what he found odd about his discovery. It was pointless for those royal lords to stay in their black ink nests. If they wanted to deal with the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, the best choice would have been to hide themselves on the battlefield, and then strike when they saw an opening. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao nodded in agreement. "You have a point. 20 royal lords is a force to be reckoned with. They would be powerful enough to destroy the human army in any theater with ease, but if they're not trying to ambush the 9th Order Masters, what are they doing in their black ink nests? That's something I'm unable to figure out." Old ancestor Xiao Xiao couldn't make sense of the situation either. Yang Kai's discovery in the black ink nest space was indeed strange. A moment later, old ancestor Xiao Xiao raised her hand and shot a thread of world force into the void. Soon, that flash exploded and shone brightly. Yang Kai took a look and speculated that she was trying to gather all the soldiers together. It had been 2 or 3 days since the human soldiers started hunting down the fleeing Black Ink clansmen. They had killed all the Black Ink clansmen that they could kill, so it was pointless to continue chasing after those they were unable to catch. After old ancestor Xiao Xiao was done with this, she said, "Let's wait. Since we're not intelligent enough, we'll just wait for Big Head Xiang and Big Head Me to come back, and see what they think of this matter." In the Great Evolution Army, Xiang Shan and Mi Jingluan had the sharpest strategic minds. In such a situation, the best solution would be to wait for their return. Soon the old ancestor shouted another order. "Prepare the space array to send out 8th Order Masters to different theaters so that they can assist as needed." "Yes." All the Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Grand Hall replied at the same time. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5378, like watching a show. Everything was ruined in Great Evolution Pass. When they launched an attack on the royal city previously, the Great Pass was faced with a counterattack of unprecedented intensity. Even though the old ancestor was in charge of their defense, a lot of cracks still appeared in the shields after the heavy bombardment. The attacks from the Black Ink clan rained down on the entire Great Evolution Pass and shattered all the buildings. Besides the most important places in Great Evolution Pass like the Grand Hall where the space array was located, only the Monument of Heroes and the cemetery remained intact. Although the humans had won the war, they had paid a huge price. 2 days after old ancestor Xiao Xiao sent a signal to gather all the soldiers together, the humans, who had left to chase after the fleeing Black Ink clansmen, gradually returned. After the war, all of them were in high spirits. The courtyard that belonged to the Dawn was a mess, but Yang Kai didn't bother to clean up and just sat down on the floor and started recuperating. The damage to his soul had a huge impact on his ability to think clearly, so he still couldn't make sense of what he had seen in the Black Ink nest space. He felt that he had neglected something. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao had helped him resolve the sword chi that lingered in his flesh wound, and he felt much better after 2 days of recuperation. As he had a powerful dragon vein, such a flesh wound didn't bother him. There came a moment when Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked in a particular direction, as a group of familiar people came into his sight. The Dawn Squad members had returned. However, some people were missing. There were 50 members of Dawn before they set off, excluding Yang Kai and Feng Ying, who had just ascended to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. There should have been 49 people now. Nevertheless, only 31 people returned at this moment. Among the 7th Order Open Heaven realm masters, only Shen Ao, Yu Ziyu by Yi Bloodcrow, and Miao Fei Ping survived. Ning Qizhi and Ren Bingbai were nowhere to be seen. Those who had returned were soaked in blood with varying degrees of injuries. Yang Kai's pupils shrank at this sight. He knew it was impossible that all of the Dawn would come back unscathed, because it was the final battle in the Great Evolution Theater. Dawn had to engage a territory lord and pin him down, so it was inevitable that some of them would lose their lives. However, when he saw that so many familiar faces were missing, Yang Kai felt a sharp pain in his heart. Ning Qizhi, who was one of the founding members of Dawn, had escaped from death's door in the previous war, but he couldn't come back alive this time. Since the founding of Dawn, they had experienced countless battles, but other than the war in the royal city 200 years ago where Chi Taichu had lost his life, there had never been any other deaths. However, some 30% of Dawn's members were gone for good now. The fact that the Dawn could always come back unscathed in the previous wars had something to do with Yang Kai. He was far more powerful than cultivators in the same order, so with him around, the risk that Dawn faced on the battlefield would be minimized. Before they were even hit with a crisis, it would be resolved by Yang Kai. Nevertheless, he wasn't by their side during this war, for he had a more important role to play. He was the one who damaged the high-rank Black Ink nest and destroyed the mid-rank Black Ink nests. He was also the one who killed Che Kong and the 9th Order Black Ink disciple. Without Yang Kai, a pillar of strength in Dawn's squad, their collective power had weakened, and on such a chaotic battlefield, they couldn't ensure everyone's safety. With Shen Ao leading the way, over 30 people stood in front of Yang Kai and cupped their fists. Shen Ao said solemnly, "We've returned, squad leader. Fortunately, we did not fail our mission. We managed to kill 1 territory lord, 34 feudal lords, and about 5,000 mixed Black Ink clansmen. Just like the territory lord who fought with the old turtles, the one held up by Dawn ended up getting crippled by old ancestor Xiao Xiao. Shen Ao and the others took advantage of that opening to kill him on the spot. Then, as the Black Ink clan routed and ran, Dawn pursued them and killed many. It wasn't until they saw the old ancestor's signal that they returned." Yang Kai nodded gently. "Many thanks for your hard work. The human race has won this war, and peace has come to the Great Evolution Theater. All of you should get some rest and recuperate." Yes. All of them responded and sat down in different places to treat their wounds. None of them mentioned the deceased. It wasn't that they had forgotten about them, but it was unnecessary to bring it up. All the soldiers on the Black Ink battlefield were prepared to sacrifice their lives if need be. As they went through repeated wars, they knew that they might lose their lives at any moment. Death wasn't something to be afraid of for the human soldiers. Dying without making a difference was. It was silent in the courtyard as over 30 people recuperated in silence. However, Yang Kai gently let out a sigh. While he had expected it to be a tragic war, it surprised him that so many had lost their lives. Even a special operations squad like Dawn suffered such immense losses, so what about the ordinary squads? How many from the Great Evolution Army had survived this war? The Great Evolution Army was founded over 300 years ago when 2 groups of soldiers departed from Wind and Cloud Pass and Azure Void Pass, and headed to Great Evolution Pass. At that time, all of them were equipped with the finest arms and armaments. There were 60,000 soldiers and 128th Order Division commanders in total. 200 years ago, they managed to retake Great Evolution Pass, but they had suffered tremendous losses. Only some 78th Order Masters and 30,000 to 40,000 soldiers remained. How many of them were still alive now? Previously on the battlefield, while the auras of the territory lords withered, Yang Kai could also detect the deaths of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. There were bound to be casualties in any war, especially when it was a war that would determine the future of the 2 races. It was expected that a lot of people would lose their lives. With that said, all the sacrifices were worth it. Their deaths could be traded for peace in the future. The reason the humans had been toiling away over the millennia was to ensure that future generations wouldn't have to trod down the same path. The survivors could cheer for their victory while the dead would be remembered forever. Yang Kai emptied his mind and focused on his recovery. It wasn't until old ancestor Xiao Xiao summoned him that he opened his eyes. The main conference hall had been impacted during the war, and it was nothing but ruins now, so a temporary one had been put up on the same spot. When Yang Kai arrived, the 4 army commanders had gathered together in the hall, with the old ancestor present as well. Among the 4 army commanders, Xiang Shan and Mi Jingluan didn't seem to be injured at all. On the other hand, Lu Zhiping's face was pale and her aura was unstable. It was apparent that she was wounded. Ouyang Lai was the most severely wounded among them. He must have gotten into a fierce battle with the territory lords as his head had clearly been smashed in. Yang Kai could even see several cuts on his forehead and some cracks on his skull. It could be said that he was just a step away from being killed. As Yang Kai looked at his injury, he was secretly astounded, thinking that this army commander was really too reckless. Noticing his stare, Ouyang Lai glared at him and snorted. I killed 2 territory lords, so some degree of injury is inevitable. Yang Kai didn't know what to say as he saluted all of them. Mi Jingluan cut to the chase, asking, "Did you enter the royal lord's black ink nest?" Yang Kai nodded. I was curious, so I decided to find out what the Black Ink clan's reaction in the other theaters was. I was surprised to discover something else. Xiang Shan ordered, "Tell us what you saw in detail." Yang Kai quickly narrated his experience in the Black Ink nest space. Upon hearing his story, all of them exchanged solemn glances. Lu Zhiping frowned. You said there were over 120 soul avatars that had gathered together in that Black Ink nest space. Yes. Each Royal Lord Black Ink nest corresponded to a soul avatar. In other words, there were at least over 120 high-rank Black Ink nests spread across the entire Black Ink battlefield. Do you think they're trying to ambush the old ancestors? Yang Kai frowned. That was the first thought that came to my mind, but after giving it some consideration, I realized that shouldn't be the case. If they wanted to ambush the old ancestors, they should have hidden themselves on the battlefield instead of staying in their Black Ink nests. He had told old ancestor Xiao Xiao the same thing before, but he still couldn't figure out why things had been that way. The humans from all the different theaters began the crusade at the same time. When we clashed with the Black Ink clan in the Great Evolution Theater, wars had also broken out in the other theaters. Regardless of which theaters the 20 royal lords you saw were hiding in, they shouldn't have just loitered about in their Black Ink nests even if they didn't hide themselves on the battlefield. What are they trying to achieve? Mi Jingluan scowled. Even though he was quick-witted, he was unable to see through this strange incident. He didn't ask if Yang Kai was mistaken, for the latter couldn't be so negligent when it came to such an important matter. Moreover, Yang Kai's soul cultivation was basically on par with an 8th Order master's. If he could have made such a basic error in observation inside the Black Ink nest space, his cultivation over the years would have been in vain. Therefore, they didn't doubt Yang Kai's statement. What they were unable to figure out was the intention of those over 20 royal lords and their whereabouts. Furthermore, were there only 20 additional royal lords? That was the number of royal lords that Yang Kai could detect, but was that really all? Could there be even more royal lords hiding in the dark? Xiang Shan was unable to make sense of the situation as well. Just then, old ancestor Xiao Xiao spoke up. Regardless, we've shared this piece of information with the other great passes, so the 9th Order masters will keep their guard up. Even if those royal lords really want to launch a sneak attack, they might not achieve their goal. All of them nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Xiang Shan turned to Yang Kai. What else did you see in the Black Ink nest space? Yang Kai shook his head. There was nothing else that was worth my attention. The soul avatars of those royal lords were silent, so they were different from the rest of the soul avatars that belonged to the feudal lords. As he spoke, he furrowed his brows all of a sudden. While trying to recall what he had seen, he sported an awkward expression. Now that you've mentioned it, I realize that the royal lord's reaction was also odd. What do you mean by that? Old ancestor Xiao Xiao asked. The souls of those over 100 or so feudal lords corresponded to the various theaters they were in, and the numbers matched. The territory lords would have all needed to fight, so only feudal lords could be stationed in the black ink nests. It was apparent that they were flustered while communicating with one another. That was understandable, for the crusade came as a surprise to the Black Ink clan, and the humans had even sailed their great passes to the royal cities. Furthermore, they had developed lethal weapons such as the evil purging divine spears. The Black Ink clan had suffered immense losses in different theaters after being caught off guard, so it was expected that they were flustered. At that time, many feudal lords were trying to seek help from other theaters. However, the humans had gone all out for the crusade, and wars broke out in all the theaters. It was pointless for the Black Ink clan to ask for help. Compared to those anxious feudal lords, those royal lords were unusually calm. It almost felt as though they were just watching a show. After 2 days of recuperation, the damage to Yang Kai's soul had healed to a certain degree, which allowed him to think more clearly. As he went through the details he didn't pay attention to at that time, he found some clues. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5379. More and more good news. It was like they were watching a show? Mi Jingluan was astounded. Yes. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. It was like the war between the two races had nothing to do with them. If I hadn't examined them out of curiosity, they wouldn't have shifted their attention to me. At that time, he felt that something was off, so he examined the place where the royal lords had come together. It was at that moment when he caught the attention of one of the royal lords. His 8th order divine sense exposed his identity. Before he even entered the Black Ink nest space, the fact that Mo Zhao was killed had been spread among the Black Ink clan. If he hadn't run away as soon as possible, he would have been more severely injured if not killed. Xiang Shan and the others fell silent, for they were unable to figure out the Black Ink clan's intention after hearing what Yang Kai had said. Regardless, this piece of information had been shared with the other great passes, so the 9th Order masters were on guard. Even if those hidden royal lords really intended to ambush the old ancestors, it would be hard for them to succeed now. It was unrealistic to let Yang Kai enter the Black Ink nest space again as his identity had been exposed. If he still entered the space, he would be targeted by those royal lords and perhaps he would even lose his life. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai said, "There was something else that bothered me." "What was it?" Xiang Shan asked. "It's the Black Ink nest space itself." Yang Kai turned solemn. "From what we've gathered, there's a strict hierarchy between Black Ink nests. The high-rank Black Ink nests give birth to mid-rank Black Ink nests, which then give birth to the low-rank Black Ink nests. The consciousness of a high-rank or mid-rank Black Ink nest can form into a space which serves as a platform for the lower-rank Black Ink nests to communicate with each other. In that case, what about the space that I entered through the Royal Lord's Black Ink nest? Is it formed from a Black Ink nest consciousness as well? Does that mean that there's a higher-rank Black Ink nest above the high-rank Black Ink nests?" As he spoke, he observed the expressions of Xiang Shan and the others. Realizing something, he asked, "Do you have a speculation, seniors?" He saw that the others remained unfazed. It was apparent that they were not surprised by his hypothesis. Xiang Shan nodded. "We do have a speculation, but we can't verify it. We have never gathered enough information about the Black Ink nests to make a judgment. It was you who entered the Black Ink clan's territory and found out some useful information. In fact, we had such a speculation a long time ago. The high-rank Black Ink nests can give birth to the mid-rank Black Ink nests, which can then give birth to low-rank Black Ink nests. Where do the high-rank Black Ink nests come from then? It's not like they had appeared out of thin air. There has to be a source." Mi Jingluan then said, "The way the Black Ink clan named the Black Ink nests is also interesting, and there's a trail to trace. Since the mid-rank Black Ink nests were born from the high-rank Black Ink nests, they are the latter's subnests. Similarly, the low-rank black ink nests are the subnests of mid-rank black ink nests. Since there are subnests, shouldn't there be a mother nest? However, the term mother nest has never been mentioned among the black ink clan. Therefore, we have a speculation that the high-rank black ink nests are also the subnests of a black ink nest, which is supposedly the mother nest of the black ink clan. It is also the source of everything. The mother nest. Yang Kai arched his brow. Mi Jingluan nodded. However, this is just our speculation and we have no way to verify it. From what you experienced, though, we can conclude that there's indeed some kind of mother nest. The space you entered has to be the mother nest space. Only the mother nest's power could connect all the high-rank black ink nests together. Yang Kai fell into his thoughts for a moment, then said, "In that case, could those over 20 royal lords be the mother nest's guards?" Xiang Shan and Mi Jingluan exchanged glances before nodding. That's possible. Since the mother nest was the source of the black ink clan, it must be extremely important to them. In that case, there had to be a heavy level of protection around it. 20+ royal lords was a force to be reckoned with. And with such protection, the mother nest's safety could be ensured under most circumstances. It was a similar case for the small stone race in Yang Kai's small universe. The strongest small stone race members would always stay inside the nests, not leaving unless absolutely necessary. That explained why the 20 or more royal lords didn't seem concerned about the war between the two races. Their job was to protect the mother nest so they would never leave that place. Regardless of how perilous the situation was for the Black Ink clan's outer forces, it had nothing to do with them. We know too little about the Black Ink clan, so we don't know if the truth is just like what we've speculated. Regardless, as long as the human race wins the war in all the theaters, we'll get to the truth. It was ironic that even though the humans had been entangled with the Black Ink clan for countless eons and millions had lost their lives on the Black Ink battlefield, they still knew so little about the Black Ink clan. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan was able to corrupt Open Heaven Realm Masters, so they understood the humans pretty well. Everything they had said was giving Ouyang Lai a headache, so he snapped, "Stop worrying too much. If there's really a mother nest, we'll just find it and smash it. It's not like a mere 20 royal lords is enough to stop us. We have more than 100 old ancestors on our side. Why should we be afraid of them?" It was a wonder why he had the confidence to say 20 royal lords was not a lot when he was just an 8th Order master. With that said, he had a point. Even if there was indeed a mother nest, they just had to find and destroy it. At the end of the day, they had the power to do so. During the discussion, a voice reverberated across the entire Great Pass all of a sudden. "Blue Sky Pass has won. The Royal Lord has been killed. Most of the territory lords fell in battle. The Royal City has been ruined. Blue Sky Pass has won. The Royal Lord has been killed. Most of the territory lords fell in battle. The Royal City has been ruined. Blue Sky Pass has won. The Royal Lord has been killed. Most of the territory lords fell in battle. The Royal City has been ruined." The person repeatedly made the announcement. Great Evolution Pass had originally fallen silent, but when they heard the announcement, they started cheering so loudly that the entire Great Pass seemed to be shaking. Blue Sky Pass had won. The Royal Lord was dead. The Royal City was destroyed. There was no denying it was good news for the humans. Even though the dust had settled in the Great Evolution Theater, the average soldiers knew nothing about the situations in the other theaters. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who had returned were doing their best to restore their strength, so that they could head out to other Great Passes through the space array to provide reinforcements. The victory in Great Evolution Theater wasn't much of a surprise as the Black Ink clan here had basically been defeated 200 years ago, and were forced to hide inside their royal city. They even used thousands of low-rank Black Ink nests to build a defense line made of Black Ink strength around the royal city. Faced with a battered and cowering Black Ink clan, there was no way Great Evolution Army wouldn't win given all the advantages they had. Even though they were surprised by the sudden appearance of a 9th Order Black Ink disciple, it wasn't enough to turn the situation around. It could be said that before the crusade started, The Great Evolution Army had the confidence that they would definitely win this war. Although they were ecstatic about the victory, they were not surprised. However, the news they had just received was different. In addition to the Great Evolution Theater, the human race had conquered another theater. Everyone believed that it was just the beginning. As the war continued to unfold, more and more good news would come from the other theaters. The voice had come from the Space Array Hall, and as the announcement was made, a messenger was also coming over in a hurry. A moment later, a Seventh Order Master dashed into the main hall. He was a member who was responsible for protecting the space array. With an excited expression, he said, "Blue Sky Pass has won. The news has been spread to all the great passes." Xiang Shan laughed. "Give it to me." The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master stepped forward and respectfully held out a jade slip. After taking the jade slip, Xiang Shan scanned it with his divine sense and smiled brightly. Mi Jingluan and the others took turns to read the content in the jade slip, and they were all elated. The good news from Blue Sky Pass had diminished their worries about the mother nest. Furthermore, it was pointless to worry about it now. If the Black Ink clan really had hidden arrangements, they would be revealed soon enough. 3 days later, more good news arrived. The same Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master's voice reverberated across the entire Great Evolution Pass again. Yinyang Pass has won. They killed 87 territory lords, and the Black Ink clan survivors are on the run. The royal city has been shattered. A few days later, there was another piece of good news. Azure Void Pass has won. The old ancestor single-handedly beheaded the royal lord with his sword. Oh. Wind and Cloud Pass has won. Myriad Demons Pass has won. Oh. Over the next half a month, good news arrived almost every single day. Sometimes there were 2 to 3 announcements in a day. All of the news showed that the humans had managed to destroy the Black Ink clan in those theaters. Many royal lords were killed, and countless territory lords had lost their lives in battle, not to mention the feudal lords. Some of the announcements didn't mention royal lords, so it was obvious that the royal lords in those theaters were still alive. It wasn't easy to kill a royal lord. Over the years, the old ancestors in all the theaters had clashed with the royal lords frequently, with both parties repeatedly being wounded after exchanging moves. However, rarely would any Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master or Royal Lord lose their life. The fact that they were able to kill so many Royal Lords this time was largely thanks to the evil purging divine spears. The old ancestors were not equipped with evil purging divine spears because these artifacts were not harmful to the Royal Lords. The Ninth Order old ancestors had to depend on their own heritages if they wanted to kill the Royal Lords. Even though the old ancestors didn't have evil purging divine spears, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were all given these weapons. The unsuspecting territory lords were struck by the spears and became easy targets. Once enough territory lords were killed, some of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were able to assist the old ancestors. As long as there were 5 or 6 Eighth Order Masters who fearlessly assisted, the Ninth Order old ancestors would have a chance to kill the Royal Lords. However, these Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters might lose their lives during the fight, which was the price they had to pay. Only good news was mentioned in the announcements, with no details about the casualties on the human side. Nevertheless, everyone knew that behind the good news were the sacrifices and blood of many human race masters. It was also apparent to everyone that the theaters where the wars were won in the shortest time all had something to do with Yang Kai. Blue Sky Pass, which was the first to share the good news, needed no introduction. Yang Kai had first arrived in Blue Sky Pass and stayed there for centuries until he was transferred to the Great Evolution Army. It was a similar case for Yinyang Pass, which was the second to share the good news. Yang Kai had been to Yinyang Pass to carry out an important mission, and not only provided them with great assistance, but also managed to do serious damage to the Black Ink clan's territory. It was the same case for Myriad Demons Pass. Yang Kai had stayed there for a while to study the 2-eye secret techniques under the old ancestor of Myriad Demons Heaven. He had paid quite a bit of military merits for that opportunity. In these 3 theaters, Yongkai had found the entrances to the universe cave heavens and universe paradises outside of those great passes, which the humans then used to set up different traps to slaughter large numbers of Black Ink clansmen, especially territory lords. It could be said that the Black Ink clan had suffered immense losses in these 3 theaters before the crusade even began. Blue Sky Pass forward base was built halfway to the royal city, and was connected to the Great Pass by a pair of universe arrays. If the humans wanted to attack the royal city, they could transfer people around with far more convenience than any other theater. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5380, Total Victory. As such, it was natural for Blue Sky Theater to be the second to destroy the Black Ink clan after their counterparts in the Great Evolution Theater. It was also understandable that those from Azure Void Pass and Wind and Cloud Pass could also pull off similar feats immediately after them. When the Great Evolution Army was founded some 300 years ago, they initially departed from these 2 great passes. The Great Evolution Army had participated in the wars against the Black Ink clan in those theaters before they set out towards Great Evolution Pass. At that time, there were respectively 60,000 soldiers and more than 200 Eighth Order masters in those 2 great passes. During those wars, they managed to deal severe damage to the Black Ink clan forces and kill a large number of territory lords. It could be said that the Black Ink clan in the Azure Void Theater and Wind and Cloud Theater had suffered immense losses at that time, which laid the foundation for their victory today. More and more good news arrived from the other great passes, and of course Great Evolution Pass wasn't the only receiver of such good news. The great passes would spread the news to other places upon receiving the information. After Great Evolution Pass won their war a while back, they immediately sent the news to other great passes in the vicinity, so that they could boost the human soldiers' morale. That way, the human soldiers in the different theaters would be increasingly assertive. 10 days after the dust settled in Great Evolution Theater, over 10 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Great Evolution Pass were deployed to other theaters where the humans were in deadlocks with the enemies to provide assistance. It wasn't smooth sailing for all the theaters like in the Great Evolution Theater. In some of the theaters, the Black Ink clan had ample heritage, so it wasn't easy for the humans to win the war. With that said, those leading the armies had naturally made some arrangements for these theaters. They didn't have to fight with the Black Ink clan head-on. They just had to deal with them with patience and stall for time. When victory was obtained in the other theaters, there would be powerful masters who could be sent as reinforcements. For example, those in Great Evolution Theater had won their war fairly early on, so they were able to send aid to those theaters that were caught in stalemates. A dozen or so Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters was a force to be reckoned with. Moreover, many Seventh Order Masters were carried along inside their small universes. Although only a dozen or so Eighth Order Masters were deployed from the Great Evolution Theater, they were accompanied by some 200 Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Furthermore, this was just the support from Great Evolution Pass. The other great passes from different victorious theaters were able to help out as well. When the wars were settled in those theaters, even more human masters would be free to render assistance in the theaters where wars were still ongoing. This kind of support would only increase like a rolling snowball. How was the Black Ink clan supposed to fend off the humans under such circumstances? As long as there were 2 or 3 great passes that could send reinforcements, any theater could easily break the stalemate they found themselves in. This kind of large-scale support operation had never been seen before. At the very least, not before Yongkai's arrival at the Black Ink battlefield. The great passes were far away from each other, so even though they were connected by space arrays, it was expensive to transfer humans around. Given the scarcity of resources, they couldn't afford to do so. Furthermore, the more powerful a person was, the more expensive it was to send him or her to another great pass through the space array. In the past, even if they just wanted to send over 10 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to the nearest Great Pass, all the reserve resources from a Great Pass would be used up. Without any resources left, how were the humans supposed to cultivate? How would they treat their wounds if they were injured? How would they repair the damaged warships? Therefore, even though the humans had a method to send assistance to other theaters, they were unable to do so due to the lack of resources. But it was different now, for the Great Passes had all accumulated a massive amount of resources over the past few centuries. Moreover, they had acquired a lot of resources after conquering the royal cities. Therefore, they had sufficient resources to transfer people around freely. The humans' plan was that they would support their neighbors whenever they could. In simple terms, they would only try to support the Great Passes nearest to them. That was because the longer the distance was, the more resources would be required to power the hyperspace arrays. Although the humans were not short on resources, it was not like they could easily squander them all away either. As such, Great Evolution Pass only needed to send out a small number of people because the neighboring Azure Void Pass and Wind and Cloud Pass had mostly destroyed the enemies, so help wasn't really needed. The Great Passes nearest to the theaters where the humans were in deadlocks with the enemies spared no effort to lend their counterparts a hand. As long as an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was still able to fight, they would be redeployed as soon as possible. Even some of the old ancestors headed to different theaters to help out. It was no different from a nightmare to the Black Ink clan. They were initially able to hold back the humans and even counterattack in some theaters, but with the sudden influx of 8th Order and 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, the situation instantly became treacherous. When the 9th Order Old Ancestors began appearing in other theaters, the deadlocks instantly turned into massacres where the Black Ink clansmen were slaughtered. On the other hand, Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao remained in Great Evolution Pass. The information Yang Kai had discovered in the Black Ink nest space made her feel a little uneasy, so she didn't dare to leave this place at this point. She was worried that something terrible would happen in the Great Evolution Theater if she wasn't around. Furthermore, she had been forced to overexert herself in order to kill Mo Zhao as quickly as possible, so she had suffered some serious injuries as well. This went to show that it wasn't easy to kill a royal lord no matter the condition they were in. Mo Zhao had never managed to heal from his wounds over the years while Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao was at peak strength, but it still took her a great deal of effort to swiftly kill the enemy. It was expected that it was even harder for the other old ancestors in the theaters where the royal lords were perfectly healthy. Yang Kai didn't leave the Great Evolution Theater either. It wasn't that he wasn't willing to lend a hand, but rather he couldn't. When they came up with a list of people that would be sent to other theaters, Yang Kai ranked first among the 7th Order Masters because he was far more powerful than those in the same order, and was even able to fight with territory lords after transforming into an ancient dragon. No one would neglect him. If he was sent to another theater, he would prove to be just as useful as an 8th Order Master. However, when Xiang Shan tried to keep him inside his small universe, he realized he was unable to do so. When he tried to forcefully do so, he realized that his small universe was on the brink of bursting. It didn't take long to figure out that because Yang Kai was so much more powerful than others in the same order, with a small universe that was significantly bigger and heavier than an ordinary 7th Order Masters, trying to carry him inside another small universe just wasn't feasible. Moreover, the damage to Yang Kai's soul hadn't healed, and Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao also needed him to remain so that he could help with her recuperation. The wars in the other theaters were still raging, while it was peaceful in Great Evolution Pass. The injured could finally get some rest and recuperate. Yang Kai had spread out his small universe to help with Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao's recuperation while he tended to his own injuries. Good news still kept coming from other Great Passes, and more soldiers headed out to help out. The deadlocks in the theaters were resolved, and the advantage the humans had accumulated continued to increase with time. The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters responsible for guarding the space array meticulously informed everyone about the good news. Initially, everyone was excited upon hearing each piece of good news, but as time passed, it became almost routine. They had been preparing for centuries to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy, so it shouldn't surprise them that they eventually won the war. Along with a certain piece of good news, another piece of information was delivered. A 7th Order Master passed it to Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao without disclosing it to everyone. Yang Kai didn't ask her about it, nor did she intend to tell him. He believed that the information contained the number of casualties on the human side. If they talked about Great Evolution Theater alone, the casualty rate was quite shocking. Before the Crusade, there were some 40,000 soldiers and over 78th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Great Evolution Army. But now Yang Kai could only detect the auras of about 30,000 soldiers and fewer than 48th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. If he included the dozen or so 8th Order Masters who had left to help other Great Passes, that was still only about 50. Where were the rest? After the war, Yang Kai had scanned the battlefield and helped retrieve a number of corpses, so he knew the answer. It could be said that the losses that the Great Evolution Army had suffered this time were just as great as what they had experienced 200 years ago. When the Great Evolution Army was founded, there were 60,000 soldiers and 128th Order Division commanders. In just 300 to 400 years, half of them had perished in battle. Even the Great Evolution Army, which had the finest arms and armaments as well as a huge advantage over the enemy, suffered such tremendous losses. The situations in other theaters could only be worse. More and more good news came from the other theaters. The support system they had for each other proved to be useful. 2 months later, there came a moment when a familiar voice reverberated across the entire Great Evolution Pass again. The humans have won the war in the Great Battle Theater. The Royal Lord has fallen and all the Black Ink clan soldiers were killed. As he ran around the Great Pass, he loudly announced this piece of good news to everyone. Everyone in Great Evolution Pass started cheering again. All of them danced excitedly as howls of joy spread across the entire place. In the small universe, Yang Kai let out a breath. Even though he had already expected this day to come, he still couldn't stop his ecstasy from rising within him when he heard about this particular piece of good news. The reason these soldiers, who had been silent for quite a while, became excited again was that the Great Battle Theater was the last place where the humans were still fighting. In the past 2 months, they had received good news from over 105 theaters, with the latest report coming from the Luosheng Theater 3 days ago. 3 days later, good news from the Great Battle Theater arrived. At this point, the humans had gained total victory on the Black Ink battlefield as they had occupied all the theaters. Furthermore, according to the good news, all the Black Ink clansmen had been wiped out. It was a very rare statement as only 3 out of over 100 reports had used such wording. It wasn't easy to wipe out all the Black Ink clansmen in a given theater. Even Great Evolution Pass was unable to achieve this. The Great Battle Theater was the last place where the humans managed to achieve it. It certainly had something to do with the fact that they had a lot of reinforcements from the other theaters. There was no way the Black Ink clan could fend off hundreds of 8th Order and thousands of 7th Order Open Masters who arrived at the battlefield from different Great Passes. Recalling something, Yang Kai turned to look at Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao and asked, "Old Ancestor, you told me before that there were 2 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and 2 Royal Lords in the Great Battle Theater." Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao nodded. "It seems that one of them escaped. Only one Royal Lord was mentioned in the good news, so it was apparent that the other one had run away." Doing a quick count, aside from the ones he had seen inside the Black Ink nest space, Yang Kai reckoned that about 50 to 60 Royal Lords had fled. That was indeed a worrying number, for they were not feudal lords or territory lords. If those Royal Lords gathered together, no Great Pass would be a match for them. In the past, they were in charge of their royal cities where they had many subordinates and their own Black Ink nests to worry about, so they wouldn't easily leave. In this way, the human old ancestors were able to pin them down. But now their royal cities had been shattered, their armies killed, and their Black Ink nests destroyed. Even though they appeared to be in a sorry state, they had actually broken free from their restraints. Now they were able to move around freely. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel worried. Those surviving Royal Lords would surely prove to be a threat to the human race in the future. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference. as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.